Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 4 of What If Itachi Was in Bleach. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. 144 years before Rukia Kuchiki's arrival in Karakura town. Again, barked the spirit of Itachi's Zanpakuto. She's truly relentless today, thought Itachi as he raised his sword once more. I suppose I shouldn't complain, though, it's not like I can get a match like this at the academy anymore. Well, apart from sparring with Jiraiya, that is. Visalia's coming along well, but she still has quite some way to go. In the lead up to the academy finals, the spirit of his Zanpakuto had insisted on putting Itachi through his paces. It was not enough for him to simply ace the Zanjutsu portion of the tests. She wanted him to demonstrate the kind of mastery that not even the instructors at the academy could match. While Itachi was all for pushing his skills to new heights, he wondered if this was really his Zanpakuto moving to demonstrate who his real teacher in the art of the sword was. An assertion of dominance over the academy instructors, even if it was only through using Itachi as a proxy, wasn't something that he would put past her. Save for an increase in the brightness of the crimson light of the moon and stars, his inner world had changed very little over the past year. As he crossed swords with the spirit of his Zanpakuto once again, Itachi supposed that it would not evolve much further at this point until he unlocked his Shikai. He hardly had time to admire the scenery at the moment, though, he knew full well the toll his sparring partner would extract from him should he allow himself to be distracted. A devilishly quick thrust was her opening move. With instincts honed from countless matches with her, Itachi was able to catch the blow and redirect it before smoothly transitioning into a counterattack. Pivoting on his left foot, he spun to add centrifugal force to the blow as he unleashed a powerful horizontal slash. Of course, his foe was ready for it. A simple alteration in the angle of her blade was all she needed to deflect his attack and bleed off most of the strength behind it before countering with a sequence of swift cuts and slashes that put Itachi on the defensive. She smiled as Itachi's blade danced through the air and parried her strikes. "You're in top form today. Most impressive." Itachi nodded in acknowledgement. "Thanks." It was high praise, coming from her, but Itachi knew better than to let it go to his head. It was more than just a compliment. It was a probe, a way for her to determine if flattery could weaken his defenses enough for her to slip an attack through. Itachi wasn't about to let her score a win so easily. Deflecting a downward diagonal slash from his foe, Itachi immediately countered and went on the offensive. Striking high and low and from every possible angle, he drove his opponent back across the cobblestone walkway of his inner world. Brilliant crimson moonlight was reflected off his dancing blade while the song of clashing swords rang out in a cacophonous symphony. The spirit of his Zanpakuto smirked as he pressed his assault. My, such vigor, even after all the matches we've already had today. Despite your cool demeanor, you're quite passionate when the occasion calls for it. I wonder if she sees that in you as well." "Who are you referring to?" asked Itachi as an image of Yoruichi unconsciously flashed through his mind. His sparring partner shook her head as she parried his strikes. "Still not as bright as she thinks you are, though. What a shame." She didn't offer any clarification, which Itachi had come to expect at this point. Instead she picked up the pace of the duel, redirecting a thrust aimed at her abdomen before countering with a horizontal slash. Itachi was able to deflect the blow, but in doing so he ceded the initiative to his opponent. She drove him hard, hammering his defenses with a rain of quick and powerful blows. Itachi fell back, focusing on preserving his energy through deflections and parries as he waited for an opening to counterattack. It was no easy task. The spirit of his Zanpakuto was clearly pulling out all the stops in the run-up to the academy finals. Her assault was as furious as it was unrelenting, and each blow was fierce and swift. She was powerful, but she wasn't invincible. Years of sparring with her had given Itachi plenty of insight into her moves. He could beat her now, but that was by no means an easy feat. It required cunning, endurance, and most importantly of all, patience. Fortunately for him, he'd had plenty of time to develop all three. The trick was making the most of them. She never handed him a win out of charity. She made him fight tooth and nail just for a draw, let alone a victory. Her level of skill was phenomenal, and it had taken Itachi a long time to get to the point where he could truly match her in terms of technique, but years of fending off her withering assaults had honed his abilities to such a sharp edge that he was capable of taking advantage of the very few openings that he could find in her form. He remained on the defensive, waiting for one of those openings to reveal themselves. She came at him hard and fast, with each strike as brutal as it was graceful. Her crimson eyes were sharper than her blade, ever alert for even the slightest hint of weakness. It was not just a contest of swordsmanship that the two of them were locked in, it was a battle of wills. It was several minutes before he finally found the opportunity he'd been waiting for. At the end of a series of rapid thrusts, she overextended by barely more than a centimeter. It was the tiniest of windows, but Itachi seized it immediately. Angling his blade towards the ground, he redirected her blow and swiftly transitioned into a counterattack, bringing his sword up in a lightning quick slash. She attempted to block it, but she wasn't able to reposition her blade in time, and the edge of Itachi's sword came to a halt just a hair's width over her neck. "Match," Itachi declared in cool triumph. She smiled and nodded before her blade vanished in a pillar of black flame. "Indeed. Well done, Itachi." He lowered and sheathed his sword. "Is that the last round for today?" "Our last round until your finals are complete," she answered. "Your swordsmanship stands leagues beyond any of your classmates, with the possible exception of Jiraiya. Show the same dedication and skill in your Zanjutsu examination as you do in our sparring matches, and I have no doubt that you will pass with flying colors. For now, I would advise that you devote the study time remaining to the other aspects of your Soul Reaper training." Itachi nodded. "Very well, then, thank you." "Of course," she replied, "I would be remiss if I did not do all that I could to ensure the progression of your abilities. You're nothing short of remarkable, Itachi. The faith that Squad 2's captain has placed in you is well founded." Itachi couldn't help but give a small smile. It was rare indeed for her to be so effusive in her praise. "I'm glad to hear that." The spirit of his Zanpakuto smiled. "Show them all the fruits of your education, Itachi. Show them that Shisui isn't the only Uchiha in the Soul Society that belongs in the 13 court guard squads." Rolling to the side, Jiraiya was barely able to avoid the powerful blow that the spirit of his Zanpakuto had unleashed. The heavy spiked club slammed into the part of the platform he had occupied just a split second ago, and the sheer strength behind the strike left a considerable impact crater. "That would have hurt if I'd taken that head on," he thought. "He's really not messing around today." Of course, it wasn't like the spirit of his Zanpakuto ever really messed around at all. It just wasn't in the armored toad's nature. Not for the first time, Jiraiya found himself wondering just how he'd gotten stuck with such a no-nonsense sword spirit. The closest the toad ever came to loosening up was the occasional quip at Jiraiya's expense. Having evaded what could have been a match-ending blow, Jiraiya swiftly moved to counter. He managed to land a glancing blow on the armored toad's left shoulder, but it wasn't nearly enough to break through the plating. It certainly wasn't enough to get his sparring partner to concede the match. Jiraiya typically had to land a much more solid hit before the spirit of his Zanpakuto would grant him the win. Fortunately, Jiraiya had developed his skills to the point that he was now more than capable of landing the victorious blow on his foe. Shifting to a single-handed grip with his right hand, he began gathering energy in his left while dodging strikes from his opponent. What had been so difficult to accomplish with spirit energy a year ago now came to him much more naturally. The signature swirling blue sphere of power that was the Rasengan formed and stabilized in his palm within just a few moments. Weaving back and forth, rolling and ducking beneath the swings of the armored toad's spiked club, Jiraiya waited for the chance to strike. His foe was pressing harder now, and for good reason. The spirit of his Zanpakuto had been on the receiving end of the Rasengan quite a few times now over the past year. Jiraiya forming the blue ball of spirit energy now was his signal that he intended to bring the match to a close, so his opponent was redoubling their efforts in an attempt to seize the mantle of victory. His foe was strong, but they weren't as quick as Jiraiya. Sidestepping a powerful overhand blow that wound up taking a serious chunk out of the platform they were fighting on, the legendary Sannin charged forward and made his decisive strike. The spirit of his Zanpakuto could see what was coming but wasn't fast enough to block or dodge, and Jiraiya thrust out his left hand. The Rasengan slammed into his opponent's chest and sent the armored toad flying off the stone platform and into the water with a resounding splash. Jiraiya grinned and pumped his fist into the air in triumph. "Yes, ring out." His opponent hopped out of the water a moment later and landed on the platform with a heavy thud. Jiraiya thought for a moment that his foe was about to start a fresh round, but after a moment the spirit of his Zanpakuto sat down in front of him in a meditative posture. "Well done," the armored toad said, "your abilities have progressed remarkably. You should be able to suitably awe your instructors in the academy finals." Jiraiya chuckled. "You know, I think that's the nicest thing you've ever said to me. Are you going soft on me?" "I do not give out such praise often because I do not wish for it to go to your head," the spirit of his Zanpakuto replied. "Besides, there are still plenty of areas that you could better yourself in, and you would have much more time to do so if you would cease peddling adolescent trash to the masses." Jiraiya smirked. "Sounds like you're jealous of my success as a writer. You wishing you had my literary talent." The armored toad scoffed. "Hardly. It's a needless distraction. You should cast it aside so that you will be able to devote greater efforts to your training. Jiraiya folded his arms. Hey, I balanced the writer and ninja gigs pretty well back when I was alive. There's no reason I can't do the same in the Soul Society. Besides, the student allowances from the academy aren't nearly enough to have any fun on. I would have died of boredom without the extra income. The spirit of his Zanpakuto rolled his eyes. Pointless frivolities. Jiraiya sighed. I swear, you really need to learn how to lighten up. The armored toad ignored him. You may put our training sessions on hold until your finals are complete, but do not neglect your studies. Should you underperform in your evaluations, you will find our next sparring match to be a much more punishing experience than the previous ones. Jiraiya chuckled. Yeah, I know. I'll catch you later, big guy. 1 week later. Acting as the referee for this particular match, Jiraiya stood between Itachi and Visilia with his right arm raised. All right, ready, 3, 2, 1, begin. Visilia lunged forward, trying to take her opponent by surprise with a swift uppercut right off the bat. As usual, Itachi seemed to have seen it coming, because he immediately rolled to the right. Her punch hit nothing but air. Itachi swiftly moved to counter, making a sweeping kick meant to knock Visilia's legs right out from under her. He'd pulled that move on her before, and this time she was ready for it. She backflipped to evade the kick and give herself some space to regroup. As soon as she landed, Itachi advanced on her, but her arms were already up in a guard position. She blocked and dodged as he attacked her, throwing a variety of punches and kicks her way. His strikes were as quick as they were precise, but Visilia had sparred with him long enough now that she had a pretty good handle on his fighting style. Ducking beneath a right hook, she countered with a high kick. Itachi blocked the blow on his arm, but it still gave Visilia enough of an opening to take the initiative. She pressed hard, giving her strikes as much variety as possible in order to keep him off balance. Whether or not she was actually succeeding in that was difficult to determine. As always, her friendly rival was damn hard to read. Despite her best efforts, though, her opponent still found a way to decisively turn the tables on her. She kicked at his abdomen, only for Itachi to catch her leg mid-strike. His grip on it was solid, and he was able to flip her over and put her on the floor a moment later. Visilia sighed and tapped out. She knew when she was beat. Damn it, she hissed. Don't be so hard on yourself, said Itachi, you did quite well. Jiraiya smiled. No kidding, if you were in the shinobi world, you'd be towards the top of your class in taijutsu. Your skills have come a long way. He's right, said a third male voice. You made a good showing for yourself, Visilia. This one was also familiar, and Visilia blushed when she realized who it was. Turning around, she saw none other than Shisui leaning against the nearby wall and smiling at her. Jiraiya grinned. How's it going, Shisui? He nodded. Not too bad, thanks for asking. When did you get here? Asked Visilia. Just after you and Itachi started your match, he replied. This is an open area, and it's not like I'm barred from visiting the academy. That was true enough. They were in the training yard behind the dorms getting in some last-minute practice before the academy finals commenced. Visilia knew that as a seated officer Shisui had full access to the academy grounds, but it was still odd to her that he would come and visit like this. Not that she was complaining, of course, she was always happy to see him, although she would have preferred that he see her in a more dignified position. Being sprawled out on the ground after suffering yet another defeat at Itachi's hands was not the sort of image she wanted to serve as an impression. Right, she said as Itachi helped her to her feet. Forgive me if this sounds rude, but why did you come here? It's a pleasure to see you again, but as an officer in Squad 2, don't you have important duties to attend to? Shisui smiled. It's true that the captain keeps me busy, but she also understands the value of allowing her subordinates some free time. I finished up my assigned duties early for the day, and she let me come over to visit. Finals week starts tomorrow, after all, so I wanted to see how you all were doing. The Shino Academy final exams were the grueling culmination of their 6-year curriculum. They were hard enough for the regular students, but for those in the advanced track they were even more difficult due to the additional material they had to study along with the higher standards that they were held to. The first 3 days of the school week would be devoted to academic testing, while the last 2 would be the practical tests. Hoho and Kido testing would take place one day, while Hakuda and Zanjutsu testing were scheduled for the last day. It was a daunting gauntlet, and Visilia had done all she could to prepare for it. At this point, I think we're about as ready as we're going to be, she said. Itachi nodded. Agreed. Jiraiya smiled. I never was one for formal testing back in my shinobi days, but I'm actually looking forward to this. From the way our instructors have hyped it up, it sounds like it'll be a fun challenge. Shisui laughed. Well, if that's the case, you won't be disappointed. I was in the advanced track too when finals week came around, and they didn't pull their punches. I hope you've been hitting the books as hard as you've been hitting each other in training. Do you have any last-minute advice? Asked Visilia. Shisui smiled. Believe in yourself. The tests are daunting, and the instructors designed them to make even the brightest students doubt themselves. Just remember how far you've come over the past 6 years. You three have worked hard and have earned your places at the top of the student rankings. You can do this. Visilia nodded and smiled. His confidence was encouraging. Thank you, 10th seat. I mean, Shisui. Anytime, he replied. I suggest you all get a good night's rest. Trust me, you're going to need it. 4 days later. Jiraiya grinned in satisfaction as he looked downrange. His target had been completely destroyed. He wasn't so much as sweating even though they were pretty far along in the practical Kido examinations now, which was more than could be said for most of his classmates. It was fortunate that they'd been given a substantial break between the Ho-Ho test and the Kido examination, otherwise he was sure that several of his fellow students would have collapsed by now in fatigue. These tests are no joke, he thought. I don't remember the Shinobi Academy exams being quite so rigorous. Truth be told, even if the practical exams that the advanced track students had to take were grueling, Jiraiya was feeling much better about them than he had about the written tests of the past 3 days. He'd studied his rear off, and Itachi had been a valuable partner in that regard, but there had been a ton of material to cover. The practical exams may have been no less comprehensive than the written ones, but Jiraiya was still much more comfortable with them because they involved the physical application of all that he had learned, something he was much more at ease with than the purely academic portion of the finals. It was in the practical exams that the fruits of the past 6 years' worth of training could now be displayed for all to see, and Jiraiya was thoroughly enjoying himself. The earlier Ho-Ho tests alone had been exhilarating, and the Kido portion was proving to be just as entertaining. He and Itachi had been neck and neck throughout the day, and despite being even in the overall rankings, their distinct styles, strengths and weaknesses were now truly coming into focus. 6 years of learning and training side by side with the former Akatsuki member had given Jiraiya plenty of insights into his friend's capabilities as a soon-to-be Soul Reaper when compared to his own, and as it was all coming together now in the finals, the legendary Sannin had a pretty good idea as to where the two of them stood. When it came to academic grades, the two of them were even. Jiraiya had tremendously improved his study habits when compared to what they'd been back when he was a troublemaking student in the Shinobi Academy. At first glance, it might appear to a casual observer that the same could be said for their practical abilities, but Jiraiya knew better. The key differences really came down to power and technique. When it came down to pure power, Jiraiya was reasonably confident now that his reserves of spirit energy were greater than Itachi's. They could both whip out Kido spells like no one else in their class, but Jiraiya's offensive spells tended to have greater strength behind them, while his barriers and binding spells were more durable. Naturally, Itachi had noticed this, and it hadn't taken Jiraiya long to see how his friend had moved to counter, by focusing on his efficiency and precision. He wasn't as strong head-to-head as Jiraiya, but Itachi had an edge in accuracy. Even without the Sharingan, his gaze was razor-sharp, and each spell he fired off was never so much as a millimeter out of place. His power regulation was just as impressive. He rarely cut loose at full bore, instead measuring each spell down to the last iota of energy. This had also extended to their earlier Ho-Ho examinations. When it came to speed and finesse, Itachi had Jiraiya beat. However, Jiraiya had an advantage when it came to endurance. The margins between them were difficult for their classmates to discern, and Jiraiya doubted that even their instructors had a good handle on the finer differences between them. However, he had no doubt that any captain that happened to observe them would catch on soon enough. I wonder what old man Sarutobi would say if he could see me now, he mused with a smirk. I bet he never imagined that I'd take tests like these as seriously as I am now. They were in the home stretch now, or at least they were as far as the Kido final was concerned. Jiraiya didn't know what the regular students had to go through, but the proctors for the advanced track had told them up front that they would be expected to show comprehensive knowledge with regards to spell casting. They had run the gamut between simple offensive and defensive spells to those that were much more complicated and demanding. They had not proceeded sequentially. The proctors had called out spells seemingly at random, forcing the students to adapt quickly and control their power output as much as possible in order to avoid running out of steam. The unpredictability of the test was perhaps its most daunting feature for most students, but Jiraiya wasn't intimidated. After all, Field missions were by their very nature unpredictable, so it was only right that the practical examinations had a wild card or two in them. Next spell, barked the proctor, a man with graying black hair, a strong build, and more than a few wrinkles in his face. Offensive, number 54. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow as fresh targets popped up. The spell that the instructor had just called out was the highest one so far. It was also a rather demanding one, even for students in the advanced track. Still, the stakes were on the table now, so there was nothing left to do but play his hand. Perdition's flame, come forth. He chanted, strike from the depths of inferno, from the bowels of the earth, and from the sun in the sky. Let evil know judgment and find repentance in agony. Hado 54, Hyen. He thrust out his right arm, and an oblong blast of purple energy flew forth. It raced through the air and struck the wooden target downrange a moment later, engulfing it in flames and completely incinerating it. That one's a real nasty piece of work, he thought grimly. I don't like it, but I can see how it would come in handy against hollows. I just hope I don't ever have to use it against anything else. The other students had unleashed their spells at the same time, and all the targets downrange were blazing as a result. Some, much like Jiraiya's, were consumed completely, while others were only partially destroyed. Jiraiya wasn't surprised that some of the students were having trouble. This late in the game, he imagined that it was all many of them could do to simply stay on their feet after all the spells they'd cast so far in this examination. He glanced to his right and smirked at his friend, ready to throw in the towel. Itachi shook his head, hardly. Jiraiya wasn't surprised. If Itachi was winded by the test, he wasn't showing it. He remained cool and aloof, patiently waiting to see what came next. Jiraiya hadn't expected him to be ruffled by their examinations, and so far, he wasn't disappointed. Looking past Itachi, he was impressed to see that Visilia was holding up quite well too. There was some sweat on her brow, but she was still standing and appeared more than ready for whatever else the proctor might throw at her. In terms of sheer power reserves, she actually occupied a middle ground between Jiraiya and Itachi, although she seemed unaware of that. As far as her technique went, she actually was little more than a step or two behind the pair of former shinobi, which was no small feat. Her only real deficit at this point was her lack of prior combat experience when compared to Jiraiya and Itachi, but thanks to the field outings with Squad 2 over the past few years she had begun to make progress on that front. She'd come quite a long way from her furious sparring matches with Itachi years ago, and while she clearly still considered him to be a rival, it was on much friendlier terms now. The young woman had also mellowed out a bit when it came to her friendship with Jiraiya, although she still refused to so much as touch his novels. An odd little trio we make, he mused, not exactly a repeat of Tsunade, Orochimaru, and myself, although it does ring a few bells. Still, this is something different, something new, and I'm all right with that. The instructor stepped forward, and while Jiraiya was bracing himself for the next round he found himself surprised at the teacher's announcement. All right, that's enough. The Kido test is over. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Really? Visilia seemed a bit taken aback by that as well. Oh, I thought we still had more to go. Itachi simply shrugged. I suppose he's seen enough. When will we know our results? Asked another student. Your scores will be posted on the notification board outside the Kido practice range in 1 hour, the instructor replied. For now, I suggest that you get some rest and reflect on your performance. He's giving nothing away as to what he thinks of how we did, Jiraiya thought. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. The students began to disperse, with Itachi, Jiraiya and Visilia forming a small group just outside the range. The legendary Sannin knew that all three of them could certainly use a little bit of downtime, although the prospect of finding out their test scores in an hour hanging over them would make that somewhat difficult. So, said Itachi, now what? Jiraiya shrugged. Beats me, not really sure how to kill the time. How about some tea in the main student meal hall? Visilia suggested. Jiraiya smiled. I'd like that. Itachi nodded. As would I. It barely took any time at all for them to cross campus to arrive at their destination. Shunpo was a remarkably useful talent both on and off the battlefield. They grabbed a table and had the tea brewed and ready just a few minutes later. So far, so good, said Itachi as he took a sip. You mean the exams? Asked Jiraiya. Of course, he replied. Visilia nodded. Yes, they've been challenging, but not overly so. The extra time I've spent training with the two of you seems to be paying off. I suppose I owe you my thanks. Jiraiya grinned. As that's so, I can't remember the last time you thanked me. Visilia rolled her eyes. Don't let it go to your head. You're our friend, said Itachi, "were always willing to lend aid to your self-improvement." That was certainly true. Maybe they hadn't gotten off to the best start, but there was no denying now that Vasilia did indeed count as part of Jiraiya and Itachi's circle of friends. She still had the same clique of female students from before that she spent time with, but when it came to serious training she always sought out the two former shinobi. There was a level of mutual respect there that went beyond what was expected of colleagues. She genuinely seemed to be fond of them, at least from where Jiraiya was sitting. "After we get out scores today, we'll just have the Hakuda and Zanjutsu tests to worry about tomorrow," said Jiraiya. "All that studying and extra training we did for finals week, yet it's already almost over." Vasilia nodded. "Yes, and the recruitment exhibition will be upon us before we know it." The majority of academy students would be placed into divisions after the finals at the discretion of the institution's senior faculty and the head captain based on the pupils' strengths and weaknesses. However, for students in the advanced track, things were a little different. There was a 2-week period between the end of the final examinations and the actual graduation ceremony, and at the end of the first week was the recruitment exhibition. This was an event where all 13 captains would come to the academy, give the advanced track students a taste of what to expect from their divisions, and make their official recruiting offers to the candidates they had their eyes on. If a student didn't receive an offer, then they would be sorted into a division at the discretion of the head captain. However, since the captains were always eager to refill their ranks in order to make up for attrition and transfers, this was rarely an issue. What Jiraiya was really interested in was which captains would make offers to him, Itachi and Vasilia. "Itachi and I are at the top of the charts," he thought, "and Visi's just a short step behind us. We're going to be hot commodities at the exhibition. We shouldn't get ahead of ourselves," said Itachi. "It's better to focus on the tests that are still ahead of us than the exhibition that lies beyond them." Jiraiya chuckled. "Come on, Itachi. There's no need to play it cool with us. I know that you're just as excited for the exhibition as the rest of us. The need to retain our concentration on the remaining finals is important," Vasilia admitted, "but the recruitment exhibition will still play a considerable role in determining our immediate future post-graduation. Itachi, even you must be giving it some contemplation." After a moment Itachi nodded in concession. "I am, yes. The prospect is intriguing." Jiraiya gave him a playful punch on the shoulder. "Looking forward to meeting a certain flash goddess there, Itachi." Vasilia smiled. "There's no harm in admitting that to be the case if it's true. While I may have originally felt it to be rather unprofessional for Captain Shihoin to show such favor to you, I have no problem conceding now that her faith has been well placed. I'm sure you're at the top of her list for the students she wants to grab for the second division, and from our time together I believe that you would serve her quite effectively." Itachi seemed slightly taken aback by her praise. "I appreciate the thought. Still, I do not wish to be presumptuous." Jiraiya sighed as he took a sip of his tea. "Come on, Itachi, you can't deny what the rest of us see. You've wanted to get into her division from the moment she and Unohana saved our butts from the hollows. There's no shame in fessing up." Vasilia nodded. "Indeed, it means you know where you want your immediate career to take you upon leaving this institution. There's something to be said for that level of certainty." She then looked down at her tea, her expression uncharacteristically hesitant. "I myself wish I had a similar conviction in the course I wish to take." Something was up. Jiraiya wasn't used to hearing her air doubts like these quite so publicly. "Something you want to get off your chest, Vasilia?" "We have time," Itachi offered as a gentle nudge. "If you have doubts, it is better to air them now and find a way to move them forward to a clear resolution rather than have them distract you during our remaining tests tomorrow." Vasilia looked a bit surprised at their offers. I'm grateful for the concern, but I don't wish to trouble you too, especially when we all have more pressing matters to attend to." Jiraiya gave her a warm smile. "There's nothing wrong with sharing your burdens with your friends. That's what they're for, after all. Isn't that right, Itachi?" Itachi nodded at Vasilia. "Quite so. What's troubling you?" Vasilia looked back and forth between them for a moment. "Well, could this please stay between the three of us?" Jiraiya and Itachi exchanged a glance. What were they about to get into here? Jiraiya had no issue with keeping Vasilia's confidence, and he was sure Itachi felt the same way, but he had to wonder just what was bothering her so much. "Of course," said Itachi. Jiraiya nodded. "Sure thing. What's up?" Vasilia sighed. "Squad 10 is my family's division, something that I know the two of you are well aware of. My uncle fully expects me to join it upon graduation, as I'm sure my parents do as well. For them, the recruitment exhibition is little more than a formality. As far as they're concerned, my immediate path after graduation has already been mapped out." Jiraiya grinned. He had a feeling he knew where this was going now. Let me guess, you've got a different destination in mind. Itachi leaned forward, and to the legendary Sannin's eyes he seemed genuinely curious. Which division would you pick over the one dominated by your family? Visalia took a deep breath before answering. Squad 2. I thought so, he mused with a smirk as an image of Shisui flashed through his mind, and I think I know why she's leaning that way. Well, now, he said in a faux conspiratorial tone, that is interesting. Why the second division? Asked Itachi. I would certainly welcome you as a fellow comrade were we both to go into Yoruichi's unit, but isn't her family also something of a rival to yours? Visalia nodded. Yes, and that's part of the reason why I wish to join her division. I do not wish for my destiny to be dictated by nothing more than my bloodline. I want to forge my own path, and the best way that I can think of to do so would be to join the squad that's dominated by the Shihoin clan after graduation. Jiraiya chuckled. He was sure there was more to it than that, but now wasn't the time to tease her about it. Well, that's certainly one way to get the message across. A pretty bold statement if you ask me. Are you sure it's one you're really ready to make, though? I may not be an expert on great noble houses, but it strikes me that this might cause some friction. Jiraiya's right, said Itachi. If this truly is your decision, we'll support you, but is it one that you're prepared to go through with? The consequences may go beyond just a few sharp words from your parents and uncle. Visalia closed her eyes for a moment. Yes, that's something I had considered. Family loyalty is not something the Draken clan takes lightly. I do not view this as a betrayal, but simply taking the steps I must to forge my own path forward. My family, though, may not take such a view. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed. Do you think they'd openly retaliate against you? How bad could it get? That's difficult to say, Visalia replied. Even great noble houses are wary of crossing the 13 court guard squads and drawing the ire of the head captain. Any action taken against me would be measured so as to not bring down such scrutiny upon the perpetrators. Direct attacks can be ruled out, but there are other means for them to make their displeasure known. Would they disown you? Asked Itachi. Visalia shook her head. I don't think so. That's usually reserved for the gravest of offenses. That being said, I could become something of a black sheep to them. Cold shoulders at family gatherings, or no invites altogether, would likely be the first line of attack against me. After that, well, I suppose it depends on how much of a slight they view my actions as. Do you think it'd be worth the trouble? Asked Jiraiya. I'm all for you asserting your independence and going down your own path, but you may have to live with the repercussions for a very long time. Visalia sighed. I know, I'm not sure what to do. What feels right to you? Asked Itachi. If you were forced to decide here and now, what way is your heart leaning? It took a moment for her to answer. Squad 2. I see, said Jiraiya. Look, how about this? For now, focus on the last 2 tests we have before us. Once the finals are done, take the week we'll have between them and the recruitment exhibition to do some soul searching, all right? I think your heart's in the right place, but this isn't something that you should force yourself to decide while you're in the middle of finals week. Find your answer after we wrap things up tomorrow, okay? Visalia nodded. Yes, I think you're right, Itachi. There's nothing wrong with trying to plan ahead, he said, but Jiraiya's correct. Right now, your immediate concerns are our remaining tests. Triumph over those, and then spend the time after them meditating upon the path you wish to take going forward. Visalia smiled at the two of them. I will, thank you, both of you. I know we didn't exactly start things off cordially, but I'm glad that the two of you have become my friends. Jiraiya smiled. Same here. You may be wound up a bit too tight, but you're all right, Visalia. Itachi nodded. You've come far, and you have much further to go. As long as the path you walk is one that you believe in your heart to be the right one for you, then I will do all I can to help. Perhaps we began as rivals, but I am proud to call you my friend. Visalia raised her cup. To friends. Jiraiya grinned. I'll drink to that. Itachi gave a small smile. Likewise. The next day. The eyes of the proctor were on him, but Itachi paid them no mind as he took his zanpakuto through a rapid sequence of slashes. He was completely immersed in the flow of his demonstration. There was him, his sword, and nothing else. This was the last exam, and Itachi was determined to put on his best performance yet. Speed, grace, and precision, all three merged seamlessly in a manner that put nearly all his fellow students to shame. Only Jiraiya could truly match him, but one-on-one fights were unfortunately not the order of the day. Rather, each student was made to put on a solo exhibition, running through a series of offensive and defensive patterns as a cumulative demonstration of their skills. They were not to stop until the proctor told them to, and they were not told how long they would have to maintain their performance. It was as much a test of endurance as it was of technique, but Itachi refused to be daunted by it. Perhaps his field experience, both in the past life and in the field trips he'd been on with Squad 2 over the years, gave him an unfair advantage over other students, but Itachi wasn't above making the most of it. Every student in the class had been given the past 6 years to refine their technique and build up their stamina. He had simply gone further than most. He was resolved to gain a flawless score, and nothing less would do. Itachi had no desire to appear arrogant, but at this point he had to wonder if an academy instructor was really qualified to evaluate his skills. He had gone from suspecting that he could beat the academy faculty in a match over the years to being certain of it, although he had still refused to actually call any of them out for a challenge match out of respect for their positions. It was not his proctor today that would be commanding him post-graduation, therefore it was not his proctor that he ultimately wished to put on this performance for. Given how she had helped him in the past, though, Itachi knew it would be improper for Yoruichi to serve as his evaluator for the test. Even if he believed that she could impartially judge his skills, he understood that the appearance it would give in light of her prior aid to him would not be a good one. Focus, the spirit of his Zanpakuto chided him, you'll get the chance to show off for your favorite captain soon enough. I certainly hope so. His blade wove a tapestry of silver flashes through the air. Thrust, slash, cut, parry, feint, all had their place, and all were made with unrivaled accuracy. The spirit of his Zanpakuto had been a peerless teacher in the art of the sword, and the fruits of her instruction were now on dazzling display for all to see. If Itachi had a complaint, it was only that he still did not know the name of his tutor and weapon. For someone who had progressed so blindingly quickly in life with the shinobi arts, the slow pace of his development when it came to his Zanpakuto was quite jarring. Itachi was not deterred from moving forward, though, quite the opposite, in fact. For all the praise that his instructors and classmates could heap upon him, Itachi was well aware that he still had much to learn. It was something that he did not wish to lose sight of, as he felt it kept him rooted in reality and would prevent him from overestimating his abilities. He was grateful for the new challenges that his afterlife had presented him with, and he remained determined to press onward and surpass who he had been in his first life. Not just in talent and deeds, but also in character, he would take all the mistakes that he had made the first time around and do everything in his power to make sure that the tragedies of the past did not repeat themselves. He'd lost track of the amount of time that had passed when the proctor finally ordered him to stop. Lowering and sheathing his sword, he studied the face of his evaluator. The proctors were supposed to remain detached, but the man's eyes betrayed him, nothing less than awe shone within them. Was my performance satisfactory? Asked Itachi, with a feeling that he already knew the answer. The proctor nodded numbly, clearly still trying to process what he had just seen. Yes, it was. Your score will be posted with those of your classmates later this afternoon. Please be seated so the next student can begin. Itachi did as instructed, settling in between Jiraiya and Visilia. The two of them had already completed their tests. Itachi had been towards the tail end of the class. Jiraiya had that typical knowing smirk on his face, while Visilia gave him an approving smile. Well done, she said. Itachi nodded. Thank you. That was quite the show, said Jiraiya. I imagine it won't be long at all before a certain captain hears about it. Itachi allowed himself a small smile. Perhaps. All that is left now is to learn my results, he thought as the next student began their tests, and then it is on to the recruitment exhibition. Are you as eager for that day as I am? Yoruichi. 1 week later. Bouncing on her heels, Yoruichi practically danced through the training yard of the Squad 2 barracks as she went through her morning practice routine. Alternating between Zanpakuto strikes and a flurry of punches and kicks, she moved like lightning, and even an experienced observer would have had a hard time following her. This wasn't just another training session for her, though, it was an effort to burn off some of the excitement that had been building up within her throughout the week. I probably should have used the training grounds that Kazuki built, she thought. I can actually cut loose there without worrying about the surroundings. Here I have to take care not to damage the barracks. Her eagerness for this day had been ever present over the past 6 years, but now it was kicking into high gear. Seeing Itachi's test scores had been a considerable factor there. As expected, he'd gotten flawless marks, matched only by Jiraiya. The two of them had come very far since she and Unohana had first met them, and she was quite looking forward to getting them both out of the academy and into the field. It wasn't just them, either. Visilia Draken had put on a very strong showing as well, and while she had come up short compared to Itachi and Jiraiya, it was only by a very slim margin. Making matters much more intriguing were the hints Shisui had dropped that the heiress to the great noble house of the East was looking for a career path that deviated from those of her forebears. "It'd be a real coup if I could scoop up Raiden's niece right out from under his nose," she mused as she went through a sequence of rapid Zanpakuto slashes. "I can already picture the look on his face." She was all for it, but there were other factors that weighed on her mind, most prominently those of her parents. Yoruichi had nothing but disdain for noble family politics, but she was aware that her clan would likely be concerned that Visilia joining Squad 2 would give her a chance to spy on the Shihoin princess. It was a valid argument, yet Yoruichi's sense of the matter was that it wouldn't be a problem. Based on everything that Shisui had told her, Visilia seemed determined to strike out on her own rather than rely upon her family name. Under those circumstances, it was hard to see the bright young woman's pride allowing her to become a spy for the Draken clan, even though Yoruichi knew it would be foolish to rule out the notion altogether. She would have some important decisions to make before the day was done, no doubt there. The upcoming recruitment exhibition would be divided into two segments. The first was the public event, where the captains of the 13 court guard squads, along with subordinates of their choice, would gather in the primary courtyard of the academy. They would each have their own booths and displays that students could visit at their leisure. In the past, exhibitions had been much rowdier, with the public events being so competitive and chaotic that at times the displays of power being unleashed had been enough to threaten not only the students but the academy itself. New rules had been put into place in order to ensure safety and prevent the needless destruction of public property, and while it made for a much more orderly affair, Yoruichi did sometimes miss the ruckus of the old days. The second segment was commonly known as the bidding war. As the day wore on, the assembled captains would begin dispatching messengers with private offers to their candidates of choice. Occasionally, captains would leave their booths to seek out a backroom audience if a student was particularly sought after. Yoruichi suspected that the top 3 students in the advanced track this year would be faced with several such private meetings before the day was done. She already had her offer for Itachi worked up. It was as good of one that she could work up that would still seem reasonable to the outside observer, and she hoped it would stand up to the close scrutiny of the head captain. Division leaders had a considerable amount of leeway when it came to recruitment from the advanced track, but too much favoritism would draw unwanted attention from Yamamoto. "I could very well be competing against the old man today," she thought as she went into a backflip before going into a series of kicks, punches and blocks. Old man Yama can really make a hard sell if he's determined to scoop up a particular candidate. That kind of pressure's hard for a student to withstand, even an extremely gifted one. Itachi. She wound down her practice routine a few minutes later. As she sheathed her blade, she heard applause coming from the edge of the training yard. Turning in that direction, she saw that her observer was none other than her third seat. Kazuki smiled as she approached him. "Looking good, working out a little pent-up stress." Yoruichi had to laugh at that. Her old friend knew her too well. "Something like that." Kazuki nodded. "Thought so. Today's the big day. You've been waiting a long time for this." "You can say that again," Yoruichi replied. "How are things coming along on your end?" "I think I've got everything we need," said Kazuki. "I'm not sure how it's going to compare to Reigen's pet, but if nothing else it should draw some attention our way." Yoruichi smiled. "Well, as long as it looks flashy, that's usually enough to reel in the curious. We've got some tough competition, but as long as we can at least draw people over to our booth, then that's half the battle won right there." Kazuki chuckled. "You provide the power and the sales pitch, and I manage the gadgets that keep it running smoothly. Soy Fawn and a few others help round out the crowd on our end, and Omeda will be stuck back here on barracks duty again. With a little luck, this should be a very productive exhibition." "I sure hope so," said Yoruichi. "We've got a lot riding on this one." Kazuki nodded. "That we do. You ready?" Yoruichi grinned. "Yup, let's do this." Sitting off to the side of the meal hall, Itachi was mildly amused at the excited gossip that was buzzing amongst his fellow students. They'd been ordered to gather there about an hour ago, but they'd been directed to follow a rather curious route, one that went completely around the main courtyard that typically offered the most direct path. There was only one reason for them to do so. Of course, the 13 court guard squads were making the final preparations for their exhibits, and the academy faculty didn't want to spoil the surprise. "They would have been better off just having us all stay inside the dorms," he thought, "although I suppose there are plenty of windows there that look out upon the courtyard, too. Still, they could have had us all gather in one of the common rooms there instead and simply covered up the windows until they were ready." Next to him, Jiraiya stretched his arms. "Think they're just about ready for us?" They've been hyping this up ever since finals ended, so I'm ready to get this show on the road. Visilia nodded. Agreed. I don't know what the captains have planned, but surely it wouldn't require too much work to set up. After all, these are just advertisements for their divisions. They wish to maximize their chances of getting high-quality recruits, said Itachi. Our class is quite promising based on what I've overheard from the academy faculty. Jiraiya smirked. Tooting your own horn, Itachi. I thought you were subtler than that. It's just an observation, he replied. You've surely picked up on it as well. If not, then I seriously have to question how you became one of the legendary Sannin. Jiraiya chuckled. All right, I guess I walked into that one. Visilia raised an eyebrow. Are you two ever going to tell me what that really means? While I respect your privacy with regards to your past life, Itachi, you throw that title around quite often when it comes to Jiraiya. What is its significance? Itachi turned to the sage. I suppose we've known her long enough. What do you think? Jiraiya smiled. Why not? Today's a special occasion, so I guess there's no harm in imparting some wisdom on our friend here. Very well, then, said Itachi, you do it. You were one of the three, after all. Jiraiya shrugged. All right, then. 3, said Visilia as she glanced between Jiraiya and Itachi. The way you speak, it sounds like you were not one of them, Itachi. That's correct, Itachi replied. They belong to an older generation. Visilia turned back to Jiraiya. Care to elaborate? We've certainly got the time on our hands, said Jiraiya. It was me and 2 fellow students. A lovely woman by the name of Tsunade, and a troubled but gifted man called Orochimaru. Troubled would be a considerable understatement, Itachi mused. I wonder what Visilia would think of the twisted deeds he got up to. Anyway, the 3 of us were the students of a man named Hiruzen Sarutobi, Jiraiya continued. He was the 3rd Hokage of our village. Visilia raised an eyebrow. 3rd Hokage. You've mentioned the term Hokage before, although with different numbers prefacing it. Was he an important figure? Jiraiya nodded. You could say that. The Hokage is the leader of the village hidden in the leaves where Itachi and I are from. They're the head of the local government and also the commander-in-chief of the village's shinobi. Think of the one who holds that rank as someone like the head captain. Although I don't know if there's ever been a Hokage that could match Yamamoto for raw power. I see, said Visilia. What made the 3rd Hokage decide to take you 3 on as his personal students? Jiraiya chuckled. You know, that was always something of a mystery me. Orochimaru was extraordinarily talented, considered the village genius of our generation at the time, so the 3rd taking an interest in him made sense. As for Tsunade, you couldn't find a more powerful kunoichi anywhere in the world no matter how hard you tried. Even in her youth, she was pretty damn strong, not to mention her healing skills were incredible. I was simply the class goof-off, so it was a little odd how I got thrown into the mix there. Visilia smirked. Nice to see that some things never change. Jiraiya gave her a confident grin. Hey, laugh it up if you want, but I earned my keep. All 3 of us became powerful under the 3rd's tutelage, and we were quite the team. We had our disagreements, almost constantly butted heads and eventually went our separate ways, but when we worked together, well, let's just say we made our mark on the world. Visilia nodded. I'll take your word for it. When did the 3 of you officially become the legendary Sannin? During the Second Shinobi World War, he replied. Our team had been officially dissolved prior, but due to the scale of the conflict we continued to work together. We were a force to be reckoned with on the battlefield, but there was one man who proved himself to be our match. Visilia's eyes widened slightly. Really, who was this? Hanzo of the Salamander, said Jiraiya. He was the leader of the village hidden in the rain. His nation was relatively small, and it was unfortunately stuck between 3 of what were known as the 5 great shinobi countries. Due to its position it had the rotten luck of serving as a battleground during the Second Shinobi World War. Even if his nation was small, though, Hanzo was no pushover. He was so powerful and skilled that he was able to take on all 3 of us. In fact, it was all Orochimaru, Tsunade and I could do just to survive his attacks. He had us beaten, but the fact that we were all still standing was enough for him to dub us the Hidden Leaf's legendary Sannin. The name stuck. Unfortunately, the same couldn't be said of us. That battle against Hanzo was the last time the 3 of us fought together as a team. What happened afterwards? Asked Visilia. Jiraiya sighed. Of the 3 of us, the war hit Tsunade the hardest. She lost both her brother and the man she loved. Although she made invaluable contributions to the village with her skills in the healing arts, she just couldn't continue on with being a shinobi after confronting such a profound and personal tragedy. She left the village and the path of the shinobi after the war. With all that she had to go through, I can't say that I blame her. Visalia nodded somberly. I see. What about the man you called Orochimaru? Jiraiya shook his head, his expression grim. Orochimaru. He was incredibly gifted, but there was always something off with him. I think the root of it was the loss of his parents at a young age. He became obsessed with achieving immortality. At first it might have been out of the belief that if he could live long enough he'd be able to meet his parents again when they were reincarnated into the world. However, it eventually became something far worse, a twisted desire to understand all facets of ninjutsu and to prolong his own life no matter what the cost might be. He started conducting horrific experiments on people from the village, including his fellow shinobi. His actions were eventually discovered and traced back to him, and he fled the village as a criminal wanted throughout the shinobi world. And, yourself? Asked Visalia hesitantly. Jiraiya closed his eyes for a moment before answering. I tried to stop Orochimaru from leaving the village. I wanted him to face justice and repent for the crimes he had committed, but he was too far gone. He escaped, and it was in no small part my fault that he did. Had I been able to stop him then, so much pain and suffering could have been avoided. It wasn't too long after that I left the village myself. I suppose part of it was self-imposed exile. I did what I could to track Orochimaru's movements, along with those of a newly formed criminal group that he temporarily hooked up with known as the Akatsuki. He then turned to Itachi and smirked. As it so happens, our class star was part of that organization. Visalia turned to Itachi, clearly taken aback by this revelation. Wait a second, you were a criminal, Itachi. It wasn't a label that Itachi would deny, given what he had done in his past life, but the truth wasn't quite so clear-cut. Yes, but it's not as simple an affair as you might think. She looked like she wanted to press the matter further, but before she could do so a murmur went through the rest of the assembled students. Itachi and his companions turned to see that one of the academy instructors had entered the meal hall. Looks like it's finally time, he thought. I wonder what awaits us out there. The instructor cleared his throat before addressing the assembled students. I want you all to listen very carefully. The next 4 hours will consist of the public phase of the recruitment exhibition. Feel free to visit all the booths set up by the 13 court guard squads and ask any questions that you wish. This is also your last big chance to make a favorable impression upon the captains, so make sure your conduct is appropriate. At any time during the next 4 hours or afterwards, you may be approached by messengers or by one of the captains themselves. If you are approached, pay close attention, for they will tell you when and where they wish to meet you to discuss their official recruitment offer. Messengers may approach you anytime between now and the end of the day, so even after the public phase is over you can still receive an offer. Seems straightforward enough, Jiraiya murmured. The instructor paused, and to Itachi the man appeared a little apprehensive. Also, do not approach Squad 10's mascot without express permission from Captain Draken. Doing so will be a ticket to an early grave. Visalia actually smirked. That's putting it mildly. So, we'll finally get to see one of the legendary beasts of the Draken clan, he mused. I wonder if it'll measure up to Visalia's boasting. As another warning, the instructor continued, I would strongly advise not to openly stare at Squad 11's guest for too long, especially with regards to direct eye contact. That will be taken as a challenge, and it is one that I can assure you none of you would survive. Itachi's eyes widened ever so slightly at that. The nature of the warning meant only one thing. Captain Starmont had somehow managed to bring on of his great noble house's northern allies down to the Seraite for the exhibition. A very powerful ally. Visalia seemed a bit taken aback as well. No way, he actually summoned one for this. Jiraiya chuckled, and Itachi had a pretty good idea why. Well, now, this should be interesting. That's one way to put it, he thought. I know you've got a thing for women who can kick your ass, Jiraiya, but if you don't keep it in check it could get you killed today. That should be fun to watch, the spirit of his Zanpakuto chimed in. I do hope that you get us front row seats for that event. I'm sure Jiraiya would appreciate the sentiment. Any offers that you receive must be replied to before the end of the day, said the instructors. To facilitate this, representatives from each division will remain on campus after the public phase of the recruitment exhibition is complete. They will be here at the meal hall once the public phase ends, so feel free to seek them out. Also, any of you who do not receive an offer from one of the 13 court guard squads need not worry, you will simply be assigned to a division based on personnel needs and your individual skills upon graduation. Do not rush this process. Take your time and carefully consider each division as you visit their captains today. You all have passed your final exams, so even if you have not yet officially graduated from this institution, you may consider today to be the springboard for the start of your careers as Soul Reapers. With that, he stepped aside and gestured to the doors behind him. Now, it is time for this year's recruitment exhibition to get underway. Go out there and meet the captains, and take your first steps into the world beyond this academy. A day that has been far too long in coming. Will you keep up the pretense of exploring your options, or will you cut to the chase? Itachi had to smirk at that. The spirit of his Zanpakuto knew exactly which division he wished to join, and after all this time there was no point in playing coy about it any longer. Hers will be the first that I visit, and I'll make my intentions clear. However, there is no harm in at least checking out the other divisions afterwards. After all, we'll likely have to conduct operations with them at some point in the future. It would be good to at least have a general idea as to who our fellow divisions in the 13 court guard squads are. True enough. Well, there's no point in waiting around here any longer. Let's get this show on the road. Itachi concurred, and joined the rest of his fellow students as they headed for the exits. There was a palpable eagerness coursing through the crowd, but Itachi restrained himself. The public event would last for 4 hours, there was plenty of time. Jiraiya gave him a knowing smirk as they waited patiently for the bottleneck to ease up. I'm surprised you're holding yourself back. There's a very lovely lady waiting for you out there, after all. She's waited 6 years for this day, Itachi calmly replied, a few more minutes won't hurt anyone. Jiraiya chuckled, well, I'm all for being fashionably late, but don't overdo it. You only get so many chances to impress a beautiful woman, after all. I'm surprised you get any at all, you oaf, Visilia quipped at the sage. Jiraiya put his palm to his chest in a gesture of exaggerated pain. Oh, that's just harsh, little Miss Visi. My next barb will be worse if you call me that again, she replied. Jiraiya held up his hands in surrender. All right, you can have this round. Itachi couldn't help but smirk slightly as the three of them approached the doorway. You two are as entertaining as ever. Might I suggest turning your energies towards the captains instead, though? We do want to make good impressions, after all. Visilia gave an embarrassed smile. Yes, I suppose we do. Jiraiya grinned. Do I even need to ask where you're going first, Itachi? You can, but it would be a waste of your breath, said Itachi. Feel free to go where you wish, I already know what my first stop will be. Jiraiya nodded. You know what, I think I'll do just that. I like the idea of checking out the other captains at my own pace. If you don't mind, Itachi, Visilia chimed in, I wish to accompany you. I believe we both have the same initial destination in mind. Itachi gave her a small smile. It looked like she was finally ready to make her big move. If that's your desire, then I will not stop you. Thank you, she said before turning to Jiraiya again. Try to stay out of trouble, pervert author, lest Captain Unohana do us all a favor and relieve you of your wandering hands. Jiraiya laughed. Ooh, maybe she should be the captain that I visit first. It's been a long time, after all. I need to make sure she still remembers me. I highly doubt she's forgotten you, Itachi deadpanned. You do have a way with women, after all. Jiraiya chuckled. Nice of you to notice, Itachi. I suppose Itachi and I will meet up with you when it's over, said Visilia. Best of luck, Jiraiya. The sage nodded. Same to you. Jiraiya broke off from the rest of them as they stepped outside. Itachi hadn't exactly been sure what to expect, but it certainly wasn't the sight that confronted him now. It might have been called an exhibition, but it almost had something more akin to a festival's atmosphere. The courtyard was dominated by the displays put up by each of the 13 court guard squads, and it took a moment for Itachi properly orient himself in the sea of displays. Each was quite unique, with some much more prominent and jaw-dropping than others, and while he looked forward to studying each of them up close, he was currently focused on finding just one in particular. Visilia seemed a bit surprised as well. Oh, my, I'd heard that the captains could get creative, but this, I've honestly no clue which one might belong to Squad 2. Any ideas? Itachi closed his eyes for a moment, concentrating instead on sensing spiritual pressure. It only took him a moment to find Yoruichi's distinctive presence, and when he opened his eyes he locked onto her exhibit. Right there, he said with a nod. Visilia's eyes widened slightly as she followed Itachi's gaze. Oh, that's interesting. That's one way to put it, he replied. Shall we go say hello? It took a moment for Visilia to reply. She was rather wrapped up in the display, and it was hard for Itachi to blame her. Yes, let's do that. It was certainly a distinctive one, there was no doubting that. While other captains had apparently gone for either size, flair or a touch of the exotic, Yoruichi had apparently decided to embrace the element of shadow that came with the darker aspects of Squad 2 and its connection to the stealth force. A strange mist enshrouded most of the display with the exception of the very front, and it was constantly shifting and writhing in a mix of dark blues and violets. Illumination was provided by a series of 6 columns with bowls of brilliant blue fire atop them, and Itachi realized that he could sense Yoruichi's spirit energy emanating from the flames. She provided the power that gave life to them herself, he thought, much like how the flames that illuminated the barrow we explored last year were powered by the spirit energy of spellcasters from the Old Kingdom. Fascinating. At the center of the display was Yoruichi herself, sitting upon a stone chair that was covered in intricate and flowing runes. These runes glowed with spirit energy as well, and once again Itachi was reminded of the ancient Andunayan tomb. He could feel her power coming from the patterns emblazoned on the chair as well, a soft but clear reminder of both her strength and the incredible degree of control that she possessed. It wasn't just runes that decorated the chair she sat upon. Sparks of white spirit energy danced along the back of it just over Yoruichi's head, almost providing a halo effect. The way the exhibit played with both light and shadow was most intriguing, and Itachi felt that it was rather fitting given the nature of the second division. Yoruichi wasn't alone within the display. Standing to the right of her throne was Kazuki, while to the left was Soifan. Shisui was close to the entrance, for want of a better term, and he also caught sight of Ria as well, along with a few other officers that he vaguely remembered from past field missions that Squad 2 had taken students of the advanced track on. The captain grinned as the two of them approached. The class ace and the daughter of the dragons, drawn here like moths to the flame. Come on in, I don't bite. Well, not unless you want me to, Itachi. He tried very hard to ignore the rush of heat that came to his face at that last part. Did she know that she had this effect on him? From the mischievous light gleaming in her golden eyes, he suspected he already knew the answer. Kazuki chuckled. What do you think of our little setup here? It's very impressive, said Itachi as he and Visilia stepped inside. How did you put it all together? Kazuki smirked. Hey, you know what they say, a good magician never reveals their tricks. This can't just be all you're doing, right, Captain Shihoin? Asked Visilia. I mean, I can feel your spirit energy coursing throughout this display, but... Yoruichi smiled. You're wondering if the fog is a natural power of mine or something else. It's the latter. Let me put it this way. I'm providing the energy that sustains all this, while Kazuki worked up all the tricks that harness and channel it into the display that surrounds you. We knew that we couldn't compete with the likes of Squad 10 in a contest of raw power for grabbing attention, Shisui chimed in, so we decided to play a different game. Squad 2's always had a bit of an air of mystery due to our involvement in espionage, scouting and security, so we felt we should play up that darker aspect of our division. You've certainly done so, said Visilia as she looked around. Some might be rather intimidated by the encompassing shadows of the mist. Yoruichi smirked. But you're not among them, right? Would that be your family pride speaking? Visilia smiled confidently. The Draken clan doesn't balk at shadows. Yoruichi nodded. Well said. Now then, what do you two say we get down to business? She snapped her fingers, and the dark mist moved to cover the entrance entirely. Now it was just the two students, Yoruichi and her subordinates, with only the flickering bowls of blue flame giving any sort of light. Studying Squad 2's captain closely, Itachi felt that her demeanor was now akin to a jungle cat that had her prey in her sights. You two know more about my division than most students in your class, given the missions that we've taken you on, she said. Still, one of the purposes of the recruitment exhibition is for us captains to offer information so that bright pupils such as yourselves can make an informed decision once we start bombarding you with offers. Feel free to ask whatever's on your mind. Itachi nodded, deciding to take the lead. Very well, then, if we joined your division as Soul Reapers, how much overlap would our duties have with those of the Stealth Force? As new recruits, it would initially be a bit limited, Ria answered. Given the nature of the Stealth Force's mission profile, your assignments would only start to intersect with theirs once you've gained greater familiarity with the division and its responsibilities. We want you to be able to work well with the Stealth Force, Yoruichi added. Cooperation is essential, and even though I command both the Stealth Force and Squad 2, it can be difficult for members of both groups to work together if they don't fully understand each other. That's why you'll be given time after the official orientation to familiarize yourself with the inner workings of both organizations. Your superior officers, myself included, will do all we can to guide you through that period. It's definitely a different world when compared to other units, but it also means that many of our assignments are quite unique and offer challenges and chances to test yourself in ways that you wouldn't find in other divisions. I know that Squad 2 oversees the Nest of Maggots prison, said Visilia. Technically it's under the jurisdiction of the Stealth Force, but your third seat is also the Corps Commander of the detention unit, correct? Would we be called upon to aid there even though we wouldn't officially be members of the Stealth Force? Kazuki shrugged. It depends. The two of you have superb Hakuda and Ho-Ho scores, which are essential when it comes to working the Nest of Maggots. You'd be given an overview of the prison and the other facilities associated with the detention unit during your orientation, and you'd be expected to retain what you learn there should there be a crisis and we need you to act as reinforcements. Brand new Soul Reapers don't usually get called upon, though. We want you to build up a decent amount of experience before throwing you in there. The inmates of the Nest of Maggots are not to be trifled with, Soy Fan cautioned. They're extremely dangerous, and not just because of their crimes or the skills they possess. While within the prison they can move about freely and converse with the other inmates, but the nature of the Nest of Maggots is enough to drive all but the most disciplined prisoners to madness. That insanity can lead them to suddenly attacking Soul Reapers or members of the Stealth Force at a moment's notice, which is why Hakuda and Ho-Ho are crucial areas of skill for anyone whose duties include the Nest of Maggots. An ironclad rule of that prison is that there are no weapons allowed for anyone who goes in there, said Yoruichi, her eyes narrowing. There are no exceptions, even for me. Anyone who joins my division are required to keep their Hakuda skills as sharp as possible precisely because the Nest of Maggots is under our control, and I need everyone under my command to possess the abilities required to operate in such a dangerous environment. Being the jailkeepers of the Soul Society isn't exactly glamorous, but it is important work, Shisui pointed out. By keeping the inmates confined we save lives just as surely as we do when we slay and purify hollows. If you were asked to work the Nest of Maggots, it wouldn't be permanently, Ria added with a reassuring smile. Wardens and guards are regularly rotated in order to avoid fatigue and burnout. Yoruichi grinned. If we're being honest here, I wouldn't be recruiting you guys just to turn you into my newest jailkeepers. The kind of talent you two have is best put to use out in the field, and that's where I want you. I may let Kazuki borrow you from time to time to help out the detention unit once I know that you can handle it, but it would only be on a temporary basis. What would our field work consist of? Asked Itachi. The missions we did with you as students gave us a good look at some of Squad 2's operations, but I imagine that there's far more to it than the glimpse we got. Yoruichi nodded. You're right about that. I know you two have already gotten a good overview of our duties. In addition to the usual hollow hunting, we're the eyes and ears of the 13 court guard squads out in the field. Scouting missions in the wild and the realms of the living are a regular occurrence for us, so you'll pick up plenty of reconnaissance work. Along with tracking and slaying hollows, we also hunt down criminals, and you would be working with the Stealth Force for operations like that. We also tend to get more unusual assignments than other divisions, said Kazuki. That expedition to the Barrow in the north was a good example of that. Helping Squad 12 with surveying and updating official charts and maps of the Soul Society isn't unheard of for us, especially since our members tend to excel at rapid movement. We also do extended patrols out in the wild to keep tabs on the movements of known bandit tribes to make sure they don't consolidate and become a serious threat. In some cases, we'll be called upon to infiltrate those tribes for the purposes of intelligence gathering and sabotage, Shisui chimed in, assassinating leaders, burning food supplies, destroying weapons, you name it, we do it. Ria nodded. We're not just another sword for the 13 court guard squads, we're the knife that they use for their dirty work. We seek out threats and nip them in the bud through whatever means necessary. Not unlike the Anbu Black Ops, thought Itachi. I'll be more at home in Squad 2 than I could ever have imagined before starting my education here. Speaking of seeking out threats, that includes internal ones as well, right? Asked Visilia as she turned to Shisui. When we were exploring the Andunayan Barrow, you mentioned that Squad 2 often works with the Stealth Force to police the Seraite. As new recruits, would be asked to partake in such operations. On a case-by-case basis, Shisui replied cautiously, the Seraite's a whole different kind of jungle than what you'd find out in the wild or the realms of the living. Yoruichi nodded. He's not wrong. The Seraite may be the heart of our civilization, but don't let that fool you. Policing it can be just as dangerous as hunting down hollows or marauders beyond the Rukan district. After all, in here your opponents are much more likely to be your fellow Soul Reapers. They know the terrain just like you and have had the same education, not to mention they'll all have their own Zanpakuto. She leaned forward and clasped her hands in front of her with a dark look in her eyes. Since the internal security of the Seraite is such a serious responsibility, should you join Squad 2 you will also be given additional training in how best to take down your fellow Soul Reapers, and here's a hint, it won't be through honorable combat. The other divisions know this, and their members often harbor more than a hint of resentment towards us for that. We don't fight clean, we can't afford to when it's the safety and security of the Soul Society at risk. You'll learn every dirty trick you can think of and a good deal more besides, and you will be expected to use them should the need arise. Itachi nodded. He'd expected as much, and it wasn't all that different from what the Uchiha clan had once done in their role as the Leaf Village military police force. Understood. He glanced at Visilia, and to her credit she did not seem daunted by what Yoruichi was describing. Of course, the protection of the Soul Society must come first. Our personal honor is a secondary concern. Yoruichi gave an approving smile. Impressive. I expected as much from you, Itachi, but you, Visilia. You're full of surprises today. I definitely like you more than your uncle, that's for sure. He's too prideful to truly appreciate our duties like you do. Are you sure you're a Draken and not a long-lost Shihoin? Visilia returned her smile. While I'm sure it would be an honor to be counted amongst the members of your clan, Captain Shihoin, my blood is that of the dragons. Maybe, Yoruichi replied, but your mind is something else. I think you might take to our kind of work much more naturally than any other member of your family ever could. I would be honored to be given the chance to prove you correct, said Visilia. Yoruichi grinned. Interesting. Did either of you have any additional questions? Asked Soi Fan. Itachi nodded. Yes. Do Squad 2 and the Stealth Force patrol the Rukan district in addition to the Seraite, the Wild, and the Realms of the Living? Yoruichi gave him a thoughtful look. We do, yes. After all, since it surrounds the Seraite it's important to keep tabs on developments there. Do you maintain records of particular groupings or communities within the Rukan district? Itachi asked. Yoruichi leaned forward again. Yes, and should you join our ranks you would have access to them. The light in her eyes was all Itachi needed to know that she had an idea as to why he was pursuing this line of inquiry. It wasn't surprising. He knew that Shisui took the time to patrol the Rukan district in an effort to track down other members of the Uchiha clan, and it was likely that Yoruichi at least suspected what her 10th seat was doing out there. That being said, she continued with a smirk, should you be assigned any Rukan district patrols, you would be expected to make sure that the mission remains your priority. I'm not opposed to you surveying the Rukan district out of personal interest, but I do expect you to maintain your professionalism and accomplish your assigned objectives. Itachi gave a very small smile. She'd all but given him permission to join Shisui in searching for traces of their clan should he join Squad 2, and that was all the more reason for him to sign up as quickly as possible. I understand. I can assure you that I would be able to maintain my focus and complete such missions successfully. Yoruichi grinned. I never doubted that for a moment. Any other questions? Visilia nodded. Yes. Forgive me if this sounds premature, but how soon would we be given opportunities for advancement? Yoruichi chuckled. My, someone's eager to start moving up the ranks. Visilia gulped nervously. Forgive me, I just... Yoruichi laughed. Oh, lighten up. I don't mind the question. I'm actually kind of surprised it took you this long to ask it. As for the answer, your rate of advancement will be determined by a few different factors. Skill's obviously an important one, but there's also the matter of how soon new positions open up in the ranks above you. There's a fair amount of personnel turnover throughout the 13 court guard squads, what with promotions, transfers, leaves of absence, and of course unfortunate deaths in the line of duty. Work hard and show me what you're made of, and you'll have a fair shot at climbing the ladder. She leaned back and stretched. That being said, there's a general rule across the 13 court guard squads. The ranks of 15th seat and above are typically reserved for those who have unlocked their Shikai. There are a few exceptions, but they don't come up very often. If you want to move up the ranks, the fastest way to do so is to deepen the bond between you and your Zanpakuto. Once you unleash your Shikai, you'll find a whole new world of opportunities opening up before you. Visilia nodded. I see. Thank you for your time, Captain Shihoin. This has been very informative. Yes, said Itachi as he met Yoruichi's gaze, I'm now surer than ever just which division one wished to join. It was as clear a message as he could offer to Squad 2's captain, and she grinned in response. Glad to hear it. Still, don't be afraid to check out the displays that the other divisions are putting on. This is your only chance to experience the recruitment exhibition as students, after all, so have some fun and make the most of it. Visilia smiled. Of course, I'm honored by the time you've given us today, Captain Shihoin. And should I prove worthy of your consideration, I eagerly await your offer. Yoruichi smirked. Not exactly subtle, but I like someone who's confident enough to lay their cards out on the table. You'll be hearing from me sooner than you might think, Visilia. Same goes for you, Itachi. She snapped her fingers, and the mist behind them receded to reveal the entrance again. Now, go out there and enjoy yourselves. Captain's orders. Shisui gave them a friendly smile. It was good seeing you two again. I'll come find you both in a little while, so don't stray too far. Itachi gave his friend a nod. I'll be looking forward to it. Yes, said Visilia, and Itachi couldn't help but notice the slight blush that came to her face. Same here, 10th. I mean, Shisui. As the two of them left Squad 2's exhibit, Visilia turned to Itachi. So, where next? Itachi shrugged. I have no plans. I was assuming you'd want to check out your uncle's division, but if you want to inspect another's exhibit instead, that works for me. Visilia nodded. Squad 10 sounds good, let's go. He gave one last look over his shoulder at Squad 2's captain. Some new students had entered her division's exhibit, but before the mist moved to conceal them, Yoruichi gave Itachi a wink and a smile. He nodded in return. His intentions were clear, as was her invitation. I'll pay the others a visit, but at this point it's little more than a formality. Good, the spirit of his Zanpakuto chimed in. I can't imagine a better division for us. Glad we're on the same page. As fascinating as the displays of each division appeared, there had never been any doubt in Jiraiya's mind as to which one he'd visit first. It had been far too long since he'd laid eyes on Squad 4's lovely captain, so even if he didn't consider himself to be cut from the healer's cloth, he was still determined to check it out, if for no other reason than to speak with the division's beautiful leader. Not for the first time, he idly wondered what would have happened had Squad 4's captain met Tsunade. Two incredibly gifted healers who were also powerful fighters and gorgeous women to boot. If nothing else, they'd probably have more than their fair share of jokes to make at his expense. The chakra that Tsunade's built up over the years, combined with her skills in the healing arts, means that it will likely be many more years before she finally passes on to the Soul Society, he thought with a smile. I hope that's the case, at least. As much as I might want to see her again, she deserves as much time as possible in the realms of the living. In the meantime, I've got another powerful woman that I can work my charms on. The academy courtyard was filled with the spiritual pressure of the captains to a point that it was almost suffocating, even though Jiraiya was sure that they were still suppressing the bulk of their power. Even so, it was relatively easy for him to pick out Unohana amidst the ambient spirit energy. Hers was a most unique presence, calm and soothing, yet with an undercurrent of steel. And a hint of something darker just beneath that. Jiraiya couldn't quite put his finger on what that might be, and it made her all the more intriguing to him. Her division's exhibit wasn't as flashy or exotic as those of her fellow captains, but it had a certain simple elegance and tranquility to it that he found to be quite appealing. A light blue banner was suspended by two poles overhead, with the words, Squad 4, emblazoned upon it in black characters, and the writing was surrounded by a white embroidery pattern that looked like the gentle waves of the ocean. The division's insignia was the bellflower, and many pots filled with these blue-violet flowers created a beautiful perimeter around the display. Sitting on a simple yet quite comfortable-looking cushion in the center of the exhibit was the captain herself, a beacon of gentleness and serenity in the lively courtyard. Her lieutenant, whom Jiraiya recognized thanks to his visits to the Squad 4 barracks during the soul fracture incident with Itachi, was seated just to the left behind her. There was another figure that was on a cushion to the right behind Unohana, a woman that Jiraiya had not seen before. She was unusually tall, at least 6 feet if Jiraiya had to guess, and had friendly if slightly nervous gray eyes that went rather well with her short and slightly messy silver hair. It was styled a little strangely on the right side with 2 shoulder-length braids, but Jiraiya had to admit it looked good on her. Thin and dangling red earrings framed her face and provided a bit of variety to the rest of her attire, which consisted of the standard Soul Reaper's uniform. Her figure was quite athletic, and her rather prominent chest, while not as magnificent as Tsunade's, was still enough to elicit a small smile from the renowned curvy sage. Of course, he couldn't afford to give it more than a glance while under the watchful gaze of Unohana. Speaking of the captain, she gave him a smile that was as charming and serene as it was downright beautiful. Ah, if it isn't the Seraite's latest literary sensation. Welcome, Jiraiya. Should I be flattered or concerned that you've apparently chosen to visit my division's exhibit first today? Jiraiya laughed. I'm humbled by your praise, although your question wounds me. If a man doesn't seek out first the loveliest captain in all of the Soul Society, then I'd have to question his priorities. He was surprised to actually hear her giggle, and boy was it the sweetest music to his ears. Your boldness may yet be your undoing, but your silver tongue comes second only to your literary talents. Come then, Jiraiya, and let us see where your nerve takes you today. She motioned to the cushion in front of her, and Jiraiya took a seat. With a much closer vantage point, he took the opportunity to study her gaze. Her deep blue eyes were much like her spiritual pressure, calm and gentle, yet with a hint of shadow that suggested something ominous lurking just out of sight. It was definitely a different feel than he'd gotten from Tsunade. Her threats of retribution for his mischievous ways were open and quickly followed by a decisive beating from her inhumanly powerful fists. For all the compassion and tranquility that seemed to surround the Soul Society's greatest healer at first glance, that shadow suggested something much more dangerous awaited those who ran afoul her. A lesser man might have been scared. Jiraiya was most certainly not lesser men, and he was intrigued. A mystery for another time, he thought. I definitely want to know more, but that's not on today's agenda. Smooth words and an unhealthy boldness aside, I must admit that I'm rather surprised at your decision to approach my division before any other, said Unohana. I've seen your academy grades, and while they are most impressive, your results and notes from your instructors seem to indicate that your inclinations are more those of someone who wishes to fight on the front lines rather than act in a supporting capacity. Jiraiya chuckled. I'm more than just a fighter, you know. I've already surprised you once today, who's to say I can't do so again? The captain smiled. Yes, and the day is quite young. Jiraiya nodded before turning to the silver-haired girl. It is, which means we've got time for proper introductions. What's your name, my lovely lady? He saw just a hint of red appear on her cheeks before she answered. I'm Azane Katetsu, Squad 4's 7th seat. Azane is quite a gifted soul reaper, said Unohana. Her talents in the healing arts are coming along superbly, and she is also quite competent with her Zanpakuto. Truly, I'm most fortunate to have her in my division. Jiraiya gave Azane a warm smile. That's high praise coming from someone as accomplished as you. Keep up the good work, Azane. The plaudits seemed to fluster her, although she was still able to return his smile. Oh, I will, thanks. Unohana then gestured at the man behind and to the left of her. I believe you're already acquainted with Lieutenant Yamada. Jiraiya nodded. How have you been? Shinosuke Yamada simply nodded. Well enough. This one's a cool customer, he thought. I wonder what it takes to ruffle his feathers. Now, let us commence with the business at hand, said Unohana. As amusing as your company can be, Jiraiya, the recruitment exhibition does require that these sessions be handled seriously. So, what does a romantic comedy novelist and soon-to-be soul reaper wish to know about Squad 4? Jiraiya leaned forward. If she wanted to curtail the small talk, he could oblige. Well, then, I suppose the best place to start would be this. What's it like in your division? I know you're the healing heart of the 13 court guard squads, but there's gotta be more to it than that. Medical duties are the core of our function, Unohana answered, but you are correct. Like a fine gemstone, there are several facets that we must be viewed through. In addition to our primary role as healers, you could also consider us to be the premier logistical division of the 13 court guard squads. We help ensure that the other divisions are properly supplied, both with emergency first aid necessities in case members of Squad 4 can't be immediately present and also with more mundane items such as rations and other consumable goods. We help administer the flow of consumables throughout the Seraite, Lieutenant Yamada added. Relying upon private merchants simply isn't sufficient, especially from a security standpoint. While Squad 4 may be first and foremost the medical division, our members do have basic combat training. So if needed they can defend supplies, although of course they would also call for support from the other squads. We also help manage the overall inventory of the 13 court guard squads, Azane chimed in. We work closely with Squad 1 in that regard since they're the main administrative division. Jiraiya nodded. So, it's a lot of behind-the-scenes work, then. Am I on the right track? Unohana smiled. Yes, you are. Some of it may not be as flashy or glamorous as the duties of other divisions, but they are essential to keeping the 13 court guard squads as a whole up and running. While I'm not one to boast, it's a simple fact that without our work the entire organization would collapse. I see, said Jiraiya. What else does Squad 4 get involved in? Teaching, Unohana replied. When we have the available time and personnel, we host lectures and practical lessons regarding emergency healing. Members from all divisions are invited to attend. And even if medical duties are not their primary responsibilities, these sessions can still provide a chance to learn and practice invaluable life-saving skills. After all, even though Squad 4 has relief teams that work with the other divisions, in the event that our members cannot be physically present for an operation or must scramble to reach units in the field, having personnel on hand that have even just a basic knowledge of field first aid can mean the difference between life and death. Jiraiya smiled. He had enough experience from his past shinobi life to know that she spoke the truth. You're right about that. Where do you advertise for these sessions? I definitely wouldn't want to miss out on one. We take out ads in the Seraite News magazine, said Azane. We also post notices on the public boards that every division maintains. It's effective enough, chimed in Shinosuke. We have steady and reasonable attendance at our events, although of course the ones that tend to draw the biggest crowds are those led by the captain herself. Jiraiya grinned as he met Unohana's gaze again. Well, that's only natural. I'd be all for some instruction from a Soul Reaper as accomplished as you. Unohana gave him a knowing look. I wonder if you'd be saying that to captains that weren't of the fairer sex. Jiraiya laughed. Of course, I would. He could tell that she wasn't buying it one bit, but she at least seemed willing to humor him. Well, I'm pleased to see that you have an open attitude about such things. Is there anything else that I might assist you with today? I know your division is primarily support, but when things are dire, have you ever been deployed straight to the front lines? Asked Jiraiya. That shadow in her eyes grew just a bit more prominent in response. As a division, no. If matters are so severe enough that members of Squad 4 are needed as combat reinforcements, only one is sent. Only myself, and I can assure you that that's not only quite intentional, but more than enough. Jiraiya didn't doubt it for a moment. Even in a friendly setting such as this, he could feel the power that she was suppressing. When combined with that hint of shadow in her gaze, it made him almost feel sorry for whatever hollow had the misfortune of becoming her target. I can definitely see that, he said. I still remember the night you and Captain Shihoin saved me and Itachi like it was yesterday. You dealt with your hollow pretty easily. Unohana smiled. I'm glad that I could leave you with such a positive impression of my skills. Truth be told, though, my performance that night could have used some work. I do my best to keep a reasonable training regimen, but the simple fact is I don't get similar opportunities for field combat as other captains. I'm quite proud of my role as a healer, but I must admit it is somewhat regrettable that my status means the head captain is reluctant to send me to the front lines in a combat capacity. Jiraiya nodded. I see. I can understand his reasoning, although I do think it'd be better for all of us if he gave you a little more leeway. Any division would be lucky to have you appearing on the front lines to reinforce them. Once again, your talent for flattery is quite remarkable, Unohana replied with a laugh. Of course, I do not consider flattery alone to make someone worthy of joining Squad 4. Jiraiya grinned. Maybe, but it can't hurt my chances, right? Unohana nodded, although the look on her face was rather serious. I suppose not, but is this something you are seriously considering? Your spirit energy reserves are remarkable, especially for a student, so I have no doubt that with proper training you would make a most effective healer. However, your aptitude scores and finals results indicate a disposition that is much more suited for field work. Jiraiya leaned forward. There's nothing wrong with me exploring my options, right? There is not, Unohana concurred, but that does not change my reservations. She looked at him for a moment, and Jiraiya could sense the gears at work behind those deep blue eyes. What she was pondering, the sage couldn't say, and this was despite the experience he'd gained at reading people over his long career as a shinobi. She nodded a few seconds later. Well, as much as I enjoy educating others on the inner workings of my division, I cannot devote the entire recruitment exhibition to a single student, even one as charming and talented as yourself. If you are indeed exploring your options, Jiraiya, then it would be a disservice for me to keep you here so long that you miss the chance to make inquiries of the other divisions. That seemed to be her hint to leave, but before he could do so she smiled again. Might I suggest Squad 8 as your next stop? I know that Captain Kiraku has been rather keen on meeting you again, especially since he has a taste for your novels. You may find some intriguing possibilities with his division, and those may have threads that tie back to mine as well. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Really? Care to elaborate? Her smile took on an air of amusement. Not at this time. There are many mysteries in life, after all, and where is the fun in depriving a man like you the chance to solve one? Jiraiya chuckled. So that's the game, huh? All right, then, I suppose I can play along. He stood up and gave her one last smile. It was a pleasure to speak to you again, Captain Unohana. I'm already eagerly awaiting our next meeting. Unohana nodded, and her reply surprised him. As am I, Jiraiya. And it may come much sooner than you think. As she and Itachi approached Squad 10's exhibit, Visalia took a deep breath. She should not have felt this apprehensive given that this was essentially her family's division, but her growing desire to carve out her own path and deviate from what was seen as the only true road for members of the Draken clan to follow meant that her nerves threatened to betray her. You haven't made up your mind yet, she told herself. There's no harm in simply looking around and paying a friendly visit to your uncle. Unfortunately, Vasilia knew that that wasn't as true as she might wish it were. No doubt her uncle had expected her to visit his division first, so in his eyes she'd likely already committed her first slight by going to Squad 2's exhibit at the beginning instead. That might be something he'd overlook if she still joined Squad 10, but if she did ultimately follow the guidance of her friends and strike out on her new path, then her perceived offense would be multiplied 100-fold. She was so wrapped up in her doubts that she practically jumped when she felt Itachi's hand on her shoulder. Are you sure you're up for this? We can visit another division before this one if you want. She had to smile. Her friend had seen right through her, and while she might have wished for Shisui to be at her side here instead, she was still pleased that Itachi was willing to support her. Yes, well, it's a little harder than I'd anticipated. Itachi nodded. I imagine so. Remember, no matter how much influence your uncle or any other member of your family may try to exert on you, ultimately this is your decision. Do what feels right for you, not them. Vasilia took another deep breath and felt her nerves begin to settle. My decision. Yes, let's do this. Her personal circumstances aside, the Squad 10 exhibit would have been imposing for any approaching student. The front was relatively straightforward. An archway of black stone had been constructed, and carved at the apex of the arch were the words, Squad 10, and just beneath those was an engraved image of a daffodil, the division's symbol. Above the division name was another engraved image, this one of a dragon's head wreathed in flame, the sigil of the great noble house Draken. As impressive as the craftsmanship of the archway was, though, it paled in comparison to what lay beyond it. Vasilia could feel the power radiating from the three men that were representing her family's division again. At the peak, of course, was her uncle, who looked utterly in his element at the spectacle that was the Academy's recruitment exhibition. He stood tall and proud, practically the poster child for men of the Draken clan. His skin was immaculately cleaned, and not so much as a strand of that long silver blonde hair that the clan was so widely known for was out of place. His violet eyes were gleaming with energy as he fielded questions from what must have been at least a dozen students. Most members of the Draken clan were quite at home being the center of attention, and Reagan simply took to it even more naturally than the rest. Standing with him were Lieutenant Oberyn Dorail and 3rd Cities Shinshiba. Like their captain, both men were also taking and answering questions from visiting students, but Vasilia could tell that they also had another task, to keep the pupils at a safe distance from one of the greatest of the Draken clan's legendary beasts. I'd heard that he would be bringing his personal mount, she thought. I haven't seen it myself in a long time. As majestic as he was fearsome, Daloran the Infernal, mascot of Squad 10 and the personal dragon of Reagan Draken, loomed menacingly behind the captain and his subordinates. At least 100 feet in length, it was a miracle that there had been room enough for the rest of the exhibits in the courtyard given just how much space the great beast was taking up. Even curled up and resting, the fire drake utterly dominated Squad 10's exhibit, easily putting the archway to shame. Ashen black scales dominated the creature's hide, although these became intermingled with red ones along his back and neck. Opening his enormous jaws to yawn, he revealed gleaming and dripping teeth that were each the size of a typical Zanpakuto. Flanking its long tongue were two fleshy tubes. These were the vectors from which the beast could unleash the great flames that its kind were so feared for. Its amber eyes had a mildly curious gleam in them as they idly scanned the students milling about the courtyard, and Vasilia sincerely hoped that her uncle had fed Daloran prior to bringing him here. Behind his eyes and running down his neck were a series of spines connected by thin layers of pinkish-red flesh. These would normally lie dormant, but whenever the beast felt threatened or wanted to make a display of dominance, Vasilia knew that he would raise them, and she could speak from first-hand experience as to how they enhanced his already fearsome appearance. Further back where his neck met his shoulders were the roots of Daloran's black and red wings. They were currently folded at his side, but she had seen before how massive they were when the dragon took to the sky. His wingspan was almost as great as he was long, and the shadows they cast beneath him while he was in flight served as a foreboding omen to those that were unfortunate enough to face him in combat. The dragon had no front legs, but rather a set of claws that were at the joints of each wing, allowing him to crawl along the ground or rend prey with when he wasn't using his vicious fangs. Near the base of the dragon's tail, which like his neck had rows of fleshy spines running down it, 2 legs as thick as tree trunks and ending in feet with claws as long as Vasilia's forearm gave the beast the means to move about on the surface when it didn't feel like flying. She glanced at Itachi, wondering what he might make of one of the crown jewels of the Draken clan. Even if she was leaning towards defying her family this day, that did not change the fact that she was proud of her clan and its contributions to the Soul Society, and she wanted its power and prestige to be properly demonstrated to her friend. For his part, Itachi remained calm, although she saw his eyes widen ever so slightly as he examined Daloran. Fascinating. It certainly didn't match the dropped jaws and looks of awe in the eyes of the other students that were gazing upon the dragon, but Visilia hadn't exactly expected such from Itachi. His subdued but still noticeable reaction was more than enough for her, and despite her earlier apprehension she could not help but smile. "Not the largest of our great drakes," said Visilia, "that honor goes to Rygern the Blood Wing, the personal dragon of the Draken clan's patriarch, my grandfather. However, Daloran is faster and more cunning than Rygern, at least in my estimation." Itachi nodded. "Our classes gave a cursory examination of your family's creatures, but to actually see one of them firsthand is... well, it'll certainly be memorable." "That's one way to put it," said Visilia as she steeled herself for the imminent encounter. "Well, let's go make our presence known, shall we?" The two of them came to the archway, with Visilia taking the lead. Of course, it didn't take long for her uncle and his subordinates to spot them. Indeed, Visilia was sure that they had been tracking her movements ever since the recruitment exhibition had gotten underway. Politely dismissing the current batch of students that surrounded him, he smiled and spread his arms in a magnanimous greeting gesture. Much to Visilia's relief, the warmth in his expression seemed to be genuine, and it gave her hope that perhaps he was willing to overlook her earlier visit to Squad 2's exhibit. "My dear niece," he said as he strode forward and embraced her, "oh, how long have I waited for this day?" She smiled as she returned the hug. "It's good to see you again, Uncle Reagan. I mean, Captain Draken." He chuckled as he released her. "Visilia, if I've already embraced you, I think you can safely assume that I'm dispensing with formality for this occasion." That was one of the things she liked about her uncle. He might have been proud and often overbearing, but he had a soft spot for those he considered close family. "I understand, Uncle." He then turned to Itachi and held out his hand. "And you must be Itachi Uchiha. I've heard a great deal about you. It's a pleasure to finally meet you in person." Itachi nodded as he shook Reagan's hand. "Likewise, Captain Draken. I believe the last time I saw you was the joint hollow extermination operation between your division and Squad 2. Reagan smiled. "Ah, yes, the one involving the hollow nest just beyond the Rukan district's eastern borders. You were one of the students acting with our interception groups. If I recall correctly, word was that you gave a superb accounting for yourself by student standards." "I simply did what I was trained to do," Itachi replied, "and I did not fight alone. Visilia fought courageously as well in that encounter, and without her aid it might have gone quite differently." Visilia smiled at his praise, even though she knew quite well that he was covering for her. After all, she'd been the only one in their group to be wounded in that mission. She'd become the weak link, only surviving due to her friends defending her, not to mention Shisui's timely intervention. "You've become stronger since then," the spirit of her Zanpakuto chimed in, "and there is no shame on relying on help from your friends." "Perhaps, but I do not wish to become a burden to them. I will continue to increase my strength and repay them for what they've done for me. I expect nothing less from you." She'd grown much more accustomed over the past year to these mental conversations with her Zanpakuto. Now she could have them even in the midst of social gatherings such as the current circumstances without giving a sign of it to those around her. If nothing else, she was certainly proud of that bit of advancement in her abilities. Reagan nodded. "Able to give credit where it is due, I see. A fine trait, and one that befits a leader. Your skills encompass more than just the fighting arts, it would seem." He studied him carefully for a moment, and to Visilia it seemed as if this was actually the first time he had seriously regarded him. Had he been so focused on getting his niece into his division that he'd actually ignored Itachi even though he was above her in the class rankings? Had he done the same with regards to Jiraiya? "Perhaps our family's pride truly is a double-edged sword," she mused. "I always believed my uncle to be the greatest captain in the 13 court guard squads, but if he made such a mistake like this simply because he put greater stock in the Draken clan name than what his own eyes would have told him by paying attention to the students' scores, then that would be a serious oversight on his part. Not that you'll tell him that to his face. Not here. It's not an appropriate setting for it." For his part, Itachi simply nodded courteously. "You're too kind, Captain Draken." Reagan then turned to his subordinates. "If your memory's sharp, then perhaps you'll recall my lieutenant and third seat, both of whom were also present during that operation." Itachi nodded again. "Of course. It's good to see you again, Lieutenant Dorail and third seat Shiba." Oberyn smiled. "Likewise. I'll admit that I never caught much more than a glimpse of you that day, but from what I've heard it sounds like you have some serious potential." "That's the word that's going around," Ishin chimed in as he gave Itachi an evaluating look, if Squad 2's reports from that mission were accurate, then it seems that there's some truth to it. I don't know what Squad 2's reports regarding that operation had to say about me, Itachi replied. I prefer to let my skills speak for themselves. Isshin smiled. Good answer. Reagan chuckled. Well, Itachi, I'm sure that you and my niece didn't come here simply to reminisce about an old mission. What do you wish to learn about the most exciting division in the 13 court guard squads? Ask whatever it is you'd like. We're an open book, I promise. Visilia actually knew quite a bit already about the division thanks to everything her family and private tutors had told her. Her academy education in that regard had really been redundant. Besides, they were ignoring the elephant in the room. Or, in this case, the live dragon in the courtyard. If I may be so bold, Uncle, she said, I think it'd be best if we start with your division's mascot. I'm familiar enough with Daloran, but I'm afraid that the same can't be said for Itachi. After all, the amount of exposure the academy gives to our clan's dragons is quite limited. Reagan beamed, which was hardly a surprise. Visilia was sure that he never missed a chance to brag about his prized beast. Well, who am I to say no to a request like that? What do you wish to know about the greatest dragon all the Soul Society, Itachi? Itachi studied the black behemoth carefully. How do you manage to keep such a creature tame? I can only imagine the kind of damage he would do in a setting such as this were the mood to strike him. Reagan gave a hearty laugh. You're not wrong there. Daloran's in his prime. Even a captain of the 13 court guard squads would be hard-pressed to stop him should he go on a rampage. Fortunately, the Draken clan has a most comprehensive process for domesticating our dragons. Ever since he hatched, he's been exposed to my spirit energy, and dragons have remarkably keen senses when it comes to such things. In his early days he was certainly a willful creature, so exerting my spiritual pressure back then was an expression of dominance and intimidation. Of course, he still tried to press his luck, and he got a few firm lessons as to who was more powerful. To put it plainly, he's well behaved because he knows better. And what about when you're not around? Asked Itachi. He wasn't present during the joint operation with Squad 2, after all. We made sure he was well fed before we departed, Oberyn answered. A dragon with its hunger sated is a happy and content creature. Besides, we always have squad members assigned to keep an eye on him while the captain's away, Isshin added. They're not as strong as the captain or the two of us, of course, but they're people that Daloran's grown familiar with over the years thanks to the captain training them. They know how to keep him calm. Itachi nodded. I see. What's his diet? Would I be wrong in assuming that he's carnivorous? Not wrong in the least, Reagan replied. His fangs and claws are proof enough of that, I think. Dragons will consume most kinds of meat, although each one eventually finds a favorite. Daloran's no exception, and in his case, he has a particular fondness for seafood. Isshin chuckled. That's an understatement. He gets pretty enthusiastic whenever we're on a mission that's close to the ocean. Oberyn smiled. He's a magnificent sight to witness hunting. He'll circle over the waves for hours until he finds exactly what he wants. Typically, he'll go for either a shark or a dolphin. He'll swoop right down, pluck them from the water with his claws, and then toss them up in the air before making barbecue out of them. Then he'll take the meat back to shore and dig in. It was a gruesome mental image, but one that Visilia had long since grown accustomed to. After all, dragons were at the top of the Soul Society's food chain. All other creatures were fair pickings for them, regardless of Visilia's personal fondness for some of them. I imagine he's as lethal against hollows as he is against the creatures he considers to be his food, said Itachi. Reagan grinned. Oh, yes, a dragon in battle is both a wonderful and terrible sight to behold, and Daloran has plenty of experience in burning hollows to naught but ash and cinders. His roar alone is enough to send the lesser specimens fleeing, and those that remain do not last long against his flames. Only Maino's level hollows can stand up to a fully grown dragon, and even then, Daloran's more than capable of holding his own against Jillian's. And Ejuka's might be a bit more of a challenge for him, but considering that when he goes into battle it tends to be with me riding upon his back, he never has to fight those alone. Oberyn sighed. Unfortunately, as tremendously useful as he is in battle, there are limitations on where we can deploy Daloran. For instance, the Central 46 has decreed that none of the Soul Society's dragons can be brought to any of the realms of the living under any circumstances. Isshin shrugged. It's a bit of a drag, but it's also one of their few rulings that actually makes sense. After all, a big guy like Daloran can cause a lot of collateral damage, and it's not like his flames discriminate between hollows, souls, and living people. Visilia nodded. That seems like a reasonable concern. Itachi's eyes narrowed. What about Hueco Mundo? Reagan seemed a bit taken aback by the question. Well, there's no explicit decree forbidding us from taking him there, but since the 13 court guard squads has no way to make incursions into the home realm of the Hollows, it's a moot point. If you manage to change that, though, what do you think the Central 46 would say with regards to bringing the likes of Daelorin there? Itachi pressed. Ishin gave him a thoughtful look. Well, I don't know about you, Captain, but I think the big guy could wreak some havoc there. Oberyn nodded, a considerable understatement. Keeping him fed might be an issue, though, Hollows tend to dissolve pretty quickly when they're killed, and even if they didn't, I have a hard time seeing Daelorin finding their flesh to be appetizing. We'd have to pack meat and bring it with us, not to mention keep it from spoiling. This is all a fascinating exercise in hypotheticals, said Reagan, but nothing more than that. If that's the way you see it, then you lack vision, Itachi countered. Visalia's breath caught in her throat. Was Itachi seriously calling out a captain not only to his face, but in front of his subordinates? She wasn't the only one taken aback by this turn of events. Ishin and Oberyn both did a double take at that. What in the name of the Soul King are you doing, Itachi? Making things interesting, it looks like. I do not find this to be amusing. A tense moment passed before Reagan burst out laughing. I'd heard rumors, but I hadn't imagined. You were a bold one, Itachi. Here I was thinking that the only student to look forward to meeting today was my niece. You're just full of surprises. Itachi was nowhere near as amused as Reagan appeared to be. I hardly think it would be surprising to consider such a notion. Hueco Mundo is the home of our enemies, and just because it is not accessible to us at the moment doesn't mean that we should not make plans regarding it. A time may come when Soul Reapers find a way to break through in a manner that doesn't involve slipping through the Garganta opened by retreating Hollows. Should that day arrive and an assault on the home realm of the Hollows becomes possible, a dragon as powerful as Daelorin would be a crucial asset, even if it were just for a quick strike rather than an extended campaign. Ishin looked like he was actually considering the notion. It would be nice if we could actually find a way to pull that off. Oberyn smiled. You're right, we're almost always reacting when it comes to Hollows. It'd be nice to turn the tables on them. Reagan nodded. Yes, creating a breach like that would likely require great advancements in spirit energy manipulation. It sounds like something the Keto Corps could eventually tackle, although not likely a project that they could undertake anytime soon. Visalia raised an eyebrow. Why's that? They're a much smaller organization than the 13 court guard squads, Ishin answered. Put it simply, it's a matter of manpower and resources. Corps Commander Tsukubishi is skilled, as are his subordinates, but the Soul Society tends to keep them quite busy. Oberyn added, their work in defending the Seraite and fighting against Hollows is no less important than our own, after all. Perhaps the Central 46 could permit an increase in their numbers. Visalia suggested. It certainly couldn't hurt. It couldn't, Reagan concurred. But, then again, one could say that an increase in numbers is also owed to each division along with the stealth force. Ultimately it comes down to finding qualified recruits, and there are only so many of those to go around. It's unfortunate, but that's just how things work. He then gave her a proud smile. Besides, last I checked, you didn't come here to talk about the Keto Corps. This is my division's exhibit, after all. I think we're getting a little off topic here. Visalia sighed. Yes, I suppose that's true. For a moment, Itachi appeared like he still wanted to continue down the current track, but eventually he relented. Very well, then. So, what else do you want to know about us? Asked Oberyn. Now it was Visalia's turn. I know that Squad 10's one of the frontline divisions, but does it have any specialized secondary roles? We're one of the more versatile divisions, her uncle replied. Our members are quite capable when it comes to either direct combat or Keto support. You could say that our flexibility is what makes us special. If we're not called to deal with a threat ourselves, then we're usually assigned to work with another squad and provide cover in an area where they're lacking. We're a jack-of-all-trades division, Ishin added. Any environment or situation you can think of, we can adapt and handle it. A valuable trait, said Itachi. Reagan nodded. It certainly is. We're one of the more dynamic divisions of the 13 court guard squads. If something exciting's in the works, Squad 10's likely to be involved in one form or another. Visalia smiled. Good to know. Reagan's smile grew. We also have plenty of advancement opportunities. Prove your strength and you'll find yourselves climbing the ladder quite quickly. If you want to hit the ground running, there's no better division for you. He spoke as if he was addressing the two of them, but Visalia could see through it. She knew that the message was meant primarily for her. It was a good pitch, but after her and Itachi's visit to Squad 2's exhibit and all that Yoruichi had told them, it also felt somewhat lacking in effort. Perhaps he wasn't trying to give off such a vibe, but to Visilia it seemed like he was taking her decision for granted. Then again, couldn't the same be said for the rest of her family? Her mother, her father, the clan patriarch, as far as they were all concerned, her course was already planned out. Glory and honor would await her, but it would all be tied to her family name. And the more she thought about it, the greater her certainty became that it wasn't what she wanted. She bowed respectfully to Reagan. "I appreciate you taking the time to speak with us today, Uncle. This has been most informative." Reagan raised an eyebrow as he looked between her and Itachi. "No further questions from either of you?" Visilia turned to her friend, Itachi. He shook his head, and there was a knowing look in his eyes. He could tell that she was ready to move on from both this display and her family's connection to it. "I believe my curiosity has been sufficiently satisfied. Thank you, Captain Draken, Lieutenant Dorail, 3rd Seat Shiba." Her uncle seemed a bit taken aback by the abrupt ending of their session, but he composed himself quickly enough. "Very well, then, enjoy the rest of the recruitment exhibition, and do not wander too far. I can assure you that messengers will be seeking you out soon enough." "I have no doubt of that, Uncle," she thought, just as I no longer doubt what my answer will be. Jiraiya smiled as he approached Squad 8's exhibit. The last time he'd seen Captain Kiraku had actually been a little less than a year ago, when the senior officer had stopped by to congratulate him on the release of the latest book in his series. Having an avid fan of his work so high up in the ranks of the 13 court guard squads was an advantage that Jiraiya certainly wasn't above making the most of, and in fact he'd been planning on visiting Squad 8's display even before Unohana's recommendation. "If nothing else, this should at least be fun," he mused. "I'm not sure what the connection between Squads 4 and 8 is that Unohana was speaking of, but I suppose I'll find out soon enough." It wasn't hard to pick out Squad 8's display from the others, and based on Jiraiya's previous interactions with Captain Kiraku it certainly lived up to expectations. A bright pink banner with the characters for Squad 8, written in black, was hoisted high for all to see from a flagpole that was mounted atop of what appeared to be a kabuki theater stage. A small staircase built at the front led the way up to the captain, who was sitting on a comfy pink cushion. The stage had a painted background consisting of cherry blossoms in full bloom, and there were even petals wafting through the air outside the painting around the captain himself. It didn't take long for Jiraiya to find the source, Lieutenant Lisa Yadomaru up in the rafters with a basket that she was constantly reaching into and pulling fresh petals from. She didn't seem to be particularly pleased with this assignment if the scowl on her face was anything to go by, and Jiraiya idly wondered just how much longer she'd be willing to keep up the performance. Apart from the captain and his lieutenant, the only other Soul Reaper that Jiraiya could spot was one that looked entirely out of place. For starters, she appeared to be far too young. Were he still in the shinobi world, Jiraiya would have pegged her as either an academy student or a fresh genin at the oldest. She certainly appeared too young to be even a freshman student at Shino Academy, yet her robes were those of a full Soul Reaper. She had black hair that fell to about halfway down her neck, and like Squad 8's lieutenant she wore glasses, although hers were wider and her eyes were a darker shade of blue. Also, unlike either the captain or lieutenant of the division, Jiraiya could not see a Zanpakuto on her. However, her spirit energy, while far overshadowed by Captain Kiraku and Lieutenant Yadomaru, was considerable and indeed quite shocking for one who appeared to be so young. Then again, "I've only been in the Soul Society for 6 years, he thought as he evaluated the girl. "I've still got a lot to learn about the people who live here. This girl's just one more surprise that this afterlife's seen fit to throw my way." The captain smiled as Jiraiya came up the stairs onto the stage. "Well, now, this is more like it. I was wondering when you'd pay my division a visit, Jiraiya." Jiraiya grinned. "I would have come by sooner, but there was a lovely lady that I had pay my respects to first. I hope you won't hold it against me." Shunsui chuckled. "Considering the lady in question was Captain Unohana, I'd hardly be in a position to do so." Jiraiya smirked. "The funny thing is, she recommended that I visit you after I was done with her division's exhibit. Strange how that works out, don't you think?" Shunsui gave a small laugh. "Strange is one way to put it." Jiraiya then looked up at Kiraku's and grinned. "Hello there, Lisa, it's been far too long." She gave him a curt nod. "As much as I might enjoy your books, Jiraiya, I insist that you call me Lieutenant Yadomaru." "Oh, come on now, Lisa," said Shunsui, "there's no need for formalities with our guest here." Her eyes narrowed. "Don't make me dump these blossoms on you, Captain." Shunsui sighed and shook his head. "Oh, All right, then. I suppose we've got more important things to discuss, anyway. Maybe, said Jiraiya as he turned to the girl sitting next to the captain, but it'd be rude not to greet everyone here first. What's your name, little lady? The girl gave him a friendly, if somewhat shy, smile. I'm Nanao. Nanao eyes. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Jiraiya. I really like books, but Lisa won't let me read yours yet. She says I'm too young. Lisa smiled down at her. That's because you are. There's a time and place for everything, Nanao. I'll let you know when I think you're old enough for Jiraiya's books. Jiraiya gave Nanao a friendly smile as well. As much as I like to expose new readers to my material, I think your lieutenant's right this time. Just wait a little bit, and I promise it'll be worth it. Shunsui chuckled. I don't think there's anything wrong with introducing her to them now. After all, she's got to learn about that sort of thing sooner or later. Lisa glared at him from on high before promptly flipping over the basket. A torrent of blossoms rained down, with the bulk falling on the captain, although Jiraiya and Nanao weren't completely unscathed. Now why do you have to go and do that, Lisa? Asked Shunsui as he attempted to clear out the pile of blossoms that he'd been engulfed in. I went through a lot of work getting all of those for you. You know exactly why, Lisa calmly shot back, and you completely deserved it. Nanao giggled. Can you do that again, Lisa? That was funny. Lisa smiled at her again. After we clean these up, I might dump them back on him later. That's only if you promise to be a good little girl, though. Nanao nodded. I promise. Good answer, Lisa replied as she hopped down. Guess I'll clean these up. This time. Jiraiya leaned towards Nanao as Lisa got to work while her captain looked on with a smirk on his face. So, Nanao, what brings you to Squad 8? I'm sure you're talented, but aren't you a little young to be a Soul Reaper? Well, I actually applied for the Kido Corps first, she answered. I'm really good with spells, but not so much with swords. Captain Kiraku came to visit the academy one day before graduation, though, and after that I wound up here. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow as he looked at Shunsui. Is that so? Squad 8's captain smirked. What can I say? I've got an eye for talent. The look in his eyes was enough to tell Jiraiya that there was more to it than that, and also a hint that he didn't particularly feel like going into the details at the moment. That was fine. Jiraiya could shelve his curiosity for another day. Sure seems that way, he replied. What's your rank, little Nanao? Nanao shook her head. I'm unseated. That'll change soon enough, Lisa chimed in. You're just a bit too young for field experience at the moment, Nanao. Keep practicing your spells and you'll get the rank you deserve in time. Nanao smiled. Okay. Shunsui smiled as well. You could say that Nanao's become something of a mascot for our division. That's why I brought her along today. Jiraiya grinned. Well, I can't blame you there. Who can say no to such an adorable face, after all? Nanao blushed. Mr. Jiraiya. Don't tease her, Jiraiya, said Lisa as she gave him a sharp look. You'll answer to me if you do, and you won't like it. Shunsui laughed. Now, Lisa. Don't go scaring away such a promising recruit. Lisa folded her arms. If he's going to be as ill-behaved as you, Captain, then I don't think he's worth recruiting, remarkable finals scores notwithstanding. You're a big enough handful as it is. Jiraiya gave her a wink. Hey now, I can behave for a beautiful woman like you, Lisa. That's, Lieutenant, to you, she snapped as she hopped back up to the rafters again, basket of blossoms full once more. Shunsui shook his head in amusement. Fussing over rank aside, we really should get this moving along. I like you, Jiraiya, but I don't have all day to spend on this. Jiraiya nodded. Fair enough, then, let's cut right to the chase. Sure thing, said Shunsui. So, what do you want to know? Let's start with the basics, Jiraiya replied. I know that Squad 8 is another one of the combat divisions, but there's got to be more to it than that. Shunsui grinned. Well, if nothing else, we're a division that knows how to have a good time. We've got the best sake stash in all of the 13 court guard squads. Lisa shook her head. I know you pay for it out of your own pockets, Captain, but storing it all is still a gross misuse of the space available in our division's barracks. You need to cut back. Jiraiya chuckled. So, I take it that means Squad 8 throws the best parties in the Seraite. It sounds like you appreciate the value of knowing when to unwind and loosen up a bit. Now Shunsui was practically beaming. Ah, finally, a recruit who gets it. Sure, we take our duties seriously, but at the end of the day what are we fighting for if not for the chance to enjoy in peace the sweet little things that life has to offer? How about the balance of souls and the very foundation of existence? Lisa deadpanned. Shunsui shot her a knowing smirk. Lisa, there's no need to put on such a serious front for our guest here. I've seen you let your hair down and enjoy yourself in our division's parties on more than one occasion, after all. His lieutenant nodded, although she looked just a tad bit flustered. I'm not opposed to relaxing and enjoying myself, but things need to be kept in perspective. After all, you're one of the senior captains of the 13 court guard squads, which means there are greater expectations of you and those under your command whether you like it or not. I like our parties, Captain, but I also want Squad 8 to shine in the line of duty. Shunsui smiled, and Jiraiya detected more than a hint of pride in his expression. I know you do, Lisa. I couldn't ask for a better lieutenant. She actually smiled at that. Thank you, Captain. So, apart from knowing how to have a good time, what else makes Squad 8 special? Asked Jiraiya. Lisa answered before her captain could. Those who cherish sophistication and elegance find themselves right at home in our division. We run a tight training regimen too, of course, but there's nothing wrong with looking good while you're slaying hollows. Shunsui nodded. Couldn't have put it better myself. I suppose you're looking for something a bit more substantive, though. That's right, said Jiraiya. Not that I'm opposed to putting on a show and impressing others while fighting, but shouldn't a division have something more to set itself apart from the others than that? We tend to get quite a few recruits with high Kido marks, Nanao chimed in. We work really well with the Kido Corps as a result. That's right, said Shunsui. A lot of times, we'll provide reinforcements for them in the field, maintaining frontline defenses for them while they focus on spell casting. Our members can also provide additional casters should the need arise. Cooperation is crucial in such missions, Lisa added. Our strong working relationship with the Kido Corps is one that's been forged in fire. They trust us to keep the enemy at bay, and we trust them to provide the pivotal ranged support required to win the day. Jiraiya nodded. I can only imagine just how effective in the field your combined forces are. It must be an inspiring sight. Shunsui chuckled. You could say that. More than a few hollows have been unfortunate enough to find themselves on the wrong end of our spells and swords. Nanao smiled. We have joint spell practice sessions with the Kido Corps back at the barracks sometimes, too. They're really fun. Especially when you get to show off, said Lisa. Isn't that right, Nanao? Nanao looked down in embarrassment. Well, I mean, it's not like I try to show off. Shunsui laughed and patted the girl on the back. You're too modest, Nanao. There's nothing wrong with wanting to show the others what you can do. It means you've got pride in your skills, and you're not the only one. Lisa and I are always happy to see how far you've come since leaving the academy. Jiraiya gave the girl a friendly smile. You're really something special, aren't you? Nanao smiled sheepishly in return. Maybe I am. There's no maybe about it, said Lisa firmly. You're going to be a fine soul reaper once you've got more experience under your belt, Nanao. Shunsui nodded. Indeed, you will. So, is that the real secret to Squad 8's strength? Asked Jiraiya. A good balance of Kido ability and skill in Zanjutsu. It certainly doesn't hurt, Shunsui replied. The Kido Corps aren't our only partners that take advantage of our proficiency in spells, though. We've got a good working relationship with Squad 4 as well. In fact, that's the main reason why Hana sent you my way. That piqued Jiraiya's interest, as well as his suspicion. You two haven't been in cahoots since this exhibition began, have you? Shunsui gave him a mischievous smile. And what if we have? Jiraiya grinned. Well, then I for one want to know what the game here is. You going to let me in on the big, juicy secret now? Not exactly a secret, said Shunsui, or at least, not a closely guarded one. Like me, Hana's another one of the more senior captains of the 13 court guard squads. We've worked together on quite a few occasions, and, well, I guess you could say that you came along at just the right moment, Jiraiya. Jiraiya leaned forward and clasped his hands. This was getting good. Is that so? Lisa took that moment to chime in. Consider this, thanks to their decision to concentrate all our healers in the 4th Division, the Central 46 has essentially put a bunch of very valuable eggs all in one basket. Think of what would happen if Squad 4 was the target of a concentrated surprise attack. Jiraiya already had an answer. It'd be a disaster. Captain Hana might be powerful, but most of her subordinates aren't fighters and she can't protect everyone. Without support from other divisions, it'd be nothing less than a slaughter. Shunsui nodded. You're right about that, Captain Unohana is well aware of this, which is part of why she's worked to forge cooperative ties between her division and others that are capable of defending her subordinates in the field. The risk of the healers getting wiped out in one fell swoop remains, though, which is why we've been trying to set up a special project. One that you would be an ideal candidate for, Jiraiya. And what's that? Asked Jiraiya. We're normally supposed to wait for later to start throwing out recruitment offers, said Lisa, but given the circumstances, I think we can be forgiven for bending the rules a bit. Shunsui chuckled. If the other captains get angry, it's always easier to apologize once it's all over. Anyway, here's the deal, I've got an officer slot open with your name on it, Jiraiya. Since you don't have your Shikai yet, it's the 17th seat in our division. Officially, you'd be much like any other officer of that position. You'd be responsible for leading teams in the field, hunting hollows and performing the Kanso, and other such duties. Jiraiya smirked. What about unofficially? Shunsui leaned forward. Unofficially, when you're not carrying out your regular division duties or training, you'll be undergoing personal instruction from Captain Unohana in the healing arts. You teachers at the academy have all noted that you have considerable reserves of spirit energy, meaning that you'd have the necessary power for both combat and support roles. Jiraiya smiled. I see where this is going. You want a field officer that can also be an emergency healer should one of Squad 4's relief teams not be close by. Exactly, said Lisa, we'd be bypassing the regulations of the Central 46 in order to do this, so secrecy is important. If those sorry excuses for judges had any common sense then we wouldn't have to resort to such measures, but here we are. Their bureaucracy and dogma will be the end of us all if it goes on unabated, so we're taking a proactive approach. Squads 4 and 8 are taking the initiative here, said Shunsui. If we can make this work, though, then you can expect this model to expand to other divisions. Squad 4 will still hold the bulk of the Seraites healers, but at least this way we'll be able to improve response times and ensure that not all of our eggs are in one basket. Jiraiya nodded. So, I'd be a combination of frontline fighting power and a first responder in the event that no Squad 4 healers are close by. Interesting. Naneo smiled. It'd be a very important role in the division. I wanted to do it myself, but the captain and Lisa said that I need to work on my fighting skills first. Since you'll be able to cast spells and fight with a Zanpakuto, you'd be perfect. That once again brought up the question of why Naneo didn't have a Zanpakuto, but it was one that Jiraiya doubted he'd get an answer to at this time. He had something much more important to consider at the moment. Was this an offer that he wanted to accept? He found that it was. Of the 3 legendary Sannin, Tsunade had been the renowned healer, so by taking on this role Jiraiya would get to understand her perspective a little more. It was clearly an important project for both divisions, and even if his starting rank would be relatively low it was actually a major opportunity to not only prove himself to the 13 court guard squads but also to further develop his skills. How many times would more detailed knowledge of the healing arts have come in handy during his previous life? This was a chance to branch out of his comfort zone and learn new abilities which would likely be very useful out in the field. Of course, all those considerations were secondary when compared to the fact that it would be Unohana herself providing the instruction. Jiraiya knew full well his reputation for turning on the charm when it came to the ladies, but he hadn't been blowing smoke when it came to praising the beauty of the captain of Squad 4. Not only that, but his brief interactions with her had shown that there was much more to her than just her appearance. She was strong, intelligent and compassionate, but at the same time there was that shadow he'd caught glimpses of just below the surface. This would be a good way to gain further understanding of her, while at the same time he could still play to his strengths since he wouldn't be a full-time healer. When all of that was considered, the choice was actually fairly simple. He doubted that he'd get an offer that was more tailor-made for him from any of the other divisions this day. Still, he didn't want to come off as too eager, and it might lessen the impression his would-be superior officers had of him. Shunsui gave him a knowing look. The seasoned captain could sense the gears turning in Jiraiya's head. What do you think? I can't say for certain, but I doubt the other captains would give you a pitch quite like this one. Jiraiya smiled. You're probably right. Can we take that as a yes, then? Asked Lisa. Jiraiya smirked. Well, how about this? The recruitment exhibition's still young, so I'd at least like to take in the other displays before the day's out. Once I finish my rounds, though, I'll come straight back here with my answer. You won't even need a messenger. Shunsui nodded. I guess that's fair enough. We're not going anywhere, and you really do only get to experience the recruitment exhibition once as a student, so you should make the most of this. Still, don't take too long. Tell us soon, okay, said Naneo with a hopeful look in her eyes. Jiraiya smiled as he stood up. Oh, don't worry, you'll know my decision soon enough. That went much better than I had thought it would, said Vasilia as she and Itachi put Squad 10's exhibit behind them. Itachi nodded. Her fears regarding her family's expectations, particularly those of her uncle, had clearly weighed heavily upon her, but the former shinobi had been confident in her ability to handle them. She hadn't disappointed him in the least. You were able to summon the strength to confront your doubts, he said. You might have been apprehensive going in, but you had the courage necessary to hold your own and decide for yourself what path you want to take. Vasilia smiled. You make me sound much stronger than I felt back there. Honestly, I'm amazed I didn't pass out from the stress. Well, you made it through the flames of your trial, Itachi replied. Your final decision is still before you, but from what I've seen I think you'll be able to make it with open eyes and conviction. Vasilia nodded. I'd like to think so. Even so, I appreciate your support. Were it not for you and Shisui, or even Jiraiya, for that matter, I doubt I would have come this far. I'd still be on the track my family wants me to be on, and I might not have found the courage to question it and look for another path. Itachi allowed himself a small smirk. Should I tell Jiraiya that you're in his debt? I'm sure it'd be music to his ears. Vasilia scowled at him for a moment before breaking out into laughter. Don't you dare, he'll never let me hear the end of it. Itachi chuckled. Very well, then, your secret's safe with me. Vasilia smiled. Let it not be said that you don't have a sense of humor, Itachi. Even if it could use some work. If you're looking for humor from an Uchiha, you should try Shisui, he said. He always had a better head for that sort of thing than most of our clan did. He does seem much more easygoing than you are, Vasilia noted. No offense. None taken, said Itachi. So, which exhibit do you want to hit next? Vasilia looked around. Well, going to Squad 10's display was my call, so I think it's only fair that the next one's yours. Do you have one in mind? Itachi scanned the courtyard for a moment before his gaze found a sufficiently interesting target. How about Squad 12? Vasilia nodded. Sure, it'd be nice to see Captain Hikifuna again, especially after our expedition to the Barrow with her unit and Squad 2 last year went so well. All right, then, said Itachi, let's go. It might not have been hosting a live dragon, but Squad 12's exhibit was still quite impressive. The entrance consisted of what appeared to be a marble facade roughly 1 story high complete with a series of fluted columns. A small staircase was at the front, and as Itachi and Vasilia approached they could see that beyond the columns was a rather spacious chamber. Several ornate brass lanterns hung from the ceiling, and when the 2 advanced track students strode inside they found that they were illuminating a series of frescoes along the walls. Itachi didn't recognize the figures, but they all seemed to have a scholarly air about them. Some pondered scrolls or maps, while others appeared to be exploring ancient ruins. One image in particular caught Itachi's eyes, that of a vaulted hall illuminated with blue-green fire and being examined by soul reapers. The Andunayan Barrow, he mused. I guess Captain Hikifuna has fond memories of that expedition as well. The violet-haired captain was currently holding court at the far end of the chamber with several students. She seemed to be in high spirits and was answering the attendees' questions efficiently and enthusiastically. A few more soul reapers formed a modest perimeter, and Itachi assumed that they were some of her subordinates. One of them stepped forward, and the look on her face wasn't exactly welcoming. She was on the short side, and it wasn't hard to spot her lieutenant's badge on the left sleeve of her soul reaper robes. Her blonde hair was worn in long pigtails and gave her a somewhat childish appearance, but if the irritation in her brown eyes was any indication Itachi doubted it would be a good idea to point that out to her. The zanpakuto worn at her belt was by all appearances a rather conventional katana, with the only distinctive feature of its sealed state being the small hearts that decorated the tsuba. Great, more newbies, she grumbled as she approached. Look, why don't you 2 flies buzz off? All right. If you weren't as blind as bats then you'd see that the captain's busy. Scram. Not exactly a people person, is she? He heard the spirit of his zanpakuto giggle. Oh, like you're one to talk. I can at least be polite. She's not even trying. She folded her arms as she stood before them, her right foot tapping the floor impatiently. Hey, are you 2 deaf? I said beat it, we've got enough pests around here as it is. Vasilia did a double take at that. Excuse me, did you just call us pests? Itachi raised an eyebrow. Pests is the word that bothers you. She called us flies as well. Oh, good, you 2 can hear, said the girl as she rolled her eyes. Yes, I called you pests and flies because that's what you are. I can tell who's a good fit for Squad 12 and who's not, and you 2 are definitely not. That's why I'm going to save the captain some time. Get lost. Visilia put her hands on her hips and glared indignantly at her. That's not your call to make. The girl scowled. Excuse me, I'm the lieutenant of this division, so it is my call to make. I wasn't aware that a good lieutenant went about sabotaging her captain and division in such a boorish manner, said Itachi. I thought that a proper lieutenant would want to do her duty and make sure that her division picked up the best possible recruits. The girl rounded on him. You've got a lot of nerve, talking to me like that. I don't know how you wound up in the advanced track, you've clearly got more balls than brains. And you clearly have too much of a chip on your shoulder, Itachi replied, refusing to be intimidated even if she was a lieutenant. You also lack the self-control required to put your duty before your temper. The girl reached for her zanpakuto. Say that again, you smartass dipshit. She was stopped from drawing her sword by a pair of slender yet firm hands that suddenly gripped her shoulders. Hiyori, are you being rude to guests again? Come, now, I thought I taught you better than that. The girl nearly jumped as she looked over her shoulder at Kiryu. Captain Hikifuna, I was just. Kiryu shook her head, seeming mildly amused. I know you have fun with potential recruits, but there's a difference between friendly hazing and scarring them off. It'll take more than the likes of her to intimidate us, said Visilia as she shot another glare at Hiyori. No offense, Captain Hikifuna. Kiryu smiled. None taken. It's good to see you again, Miss Draken. And wonderful to see you again, Itachi. I was wondering when you'd see the light and come my way. Itachi bowed. It's good to see you again too, Captain Hikifuna. It's been too long, said Visilia. Kiryu was positively beaming. Yes, it has. Please, come with me. We have so much to talk about. Forgive me, said Itachi as he nodded at her lieutenant, but I believe that we're still owed a proper introduction. Kiryu's eyes widened slightly. Oh, my, you're right. Hiyori, if you'd be so kind. The girl looked like she'd much rather not, but to Itachi's surprise she sucked it up and did as she was told. Fine, I'm Hiyori Surugaki, Lieutenant of Squad 12. Don't bother introducing yourselves, I already know who you are. Kiryu patted her on the shoulder. There, was that so hard? Hiyori rolled her eyes. Am I done, Captain? Kiryu giggled. I suppose you can take a break since I've been working you so hard today. I expect you to be back within half an hour, though, all right. Hiyori nodded. All right. She shot one last glare at Itachi and Visilia before leaving the booth. Meanwhile, Kiryu motioned for Itachi and Visilia to follow her. I'm sorry about that, she said. Hiyori's a gifted lieutenant, but I'm afraid she gets rather impatient with other people. Did we do something to offend her? Asked Visilia. She seemed hostile from the moment she laid eyes on us. Kiryu sighed. I'm afraid that might be my fault. Hiyori's still a bit sore about how you two and Jiraiya got to come with us on the expedition to the barrow last year while she was left behind on barracks duty. Is her personality part of the reason why you ordered her to remain in the Seraite? Asked Itachi. Most of the reason, actually, Kiryu admitted. She's the jealous type, and I didn't want her trying to scare you off during the mission. Visilia raised an eyebrow as they came to a stop at the back end of the chamber. What would she have to be jealous of? She's a lieutenant. We're just students. Regardless of our abilities, it's not like we can compete with her on anywhere close to an even playing field based on where we stand right now. Kiryu gave them a surprisingly sheepish smile. It's actually something a bit more childish than that. You see, she's originally from the Rukan district, and a rather poor section of it at that. She never really knew her parents, so when she came to my division one wound up becoming something of a motherly figure to her. As a result, I'm afraid she gets rather agitated whenever my attention becomes focused on someone else. As it has been on you gifted students in the lead-up to today's festivities. Itachi nodded. I see. Visilia shrugged. Well, she'd better find a way to get over it. This is the recruitment exhibition, so it's only natural that her captain would have her eyes elsewhere. I'll talk to her later, said Kiryu. I know she comes across as abrasive and rude, but Hiyori's quite competent as an officer. She's very skilled in the arts of Hakuda and Zanjutsu, although her temper can be a liability there if a foe's intelligent enough to exploit it. She also has more than her share of field experience, and while it's true that I left her behind for the expedition to the barrow, she's got plenty of other missions under her belt. Enough about her for now, though, that's hardly why the two of you are here, after all. She smiled again as she spread her arms in a grand encompassing gesture. Welcome to the exhibit of Squad 12. Squad 2 might be the eyes and ears and knives in the dark of the 13 court guard squads. Squad 4 may patch our wounds, and other divisions provide the brute strength, but we are the inquisitive mind of the Seraite. We seek ever to expand upon the collective knowledge of the Soul Society, for it is only in understanding the world around us that we are best able to protect it. That's quite a mission statement, said Itachi. Visilia smirked. You certainly don't lack for pride in your division, Captain Hikifuna. Kiryu laughed. Maybe it was a bit much, but I just can't help it. There's so much that we do for the Soul Society that a venue like the recruitment exhibition just feels like an insufficient way to really get the point across. There's so little time, and I'm only allowed a handful of resources and subordinates for this event. I suppose the best way to make up for those deficiencies is through unbridled enthusiasm. Visilia looked around the chamber. Your display's certainly an interesting one. It really feels more like a hall for knowledge and learning than an exhibit for a group that's part of a military organization. Uniqueness is vital in a setting like this, Kiryu reminded her. We can't compete with Squad 10's mascot for sheer shock value, so I designed our display to appeal to recruits that lean more towards the intellectual side of serving the Soul Society. So far, I'd say that it's working out quite well. It's a well-conceived setup, said Itachi, but there's more to Squad 12 than just being the scholars of the 13 court guard squads. The expedition last year was proof enough of that. Kiryu grinned. Ah, I knew you were a sharp one, Itachi. Yes, we're far more than just a bunch of academics, and our Zanpakuto aren't just for show. While maintaining the largest archives in the Seraite is an important function of ours, we have our share of field duties, and many of those are rather unique when compared with the tasks set to other divisions. Like the Barrow expedition, Visilia commented, Squad 2 might have helped, but Squad 12 was basically running the show. Kiryu nodded. Yes, that's a superb example. Yoruichi's one of my favorite captains to work with on cooperative ventures such as those. She recognizes the strengths and weaknesses of all parties involved, and she adapts her tactics accordingly. Her division's talent for scouting and stealth makes Squad 2 an invaluable partner for our endeavors, although we do of course maintain working relationships with the other divisions. We can't rely just on one of our fellow squads for support, after all. Who else do you typically partner with? Asked Itachi. Squad 6, 8, 9 and 13 when Squad 2's unavailable, Kiryu replied. Other divisions we'll work with to a lesser extent if we're pressed. If I had to pick a least favorite, it'd definitely be Squad 11. Too much brawn and too little brains, although Captain Starmont is something of an exception when compared to the bulk of his subordinates. At the very least, he has enough mental capacity to recognize that we're more than just a bunch of bookworms, which is far more than can be said for the rest of Squad 11. Visilia sighed. That's rather shameful when one considers that Captain Starmont is from one of the 5 great noble houses. He should give the men and women under his command a better appreciation for the values of scholarship within the 13 court guard squads. Kiryu shook her head. It can't be helped. Squad 11's focus is purely physical combat, after all. They serve their purpose just as we serve ours. That's all there is to it. If that's the case, then perhaps you could elaborate further on the purpose of Squad 12, said Itachi. Apart from Barrows of the Old Kingdom, what else do your field teams seek out in the expanses of the wild and beyond? Kiryu smiled. First and foremost, knowledge of our enemies. In that respect, we're not so different from Squad 2, but while Yoruichi's division combines scouting with precision stealth strikes, Squad 12 performs in-depth studies. Many members of my division perform what might be closer to nature observations for learning about hollows. As intelligent as they can be, many of their behavioral patterns are closer to animals than that of humans. By suppressing our spiritual pressure and taking advantage of the environment, we can keep a low profile as we take detailed notes regarding the habits of hollows. Their feeding patterns, territorial rivalries, how they hunt, where they seek refuge when they're not fleeing to Hueco Mundo. Records on all these behaviors and much more are kept in our archives, and we expand upon them with every trip out into the field. Observations all well and good, said Visilia, but what about direct engagement? Squad 12 does have combat potential, right? Kiryu nodded. Yes, direct combat may not be our primary mission, but every Soul Reaper I dispatch on field missions is capable of defending themselves. We'll support the divisions we work with when it comes to eliminating hollows, although our assignments are not typically centered around such work. We also conduct the occasional Konso mission, particularly in the wake of large battles or natural disasters in the realms of the living. Itachi's eyes narrowed. Speaking of the realms of the living, what role does Squad 12 have to play there beyond the roles you've already mentioned? Kiryu grinned. I'm glad you asked. Squad 12's records are not just focused on hollows or the ancient history of the Soul Society. We're keen to learn as much as possible about the various realms of the living. In particular, We focus on determining which ones hollows tend to favor and helping the 13 court guard squads devise means to keep them in check, although we have other interests as well. Visilia raised an eyebrow, such as the location and observation of mediums. For one, Kirio replied, the Quincy that were once prominent in the major realm of the living known as Terra are just one example of such beings that can be found. It's vitally important for the Soul Society to keep track of all such individuals and orders, both to monitor prospective allies and also to keep abreast of potential threats. Itachi nodded. The method in which the Quincy exterminated hollows removed them completely from the flow of souls, right? Yes, said Kirio, as I'm sure you know, if their form of hollow hunting continued on a large scale for a prolonged period of time, this would eventually result in an imbalance of souls between the Soul Society and Terra. Even if Terra is only one realm of the living, its massive population when compared to other realms means that what happens there often has major consequences for the greater web of worlds and the stability of the afterlife. In the case of the Quincy, their utter extinguishing of hollows instead of the cleansing that soul reapers performed with Zanpakuto had the potential to disrupt the flow of souls to the point as to invite the apocalypse. This threat was dealt with, although the extreme measures taken are justifiably a source of controversy even to this day, despite the gravity of the situation at the time. Anyway, that's why the study of mediums in the realms of the living is so important. It's crucial for us to determine if there are others like the Quincy who could pose a long-term threat to the balance of the web of worlds. Or, alternatively, find much-needed allies. Visilia pointed out, from what I've learned over the past 6 years, the 13 court guard squads could certainly use all the help that we can get. Kirio smiled. As I mentioned earlier, that is one of the reasons why we're so keen to track mediums. Oftentimes we get initial reports courtesy of our friends in Squad 2, but it's Squad 12 that will then conduct the follow-up investigations. If friendly contact and relations can be established, then naturally we strongly make the recommendation to the Soul Society to do so. Of course, the final decision on that matter rests with the head captain. Suspicion wormed its way through Itachi's mind, and if the head captain deems any newly discovered mediums to be a threat, Squad 12's captain gave him a grim look. Then they are dealt with accordingly. Even if they've displayed no hostile intentions towards the Soul Society? Asked Visilia nervously. Kirio sighed. I know it sounds cold, but the balance of souls comes before everything else. When the very fabric of existence is at stake, harsh measures are unfortunately sometimes necessary. Does Squad 12 take an active role in carrying out these measures? Asked Itachi. Kirio shook her head. No, that's typically left to the combat divisions. We are not innocent in such matters, though. After all, we do supply the information that they act upon. I will not whitewash affairs like these. They're brutal, distasteful, and sometimes downright monstrous, but given the stakes we can't afford to leave things to chance. Oftentimes a snap decision has to be made if the threat is severe enough. Or if it has the potential to someday become a severe threat. Visilia shuddered. How often do these situations come about nowadays? Thankfully, much less now than in the past, Kirio replied. The final campaign against the Quincies was over 50 years ago, and we were thorough. The mediums that we've discovered and monitored since then have all been little more than men and women with a modest bit of spirit energy dabbling with their powers. They're harmless enough, and in fact we try to take steps to protect them from hollows where we can. After all, mediums are quite appetizing to those beasts, and devouring even one can considerably boost a hollow's strength, so we have a vested interest in keeping them off the menu. Itachi's brow furrowed in thought. Have you ever found any of these mediums in the shinobi world? Kirio smiled, looking at your home realm of the living in a new light with all that you've learned since arriving here. To tell you the truth, we don't make it out much that way, and we really need to change that. I did some digging through the archives after I found out that you and Jiraiya were from there, and I was able to uncover a few reports of beings who appeared capable of detecting hollows and spiritual beings like soul reapers. There weren't nearly as many as those found in other worlds, which was rather surprising when considering the kind of power the energy people of that realm called chakra can grant. Itachi was curious. Were there any common factors that tied them together? You mean beyond their ability to see spiritual beings? Asked Kirio. Not particularly. They were all spread out over disparate areas, belonging to different cultures and practicing varying beliefs. Although, Itachi immediately seized upon her hesitation. What is it? A few reports mentioned something rather specific, she said. The time between them was considerable, so I didn't connect them at first, but looking back I think that was rather sloppy. What are you talking about? Asked Visilia. One account was several centuries old, Kirio answered, another was much more recent. In fact, It was actually dated around the time that you first came to the Soul Society, Itachi. Itachi raised an eyebrow. What did these accounts mention? They spoke of two clearly separate and distinct individuals, Kiryu replied. The similarities were thus: strikingly high levels of the energy known as chakra, and strange eyes. A chill went down Itachi's spine. The detail would be crucial, and he had to know for sure. What did they look like? According to the reports, they were purple, said Kiryu. Much more interesting than the color, though, was the fact that within them were ripple-like patterns surrounding the pupils. It was such an odd description that I actually had to go back through the reports to make sure I was reading them right. Even now, it's still very strange to picture eyes like those. Itachi nodded, his mind racing with this new information. Yeah, I can imagine what your subordinates felt when they saw them. Kiryu's eyes narrowed. You know what they encountered, don't you? I do, said Itachi firmly, a very rare form of eyes in the shinobi world. In fact, they were once believed to be no more than legends among my people. What was it? Asked Visulia. Itachi closed his eyes for a moment. The Rinnegan. Kiryu's brow furrowed. The Rinnegan, that's the first I've heard of that term. That's not surprising, said Itachi. Like I said, it was rare enough that it was once thought of as nothing more than a myth. Suffice to say that it grants extraordinary power to whoever has it. The ability to see spiritual beings with those eyes would not be beyond the realm of possibility. Kiryu nodded. I see. If you know what these eyes are called, then would it be a stretch to assume that you might know the beings who had them? One of them, at the very least, said Itachi. The being from the more recent report, was it a man with orange hair? Yes, said Kiryu. My subordinate was, naturally, focused more on the eyes, but he did make minimal notes regarding the being's physical appearance, and orange hair was a part of it. Itachi nodded. I thought so. He was a colleague of mine when I was alive. He was incredibly dangerous. Your subordinate did well just to recover the information they were able to gather and escape with their life. Kiryu sighed. Unfortunately, that was about all we were able to do. I tried to send others back out to actually establish contact, but every time they attempted to get close they perceived an unspoken threat coming from those eyes and kept their distance. This man didn't appear to be acting in a manner that posed a threat to the balance of souls, so at the time we didn't feel any need for further follow-up. Perhaps that was a mistake. What was this man's name, Itachi? Asked Visulia. When originally I knew him, it was as Pawn, Itachi replied. That wasn't his real name, though. I believe it was actually Nagato. Interesting, said Kiryu. Was he a shinobi like you and Jiraiya once were? Itachi nodded. Yes, one of the most dangerous in the world. In fact, he's the one that killed Jiraiya, and was once a pupil of his. Visulia's eyes widened. Are you serious? Completely, said Itachi. Jiraiya will definitely want to know that you encountered him, even if it was only briefly. I'll pass the word along to him later. Have there been any sightings of him in the Soul Society? Kiryu raised an eyebrow. You believe he's passed on since we last saw him in the shinobi world? I do, said Itachi. When I was temporarily revived, the ninja who did so had me under the same spell as Nagato. He died his first death some time after my initial arrival to the Soul Society, although I didn't realize this until the soul fracture was healed. I'll spare you the details, but suffice to say that Nagato's revival was undone before my own, and I witnessed his second passing. Technically, that wasn't entirely accurate. Itachi had stabbed Nagato with his Susanoo's sword of Totsuka, which had restored the young man's consciousness before supposedly sealing him away in a realm of drunken dreams for all eternity. Given what he had learned about the afterlife since his passing, though, Itachi had to wonder if that was what Nagato's ultimate fate had truly been. The sword of Totsuka is a spirit weapon, although it is quite unlike those we found in the barrow of the Old Kingdom, he mused. When I died the second time, what happened to the souls that were trapped in the gourd? It was bound to my Susanoo. But since I passed on to the Soul Society for good, my Susanoo should have died with me. The souls in the gourd. Perhaps they were released into the Soul Society upon my final passing. Whether that is for good or ill, though, is something I cannot say for sure. I see, said Kiryu. Well, I've heard nothing regarding anyone in the Soul Society matching this man's description, but that's not surprising given just how vast it is. Even someone with a feature as distinctive as this, Rinnegan, would be difficult to track down. Visulia rubbed her chin in thought. What about the older report that you mentioned earlier? The one that goes back several centuries? Kiryu sighed. Beyond the description of the eyes, I'm afraid there wasn't much to go on. Unfortunately, Whoever was running Squad 12 at that time wasn't as careful with records maintenance as other captains of the division have been. The parchment was faded, and despite restoration efforts there's only so much we can do to make poorly cared for documents legible. Several centuries ago, Itachi thought, I wonder. The timing combined with the eyes. The Sage of Six Paths, he muttered, more to himself than to his companions, is it possible? Kiryu looked puzzled. Sage of Six Paths, who's that? A historical figure in the shinobi world, said Itachi. Actually, legendary might be a better term for it. The Rinnegan was first associated with him, and it was said that he was responsible for the creation of the shinobi world in the first place. Visalia's eyes widened. Wait, so he was some sort of god to your realm of the living? Itachi shook his head. Not entirely. The world itself had already existed before he came along, so to think of him as some creator deity would be a mistake. Rather, it was he who first spread the teachings that allowed humanity to manipulate chakra, and that could be considered the root of the shinobi world that Jiraiya, Shisui and I lived in. Supposedly, his power was extraordinary, thanks in no small part to the Rinnegan. That's actually part of why the Rinnegan was considered a myth for such a long time. There had been a long-running debate in the shinobi world about whether the figure who had wielded it was historical fact or something that our ancestors had come up with in some past story to explain the founding of the ninja arts. Fascinating, said Kiryu. What side of the debate were you on, Itachi? I didn't pay it much mind, Itachi replied, at least, not until I met Nagato. After learning that the Rinnegan was in fact real, I had to reconsider many previous assumptions. Looking back on it all now, it wouldn't surprise me if the Sage of Six Paths was real. And if the timing of that report you mentioned is any indication, then I believe that the bearer of the Rinnegan that Soul Reaper spotted might actually have been him. If that spotting was several centuries ago, then this sage must have passed on long ago, regardless of how powerful he was in your realm of the living, said Visalia. A being that strong in life would likely be power in death as well. Wouldn't the Soul Society have picked up on someone like that before now? Not necessarily, Kiryu countered. Remember just how much ground there is to cover here. The Rukan district alone is impossible to patrol thoroughly due to its sheer size, and that's not even getting into the wild. If this sage has not been found in the Soul Society, there are plenty of logical explanations for why that might be. Itachi nodded. That's true. If he wanted to be found, I imagine that would have happened by now. Either he's vanished on purpose, or perhaps his spirit's already gone back into the flow of souls and he's been reincarnated in the shinobi world again. Kiryu shrugged. It's all academic in the end, really. As fascinating as this topic might be, it's not why the two of you are here today. Visalia smiled. You're right, it might be interesting, but it's only related to one aspect of your division. I'm sure that there are many unique mediums scattered throughout the realms of the living. Exactly, said Kiryu. If you joined Squad 12, you'd have a chance to help us learn more about them. Hard to say no to thrill of discovery, isn't it? That seems to be the spirit of Squad 12 as whole, said Itachi, discovering new insights into the world around us. Would I be wrong? Kiryu shook her head. Nope, you've hit the nail right on the head. Glory in combat is not our way, but there is far more prestige in the acquisition of knowledge than the other divisions would have you believe. You two are exceptionally bright. I didn't need our field trip last year to know that. Your grades are clear indicators that you appreciate the value of scholarship in addition to the combat training you were given at the academy. I cannot force you to decide on one particular path, but I can say that Squad 12 would welcome both of you with open arms. And respectable starting positions. Visalia smirked. Well, if that means offers will be coming our way before the day's done, then the very least we can do is take them into consideration. Agreed, said Itachi. If nothing else, it's intriguing. That was more for the sake of politeness than anything else. His mind was more or less made up by this point as to which division he wanted to join. Still, Itachi had to admit that the life of a scholar was an interesting alternative path. Perhaps in another lifetime, he mused, I hope you can forgive me for turning you down this time, Captain Hikifuna. Kiryu smiled. Well, as much as I'd love to snap the two of you up right here and now, I've no right to pull you into my division without giving you the chance to examine the rest. Go out there and explore some more. The recruitment festival is a banquet of knowledge in its own right for students such as yourselves, and you should feast until you've had your fill. Moving along at his own relaxing pace, Jiraiya had initially been indecisive as to which division he wanted to visit next. Squads 4 and 8 had been the ones at the top of his list, and while he certainly wanted to check out the others he didn't have a particular order in mind. Squad 2 would definitely be soon, not for the very least because it would give him a chance to visit the lovely Yoruichi and likely the feisty Soy Fawn as well, but he wanted to spice things up with a new division first. And there was one that had caught his eye, Squad 11. The division's display in and of itself was impressive, if not exactly original. 2 rows of 6 stone columns had been set up, each topped with an iron granite bowl that housed a smoldering fire. The columns themselves had images engraved upon them, most of which were of warriors clashing with either each other or with hollows in scenes of epic battle. Runes that reminded him of the Andunayan Barrow were carved beneath them, and Jiraiya assumed they provided some context to the images. While he was mildly curious as to the history behind them, that was easily eclipsed by his interest in the exhibit's occupants. At the center, of course, was Squad 11's captain, the 9th Kenpachi, Torrance Starmont. Although it was customary for every Squad 11 captain to replace their first name with the title of Kenpachi, it was rather difficult for this one to do so given that he was also the eldest son and heir of the Starmont clan, the great noble house that ruled the far north of the Soul Society. Jiraiya had heard that his subordinates used the traditional title for him, but outside the confines of the division the man's name largely depended on who was addressing him. Naming aside, there was little doubt that the man was very much the image of both the rugged northern noble and the indomitable leader of Squad 11. Tall and very well built, with musculature that had been enhanced and refined through both rigorous training and heated battle, his appearance lent no doubt that he was first and foremost a warrior. His dark brown hair was long and, while groomed, still had a bit of a wild look to it, like it was less the mane of a man and more the untamed fur of a bear or wolf. His gray eyes had a fierce light in them, as if they were constantly searching for something to test his mettle against. The zanpakuto that hung at his side was longer than most, taking on in its sealed state the form of a great itachi with gray and blue hilt wrapping and a silver guard with wolves engraved into it. His spiritual pressure was suppressed in order to avoid harming any of the students, but even then Jiraiya could sense its distinctive characteristics, hot and volatile, rather ironic given that it was the energy of one that hailed from a clan known for its harshly cold homeland. While the captain was naturally at the heart of the exhibit, it wasn't hard for Jiraiya to pick out his lieutenant amongst the other Squad 11 officers gathered there. Even more imposing than his direct superior, at least on a purely physical level, Gosuke Kigenho was a mountain of a man. Broad with built-up muscle, his Soul Reaper robes were open enough at the front to reveal a large patch of thick black chest hair. His complexion was quite dark, and his brown eyes and black hair only reinforced it. He had 2 spiked piercings below his lips, and overall his appearance was quite rough. If Jiraiya had seen him out on the street, it would have been easy to mistake him for a thug rather than a lieutenant of the 13 court guard squads. His spiritual pressure was considerable even when it was being suppressed, and Jiraiya had to wonder just how much of a gap there was between him and his captain. The zanpakuto he wore was an interesting one, with a thick open ring at the bottom of the handle, complete with a small red tassel and a golden circle engraved into it. The exhibit might have been focused on Squad 11 itself, but Jiraiya's gaze was inevitably drawn to the very special guest that the captain had brought to the event. If the division was trying to compete with Squad 10's dragon, they were giving it all they had in the form of a being Jiraiya had not expected to meet in person this day. Behind the captain and lieutenant was an absolute giant of a woman, rivaling even the behemoth that was Kigenho in height. Her frame, or at least what Jiraiya could make out of it, was almost pure muscle, and in her own way she was almost as menacing as Captain Draken's pet. Clad in black leather armor with a gold harness rather than Soul Reaper robes, the arms and legs that remained exposed were almost as pale as snow. Dark boots of animal hide went up her knees, thick and lined with fur at the top. Her face was completely concealed by a menacing helmet that had small black wings coming out from the sides and 2 curved horns sprouting from the forehead. There was a pair of thick dark lips engraved upon the steel face of the mask, but they did not look inviting. Chainmail draped down from the helmet covering her neck along with a portion of her shoulders, as well as concealing whatever color her hair might have been. The eye slits of the mask were rather small, but Jiraiya thought he detected a flash of cold silver behind them. The head of a double-edged axe peeked out from behind her waist, and Jiraiya was sure that the full weapon was every bit as intimidating as the woman who wielded it. The most eye-catching feature of all, though, were the 2 enormous wings that seemed to envelope the woman. Even folded, they seemed to dwarf her, with their bent joints still well above her head. If Jiraiya had to hazard a guess, he was willing to bet that her full wingspan was twice again as long as she was tall. Their feathers were a mix of black, gold, silver and bronze, a mixture that was as beautiful as it was ominous. Far more impressive than their appearance, though, was the power that Jiraiya could feel radiating from them. It seemed to be suppressed much like that of Squad 11's captain and lieutenant, but even then, it permeated the air around her like an oppressive haze. Jiraiya could only speculate as to what her full strength might be, but even with just this hint he was willing to bet that she could go toe-to-toe with a captain when she cut loose. So, he thought, this is one of the famed warrior women of the North. A Valkyrie. An ancient organization that predated not only the 13 court guard squads but also the Andunian conquest of the Soul Society. The Order of the Valkyries was quite unique as far as warriors in the afterlife were concerned. Part religious sect and part militant force, the order was composed exclusively of women who had pledged themselves to protecting and serving both the lands of the far north and the Starmont clan. Renowned for their fearsome abilities and incredible power, these proud and indomitable women were perhaps the main reason why the unforgiving lands of the north could still be inhabited by humans, for it was they who had beaten back the Hollows in bygone ages and had given others a chance to settle in that harsh domain. Fully fledged Valkyries actually made up no more than a small handful of the Order's members, and from what Jiraiya understood thanks to the few mentions that they'd been given in class their numbers typically did not exceed single digits. The bulk of their ranks consisted of new apprentices, acolytes, temple guards, healers, lore keepers, and handmaidens. A woman was not considered to be a true Valkyrie until she'd been given her own pair of wings. The crafting of these wings was a closely guarded secret, but it was rumored that the power they were infused with allowed their wielders to go toe-to-toe with a Soul Reaper captain's Bankai. Jiraiya didn't know if this was true or not, but if the spirit energy he could sense emanating from Squad 11's guest was any indication it was certainly within the realm of possibility. His staring hadn't gone unnoticed. The Valkyrie's posture shifted ever so slightly as Jiraiya approached. His eyes met hers, and he recalled what the instructor in the meal hall had said earlier. As another warning, the instructor continued, I would strongly advise not to openly stare at Squad 11's guest for too long, especially with regards to direct eye contact. That will be taken as a challenge, and it is one that I can assure you none of you would survive. It's not in my nature to back down easily, he mused, but discretion would serve me well here. I'm not exactly at the point that I can challenge someone like her, at least not yet. He casually shifted his gaze towards Squad 11's captain. Out of the corner of his eye he saw some of the tension in the Valkyrie's frame ease up, and Jiraiya allowed himself to focus firmly on the man who ran the division. Captain Starmont stepped forward, his eyes narrowing slightly as Jiraiya approached. I was wondering when the top-tier students would begin making their way here. Welcome to Squad 11's exhibit, Jiraiya. Jiraiya smiled. So, I beat Itachi and Visilia here. Good to know. It's an honor to make your acquaintance, Captain. Likewise, he replied, I've seen the scores from your combat instructors along with the results of your finals. For a student, you demonstrate exemplary battle potential. Glad you noticed, said Jiraiya. I'd hate to think that all my hard work was for nothing. Captain Starmont actually smirked at that. Hard work, hardly. There's a difference between that and genuine talent for battle. Yours is definitely the latter. We're not supposed to make this inquiry, but rumor has it that you're from the realm of the living known as the shinobi world, and that you acquired a considerable amount of combat experience in your past life there. Would there be any truth to that? Jiraiya chuckled. You don't mince words, do you? Let's just say that there is and leave it at that. The noble nodded. Fair enough. His lieutenant grinned. So, you can actually fight worth a damn. Jiraiya casually shrugged. I'd like to think so. I'm sure you're aware of our reputation, said Captain Starmont. Your spirit energy reserves are considerable for a student, but if you join us you should be prepared to only use it to enhance your physical battle prowess. We're not cowards who hide behind Kido spells, and we won't accept those that do into our ranks. That goes for your Zanpakuto, too, said Kigenho. If you unlock its Shikai, it'd better be a melee type. Otherwise, you can hightail it out of here. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. I heard you guys had some strict rules about that sort of thing, but I didn't think they were that rigid. Don't you think you're missing out on potentially talented members if you're cutting off recruits like that? Some might be of that opinion, the captain replied. Here in Squad 11, we know what we stand for. Since our division's founding, we've had only one purpose, to take the fight to the enemy with our blades. We might maintain barracks in the Seraite, but the only place a true member of Squad 11 is really at home is at the heart of a battlefield. We're all doomed to die, Kigenho added. Squad 11 believes that our deaths should come gloriously in combat. Who wants to die of old age? Only weaklings go out that way. Something tells me you guys probably have a high turnover rate among your members, Jiraiya quipped. Captain Starmont's gaze hardened. Everyone who joins our ranks knows what they're signing up for. As for those who might be under a false impression, they're free to transfer out whenever they'd like. There's no peaceful leave of absence. After a long career in this division, Squad 11 is for warriors, and there's only one acceptable way for a warrior's career to end. Jiraiya folded his arms. Doesn't that cause problems for someone like yourself, though? You are the heir to a great noble house, after all. It'd be awfully inconvenient for your clan if you died, no matter how glorious your demise might be. Arrangements have been made, the captain replied gruffly. I'm not my father's only son, after all. Besides, noble family politics shouldn't be your concern as a Soul Reaper, especially if you're looking at Squad 11. Kigenho nodded. We don't have time for any of that court intrigue. The only thing that Squad 11 concerns itself with is battle. So, I've noticed, said Jiraiya dryly as he glanced at the Valkyrie, is your guest of the same mindset? Starmont turned to the winged warrior and smiled. I was wondering when you'd bring up Gunnar. She may not be a member of Squad 11, or even a Soul Reaper for that matter, but I can assure you that her fervor for battle is every bit as great as our own. It's why I invited her to this year's exhibition. Who better to represent the North alongside myself than the Valkyrie known as the Mistress of War? Squad 11 undertakes more than its share of missions in the North, so for us to fight alongside the Valkyries is not an uncommon occurrence. Jiraiya regarded Gunnar carefully. He knew that wasn't her real name. One of the Order's customs was that any woman who became a full-fledged Valkyrie had to discard her past name and take on a new one. Gaining their wings was considered a transcendent moment, one which symbolically represented the death of who they had once been and their subsequent rebirth into their new life. It was a sign of utter commitment, one that was not made lightly. I wouldn't mind knowing who she was before she claimed her wings, he mused as he studied her, but I doubt that's something she'd divulge here. I'm sure it's an honor for Squad 11 to host a Valkyrie at today's festivities, he said. Of course, I'm willing to bet that the real reason you invited her was so you'd have a way to compete with Captain Draken's mascot. Am I wrong? The slight stiffening of the captain's posture was all the hint Jiraiya needed to know that he'd hit the nail right on the head. Starmont could talk all he wanted about representing the North. He was really just trying to one-up a fellow captain, no matter how much he might try to deny it. And he certainly did try to deny it. I don't know what you're talking about, Jiraiya. Valkyries are the pride of the North. They're not to be trotted out like prized horses to show off to others. Much to Jiraiya's surprise, it was none other than the lady in question that undercut her host. And yet that is why you truly requested my presence, Lord Starmont. It was a statement of fact, not a question, and Jiraiya couldn't help but notice a hint of displeasure in her voice. That was a shame, because apart from that her voice was absolutely lovely, low and smooth, buttressed by firm confidence. She knew who she was, what she was capable of, and that right now she was fulfilling a role that she considered to be beneath her. The captain bristled at her words. Even if that were the case, I would think that you might enjoy getting to leave the North for a little while. Gunnar shook her head. If that is your belief, then you know less of the Order than you should. The North is our only home, and it is the land we are duty-bound to defend. We do not belong anywhere else, least of all in some exhibit that's as much an exercise in vanity as it is for recruitment. Jiraiya smiled. You cut right to the chase, don't you? I like that in a woman. The Valkyrie turned her gaze towards him, and even through the small slits in the helmet he could make out enough of her eyes to get something of a read on her. He was surprised to find that she actually seemed more curious about him than anything else, which Jiraiya definitely took as a good sign. You're bold, for a student, she said after a moment. Surely you were warned about me before you came here. Jiraiya shrugged. One of the instructors might have mentioned something about you. If they thought it was going to scare me away from you, then they were wrong. The light in her eyes brightened ever so slightly, and Jiraiya was willing to bet that behind that mask she was smiling. So, it would seem. You do not lack for courage, if nothing else. That's certainly more than can be said for most of the students I have observed here today. They refuse to make even the briefest of eye contact out of fear. Jiraiya laughed. Well, they were told that you'd take it as a challenge and that they should avoid picking a fight. I can't say I blame them. You might be holding back, but I can tell that you're packing an incredible amount of power in those wings of yours. While it is true that a Valkyrie would normally consider a sustained period of staring to be a challenge, we are not unreasonable, said Gunnar. We enjoy polite conversation just like anyone else, and simple eye contact is part of that, after all. We're proud, but we're not beasts, and we certainly have greater self-control than the likes of Squad 10's dragon. Jiraiya nodded. Good to know. She then folded her arms. That being said, boldness without restraint is not healthy. You should be wary, Jiraiya, lest you provoke a force that's beyond your ability to counter. Jiraiya grinned. Good advice, but I might not be able to follow it. Provoking powerful women is something of a hobby of mine. A very soft sound came from behind that mask, and Jiraiya did a double take. Was this armored and winged warrior actually laughing? A hobby, she said, and this time he definitely caught at least a giggle before she fully composed herself. You're an interesting one. Far more so than most men of the southern lands that I've met in the past. Jiraiya smirked. Oh, really? That's pretty high praise coming from a woman as powerful as you. Care to join me for a drink later? I'm sure I could find ways to keep you entertained. Gunnar shook her head. I'm sorry, but the drinks that are served in the Seraite are too weak for my tastes. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Too weak? What exactly do Valkyries drink, anyway? Come to the north sometime, and you'll see, she replied. Besides, I'm afraid that I'm not here to mingle and carouse, regardless of their appeal or the one who's making the offer. Jiraiya didn't take it personally. She certainly wasn't being rude about it, and in fact was turning him down much more gently than women had back when he was alive. I understand. If I get a chance to visit the north after graduation, I might just have to come find you. The glimpse of light in her eyes that he could see through the slits in her helmet looked rather amused at that. If you have what it takes to make it to the Temple of the Valkyries, then you will have earned the right to find me. The trek is not to be taken lightly, as many wayward travelers would attest. Should you prove yourself capable of surviving the journey, you may be deemed more than merely interesting by my sisters. Jiraiya grinned. If that's a challenge, then you should know that you Valkyries aren't the only ones who know how to rise to meet one. Gunnar nodded. So it would seem. Captain Starmont cleared his throat. I'm glad that you're not intimidated by my guest, but she is not the one that runs Squad 11, Jiraiya. Jiraiya chuckled as he turned back to him. Well, if you didn't want her to steal the show, then you shouldn't have invited her. The legendary Sanin could tell that he was wearing out his welcome. The captain seemed much less keen on having him here now than he had been earlier. Had his pride been offended by Jiraiya seeing through his motives for having a Valkyrie as part of his exhibit so easily? Was he just insulted because Jiraiya was more interested in his guest than he was in his division? Either way, it didn't matter to him. I suppose Squad 11's got its own charm, he mused, but I'm afraid it's not one that really speaks to me. I came here more out of curiosity than anything else. I think I've learned all I need to about Squad 11 today. The captain seemed to sense his line of thought. Do you have any further questions for my lieutenant or myself today, Jiraiya? Jiraiya shook his head. No, I think I've got a pretty good idea as to what Squad 11's all about. I won't take up any more of your time. He spared one last glance towards Gunnar before leaving, and he saw her shift to meet his gaze. The sage wished she wasn't wearing that helmet and mask. It would have made her much easier to read. I suppose this is goodbye for now, Miss Gunnar, he said, or would that be Lady Gunnar? I don't really know what titles you Valkyries typically use. He thought he caught a glimmer in those silver eyes hiding behind the mask, and if he had to bet he'd say that she was smiling. We do not keep titles in our order, Jiraiya. The closest we have to them are the new names we take when we are granted our wings. Use my name freely, as I would use yours. Jiraiya smiled. All right, then, it was a pleasure to meet you, Gunnar. I can't say what the future holds, but I hope our paths cross again someday. The Mistress of War nodded. As do I, Jiraiya. I shall tell my sisters what I have seen here when I return to the north, and we shall keep our ears open for word of you exploits. If I've read you correctly today, I'm sure you will have great deeds to your name in due time. Your name will reach the north long before you do. Where'd little Miss Visi run off to? Came a familiar male voice from behind him. Itachi didn't need to turn around to know that Jiraiya was approaching him. She went to the meal hall for some tea. She should be back in a little while. Jiraiya smiled as he came up next to him. Well, I can't blame her for wanting a little break. This is quite the fun day we're having, after all. Itachi couldn't argue with that. The recruitment exhibition was still in full swing, after all, and he still hadn't gotten through all the displays yet. It was so far beyond the run-up to the graduation ceremony that had taken place at the academy in the village hidden in the leaves all those years ago. Perhaps they should have instituted something similar, he mused. Shinobi can follow many paths after graduation, much like Soul Reapers. It would be good for Genin to get a chance to sample certain shinobi roles. There's not nearly enough of that in the academy curriculum, or at least there wasn't back when I was attending. Well, what do you want to do? Asked Jiraiya. Were you thinking of waiting for her to come back from her break? Itachi shook his head. She said not to wait for her. I think she wants to finish touring the rest of the exhibits on her own. Jiraiya nodded. Fair enough. You feeling like doing the same, or do you want to mix it up? I wouldn't mind a partner if you're up for it. Sounds good, said Itachi, feel free to set the pace. I'm in no hurry. Jiraiya smiled, I guess we do still have plenty of time left. The two of them idly wandered through the crowd with no particular destination in mind. Itachi scanned the surrounding displays while Jiraiya did the same, evaluating potential destinations just like they would mission objectives back when they were shinobi. By the way, I've got some news for you, said Itachi, it concerns a former student of yours. And a former colleague of mine. Jiraiya's eyes widened. Nagato, what did you hear? Itachi relayed to him the conversation he'd had with Captain Hikafuna. As the sage took it all in, the ex-Akatsuki member could sense the gears turning within his mind. Orange hair, not red, he said after a moment, you sure? Itachi nodded. Yes, her report was quite specific on that front. I see, said Jiraiya, so it was one of his paths that her subordinate encountered, not Nagato himself. Still, if a path could see a Soul Reaper, there's no reason why Nagato couldn't. Nagato never mentioned seeing anything like that when you were training him? Asked Itachi. Jiraiya shook his head. No, but he was very young back then. His Rinnegan was likely still developing. He didn't have nearly the same kind of power back then as he did when he killed me. It's possible that he gained the ability to see spirits with it much later on. Even though I was his teacher for a time, I'll admit that there's a ton I didn't understand about his eyes. Hell, even now I know that I still don't have a complete grasp of them. There's a damn good reason the Rinnegan was considered to be a legend, after all. Itachi nodded. You're right, he never gave any hints when I was in the Akatsuki that he could see beings such as Soul Reapers, but it's entirely possible that he simply kept that knowledge to himself. A powerful shinobi doesn't reveal their secrets lightly, after all. That's certainly true, said Jiraiya. I wonder if being able to see spirits when others couldn't might have played a role in who he became. To be able to sense the dead in a way that those surrounding him could not. That could have influenced the philosophy he ultimately came up with. Itachi shook his head. It's possible, but we have no proof one way or the other. His experiences in the Third Shinobi World War were powerful enough to serve as sufficient motivators. Being able to see the dead may have played only a minor role in comparison to that, if it had any influence at all. Either way, it's a moot point now. Jiraiya sighed. I know, but still, I can't help but look back and wonder. He was my student, after all, even if it was only for a little while. I had a responsibility towards him, and I failed to give him what he really needed. If I'd understood more, dug deeper, then maybe he wouldn't have become pain. You did what you thought was right at the time, Itachi countered. What happened afterwards, and how Nagato reacted to it, was beyond your power to control. Jiraiya chuckled ruefully. Maybe, but, well, it's all too easy to second-guess ourselves and try to find a way to change the past in our heads. I'm sure you know a thing or two about that. Itachi closed his eyes for a moment as images of a fateful blood-soaked night flashed through his mind. Yes. There was a somber silence between the two of them for a few seconds before Jiraiya nudged his shoulder. Why don't we go check out that one? Seems as good a place as any. Following Jiraiya's gaze, Itachi saw the display of Squad 5. It was rather modest when compared to the exhibits that had been put together by the other divisions, but it was still an intriguing one. The setup was simple yet rather elegant, consisting of a small bonsai garden and a stone walkway that led straight to the senior officers. A white banner hung over the entrance with the division's insignia, the Lily of the Valley, emblazoned in black upon it. It had been quite some time since Itachi and Jiraiya had last seen Captain Hiroko, but the commander of the 5th Division seemed to recognize them easily enough as he gave them a friendly nod and wave. Itachi responded in kind, but soon found his attention drawn away from the captain and towards his lieutenant, who appeared to be studying him quite keenly. It was the first time Itachi had met him before, but right away he could sense that there was something different about him when compared to the other lieutenants that he'd met so far. As far as appearances were concerned, his seemed plain enough. Well-groomed brown hair, rectangular black frame glasses over a pair of soft brown eyes, and a relatively average if somewhat on the athletic side build. He wore the standard Soul Reaper robes, and his badge was tied to his upper left arm. The zanpakuto that hung at his waist looked like an ordinary katana with green hilt wrapping, while the only oddity was the tsuba, which was shaped like a hexagon. Utterly ordinary at first glance, Itachi mused, and yet, something's amiss. A quick glance at Jiraiya out of the corner of his eye told Itachi that the legendary Sannin had caught it too. The lieutenant warranted closer scrutiny, or at least that's what Itachi's instincts were telling him. Why, though? After a moment's thought, Itachi realized it was the man's eyes that were the source of this feeling. The way they looked at him appeared to be more than just an officer evaluating potential new recruits. It felt like he was being viewed as something else. And it felt oddly familiar. For the briefest of moments, a strange mental image flashed before Itachi's mind's eye. The man's body remained, but his face was replaced by that of another. Orochimaru. It was only for a split second, and it would have been all too easy to dismiss as just a figment of his imagination, but Itachi knew better. He'd seen the way that the fallen legendary Sannin had looked at him when he joined the Akatsuki, seeing him not as a human being, but as a test subject or target. That was exactly how the man before him was looking at him now. He was much subtler about it, and of course it helped that his appearance wasn't snake-like as Orochimaru's had been, but it was there all the same. The look he was giving Itachi and Jiraiya now was that of someone evaluating new faces to see if they'd be of use to him, not his division. A normal observer wouldn't have picked up on it, but the last thing Itachi and Jiraiya could be accused of was being normal. The way the lieutenant was looking at them wasn't the only hint that something was off with him. Taking another glance at Hirako, Itachi realized that the captain of Squad 5's stance wasn't quite what it had initially appeared. To the majority of the attendees of the recruitment exhibition he probably seemed at ease, but there were enough hints in the way he carried himself for Itachi to come to a different conclusion. The way he stood might appear to be relaxed, but his footing was solid enough that he could react to an attack instantly. Also, Itachi couldn't help but notice that Hirako appeared to be making sure that at least one of his hands was never too far from the handle of his Zanpakuto. There was a certain distance between captain and lieutenant that wasn't like what Itachi had observed from officers he'd met before. It was as if Hirako were making a conscious effort to keep his subordinate at arm's length, although Itachi doubted most people would pick up on that. A captain that's wary of his own lieutenant, he thought. This isn't like Yoruichi and her lieutenant. She appears to view him as simply an annoyance or an unwanted interloper courtesy of noble family politics. Captain Hirako and his subordinate, though, it feels like he sees him as a potential threat. A threat to what, though? One thing was for sure, the fun and carefree air that had surrounded the recruitment exhibition up until now was gone, at least for Itachi and Jiraiya. They were both on guard, and Itachi was sure that the two veteran Soul Reapers they were approaching had picked up on it. How things would play out from here was an open question, but neither of them was about to walk away. Shinji smiled as the two of them approached. I was wondering when we'd get the chance to chat today. It's been a while. Itachi nodded. So it has. Good to see you again, Captain Hirako. Nice little setup you've got here, said Jiraiya, tasteful, but not ostentatious. Someone in your division has a good eye for this sort of thing. Shinji smirked. Well, as much as I'd like to take all the credit, I did have some help from my lieutenant. Speaking of which, I don't think you guys have met before. The brown-haired man gave the two of them a polite nod. I'm Sosuke Aizen. It's a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance. Captain Hirako has spoken quite highly about both of you in the past. Itachi turned to Shinji. Is that so? Shinji shrugged. Hey, what can I say? You two have been raising eyebrows ever since the academy entrance exams 6 years ago. You showed promise back then, and your test scores have only served to reinforce that. Hell, you even managed to get back on track and impress the head captain after that soul fracture incident. You've had some high-profile eyes on you for quite a while now. Nice of you to butter us up like that, said Jiraiya, but we don't need to waste time on flattery. Shinji chuckled. Right to the point, huh? All right, then, I can play that game. What do you want to know? Let's start with the basics, said Itachi. What can you tell us about Squad 5? Well, as far as organization's concerned, we pretty much follow the standard model, Shinji replied. I'm at the top, Aizen's my lieutenant, and so on from there. There's no need to make things too complex, Aizen added. The format may be traditional, but it serves its purpose. Maybe Itachi was imagining things, but it almost felt like the lieutenant had all but spat out the word, traditional. What was it about that word that seemed to leave a bad taste in his mouth? Any special duties? Asked Jiraiya. Not to the extent of divisions such as Squads 2 and 12, Shinji answered. I suppose our functions are rather ordinary when compared to theirs. We fight hollows, perform the Kanso, patrol the Soul Society, defend the Seraite, and more. We keep a flexible mission profile, said Aizen. We do have high standards for recruits, and all members are expected to excel at battle readiness. Shinji smiled. We're close to the top when it comes to rapid response times. Squad 2 might beat us out there, but occasionally we can give Yoruichi a run for her money. No small feat when you're up against the Flash Goddess. Itachi nodded. I see. Your reputation's certainly a good one, said Jiraiya. Even in the academy, Squad 5 is one of the units that held up by the instructors as a model division. You must have put in a lot of work in order to maintain that kind of image. Shinji smirked. When you're good at the job, people tend to notice. Usually it's Squad 6 that gets that kind of praise. Nice to see that we can give them some competition. Captain Kuchiki's division always strives for perfection, Aizen added. However, they can become a bit too rigid in their pursuit of it. Flexibility is invaluable, and we take pains to emphasize it in Squad 5. A good mindset, said Itachi as he studied Aizen carefully, one that the Soul Society as a whole could stand to embrace a bit more. Aizen smiled slightly. Yes, I suppose it could. His response might have seemed casually approving on the surface, but Itachi thought he sensed something more behind it. It was hard to say for sure, but it almost felt like contempt. Was it for Itachi, or was it for the Soul Society? If Itachi had to guess, he'd bet on the latter. Shinji sighed. Plenty of our divisions see the value in that kind of approach, but the head captain and the Central 46 are a different matter. They're about as flexible as ancient oaks, which is to say not very. So we've noticed, said Jiraiya. The academy instructors might try to gloss over it, but it's not hard to recognize that both the 13 court guard squads and the Central 46 are organizations that give a great deal of deference to tradition, maybe overly so. Aizen's gaze shifted to Jiraiya, examining the legendary Sannin with interest. How might you act to address such an issue? Jiraiya shrugged. I don't think I'm really qualified for that. I mean, I'm technically still a student, after all. Nothing wrong with thinking big and moving outside your comfort zone, said Shinji. You're going to be an official Soul Reaper this time next week, after all. A little initiative will go a long way. Aizen nodded. Yes, I for one would very much like to hear whatever thoughts both of you have on the matter. Itachi and Jiraiya glanced at each other, and it wasn't hard for the two of them to recognize what the other was thinking. Who was really running the recruitment here? Was it the captain or the lieutenant? What sort of answers were they looking for? Best to play things close to the chest for now, Itachi thought as he looked at the lieutenant again, especially around this one. He settled for something noncommittal. That's difficult to say. I won't speak for Jiraiya, but at this point I don't think I have enough practical experience with the 13 court guard squads or the Central 46 to give a proper answer. Same here, said Jiraiya. Sorry. Shinji shook his head. Don't worry about it. Perhaps another time, then, said Aizen. A slight smile was on the lieutenant's face. Itachi had expected him to look disappointed, but if that was indeed how he felt, he was hiding it quite well. Was he perhaps amused instead? Maybe he had recognized Itachi and Jiraiya's answers for what they really were, a way to avoid revealing to him their true thoughts on the matter. One thing was for sure, Itachi did not want to linger. If Aizen's own captain held himself in a manner that suggested he was suspicious of him, then Itachi wasn't about to let his guard down. Anyone that could draw the watchful eye of a captain was not someone to be taken lightly, and despite all the power Itachi and Jiraiya had wielded in their previous lives, they were still developing their new abilities in the afterlife. If there was a fight to be had, then for the moment their potential opponent was way out of their league. His Zanpakuto apparently felt the same way. Withdraw and regroup. This man's dangerous, extraordinarily so. Why, though? I cannot say with any greater certainty than you can at the moment. Still, we should trust our instincts here. Itachi wholeheartedly agreed. Thank you very much for your time today. This has been a very enlightening experience. Jiraiya smiled. Perhaps we'll see you around after we join the active duty ranks. I'd like that, said Shinji. You two certainly have a way of keeping things interesting. There was a look of approval in the captain's eyes, one that went deeper than what he'd just said to them. It was a look that indicated he recognized what was going through Itachi and likely Jiraiya's mind as well, and he was impressed that they'd caught on to his subtle unease regarding his lieutenant without any verbal clues. A potential ally, then. But against what? We'll have to find the answer another time. Let's get out of here. Itachi bowed. Farewell, Captain Hirako, Lieutenant Aizen. Aizen nodded, the slightest hint of a smirk appearing on his face. Until next time, enjoy the rest of the recruitment exhibition. I think enjoyment went right out the window the moment I met you. And I think that you are just as aware of that as I am. Sitting off to the side of the courtyard, Visilia tried and failed to suppress a yawn. She hadn't expected to be so tired from just wandering around between the displays during the course of the recruitment exhibition, but much to her surprise it was starting to catch up to her. If this is enough to wear me out, how am I supposed to cut it in the field? She thought. I can't believe I'm getting tired from something like this. She shook her head. It wasn't the physical activity that was getting to her, even if she had put in quite a bit of walking so far. It was simply stress. She might have become more determined with regards to which division she wanted to join, but that didn't mean that the repercussions of her upcoming decision would just disappear. If she went through with it, she was going to ruffle a lot of feathers. Smoothing things over would be no easy task. "Hey there," said a familiar male voice. "Looks like someone's had enough fun for one day." Her eyes widened as Squad 2's 10th seat approached her. She'd been so distracted that she hadn't even sensed him. "Shisui, what are you doing here?" He smiled. "I told you I'd come find you later, didn't I? Mind if I join you?" Visalia nodded. "Please, by all means. Still, shouldn't you be back at Squad 2's display? The recruitment exhibition isn't over quite yet, after all." Shisui shrugged as he sat down next to her. "It's close to winding down. Well, at least the public phase, anyway. The bidding war's about to kick off, and my captain asked me to help her get a head start." Visalia's heart skipped a beat. "Wait, are you here with Captain Shihoin's offer?" Shisui smirked. "Not quite. She wants me to take you to her in a little while so she can present that to you in person and in private. She also dispatched Ria on a similar errand. You get one guess as to who she sent her after." Visalia didn't even have to think about it. "Itachi." Shisui chuckled. "That was quick." "It wasn't hard," she replied. "I take it she wants to present her offer to him first, and I'm next on her list." Shisui nodded. "Pretty much. I know it's not exactly fun to come in second, but she really does think highly of the both of you. Consider her dispatching me to keep you company as her method of getting the jump on the other captains. She deemed you worthy enough that wanted to get the first crack at you, and I'm here to see that she gets it." Visalia smiled. "That's a great honor. It'll probably take my uncle by surprise. When I visited Squad 10's display earlier, he seemed convinced that he already had me in the bag, so to speak." "That'd be your uncle's pride working against him," said Shisui, just like Captain Shihoin suspected. "No offense, but your uncle's easy to read." Visalia shook her head. "None taken." A surge of warmth came to her face when Shisui put his hand on her shoulder. "Are you ready for this? The decision that you're about to make will impact your life in ways that you can't begin to imagine." Visalia took a deep breath, but her smile remained. "I am, and in no small part thanks to you. I wouldn't be here today if you hadn't saved my life, after all. I think the very least I can do is return the favor." "That's a nice sentiment," said Shisui, "but don't feel like you have to join our division out of some obligation to me. If you're really going to do this, do it because it's what you want." Visalia nodded. "I understand. How much longer do you think it'll be?" "Well," Shisui replied, "if my instincts are right, I'd say the captain should be meeting with her first recruitment target any minute now." As he walked with her, Itachi saw Ria give him an approving smile. "Every time I see you, it feels like you've grown. I still remember that joint operation with Squad 10 from 2 years ago like it was yesterday. You were just a fourth-year student then, but you more than held your own. Look at you now." Itachi had been resting when she'd initially approached him. He and Jiraiya had finished touring the rest of the exhibits a little while ago, and the sage had gone off on his own shortly afterwards. When Itachi had asked, Jiraiya had just smirked and told him it was about a job offer that was too good to pass up. "Whatever path he's going down, I suspect I'll get an answer soon enough," he mused. "I have my own path to consider now, and it would seem that I'm about to take the next big step down it." Ria had already confirmed what Itachi had suspected when she'd come to find him. She was the escort Yoruichi had dispatched to bring him to her for her official offer. She hadn't told him herself what the offer was. Squad 2's captain apparently wanted to save that for the in-person private meeting. Itachi didn't mind, particularly because he preferred to hear it directly from Yoruichi anyway. "I don't think I've ever seen the captain quite as excited about a potential recruit as she is about you," Ria continued, giving him a wink. "I can see why, too. Ability, intellect, looks, you've got it all." Itachi shook his head. "I still have much to learn." "You're much further along than you think you are," Ria replied. "At the rate you're going, I don't think it'll be long until you start climbing the ranks. I could end up being your subordinate before we know it." "I doubt that," said Itachi. "You proved yourself to be highly skilled during the joint operation 2 years ago, and your shikai is very impressive. I still have a long way to go before I could consider competing with you." Ria smiled. "That's nice of you to say, but I know better. Captain Shihoin hasn't been shy about sharing your test results with those of us she considers her friends. Your growth during your time in the academy has been nothing short of explosive. My rate of progress has been steady but incremental. I have no doubt that you'll surpass me someday. And I honestly wouldn't mind that. It was the same with Shisui, after all. Itachi raised an eyebrow. Really? Ria nodded. Oh, yes, I outranked him when he first joined the division, but I could already tell that he had potential. It didn't take him long to prove it and jump above me in the rankings. I made my peace with it. He's a solid leader and a very capable fighter, so I've got no issue with taking orders from him. I think it'll be the same with you. Perhaps, Itachi conceded, but in the meantime, I'm quite willing to follow your orders while you remain my superior. Ria grinned. Sounds to me like you've already made up your mind when it comes to which division you want to join. The captain was right to keep her eyes on you. She stopped at the door to an unused classroom a moment later. Speaking of the captain, well, after you, Itachi. She moved to the side, allowing Itachi to step forward and enter the classroom. A moment after he entered, he heard her slide in behind him before shutting the door. The windows were open, but it was already late afternoon and evening was approaching, so the light in the room was a bit dim. Itachi spotted Yoruichi immediately, sitting right on top of the teacher's desk with a warm smile on her face. Standing behind her slightly to the right was Soifan, and she was studying Itachi quite closely. 6 years, said Yoruichi as her gaze met his. Has it really only been that long? It felt a lot longer at times. Wouldn't you agree, Itachi? Perhaps, he answered. Time's flow is tricky. Years can pass in moments, moments in years, yet the flow runs only one direction all the same. She smiled and hopped off the desk. She didn't flash step, yet she was standing before him in what felt like the blink of an eye. Itachi might have been taller than her, but the difference in height did not lessen his respect for her one bit, nor did it take away the fact that he knew just how massive the gap in their power was. Power that she used to save my life, he thought, to save an afterlife that I believed myself to be unworthy of. You have no idea how proud I am to see you here like this today, she said. I knew you had potential, but you blew past my highest expectations time and again. Not even the soul fracture could keep you down for long. I might have given you a helping hand to get you back on track, but you earned every bit of that and repaid me tenfold with your growth. Your progress has been nothing short of remarkable, Itachi. You're too kind, Itachi replied. The only reason I survived long enough to reach this point is because of you. Had you not found Jiraiya and I that night, we would have fallen to the hollows. Even after that, my recovery from the soul fracture was only possible because you acted swiftly and got me to Captain Unohana. I've been in your debt since the moment we met. Yoruichi shook her head. I understand why you might see things that way, but all I did was lend an assist or two along the way. You've walked this path with your own 2 legs. You earned the right to be here, Itachi. To come so far and achieve what you have over these past 6 years is no small feat, Soifan chimed in, her eyes narrowing. Are you ready to take the next step? We have very high expectations for you, and intend to challenge you accordingly. Itachi nodded. I understand. I'm prepared to do whatever it takes to prove myself worthy of the faith you've placed in me. Yoruichi's golden eyes were positively gleaming with anticipation. Well then, let me lay it out for you. It's no secret that I've wanted you in Squad 2 since the night we met, and I think you're ready to hit the ground running. Join my division, and you'll be made 16th seat the moment you graduate. Itachi prided himself on keeping his thoughts and feelings veiled, but even so he couldn't keep his eyes from widening ever so slightly. The highest rank possible for someone who hasn't unlocked their Shikai. Yoruichi nodded. I've got the opening thanks to a recent transfer, and I can't think of a better starting slot. With the way your abilities have been growing, I doubt you'll stay there for long. You unlocking your Shikai is just around the corner. I can feel it. Once that happens, well, I'm willing to bet that you'll climb your way up the ranks very quickly. Itachi's mind was racing with what this all meant. What would my responsibilities be? After orientation and getting you settled in, I'd start by running you through a few security patrols first to help you get the layout of the Seraite down, the captain answered. Since Squad 2 and the Stealth Force work closely together, you need to know this area like the back of your hand. Seeing as you're a quick study, though, I don't think that'd take too long. After that's when the real fun begins. Your patrols will shift to the Rukan district, the wild and the realms of the living, said Soifan. You'll hunt hollows either by yourself or under the command of a senior officer. Once you've gained sufficient experience, you'll be put in command of your own field teams, with membership determined by available personnel and the nature of your missions. You will also engage in scouting operations, becoming just one of the 13 court guard squad's many eyes and ears throughout the Soul Society. Don't forget internal security operations, Yoruichi added. It won't just be hollows that you'll be called up to fight. Criminals and rogue soul reapers will also be on the menu, and you could be charged with hunting them down at any time. You'll have to stay on your toes, Itachi. Of course, Itachi replied, what about when I'm not in the field? For starters, you'd be responsible for maintaining your own training regimen, said Yoruichi. Senior squad officers might help out from time to time, but for the most part you'll be dictating the pace of your growth. Soi Fan's eyes narrowed. Lady Yoruichi has placed a great deal of trust in your abilities and your drive to refine them. Do not dishonor her by becoming complacent. Itachi bowed. I can assure you that I will not allow that to happen. Yoruichi laughed. Seriously, Soi Fan, ease up a bit. You've seen his test scores and instructor remarks just like I have. You know he's got the discipline needed to keep himself sharp. Soi Fan shook her head. With all due respect, Lady Yoruichi, I don't think you're taking this seriously enough. As your subordinates, our conduct reflects upon you as our commander. And none of you have ever given me cause for concern on that count, Yoruichi countered. Well, except for Omaeda, but since he wasn't my pick he doesn't really count. She then winked at Itachi. I know you'll make me proud, but if you need a little additional incentive, then here it is. Show me you're determined to improve yourself, and I might make the time to give you some personal instruction. As good as he was at keeping himself calm and composed, Itachi couldn't help but feel his heartbeat pick up a bit at that. I'll keep that in mind. It would be an honor to be taught by the Flash Goddess herself. Yoruichi giggled and batted her eyelashes at him. Buttering me up with my unofficial title. You've got quite the silver tongue, Itachi. It felt like she was playing with him, but Itachi couldn't stop the slight rush of heat he felt in his face. Why did she have such an effect on him? I think we both know the answer to that. Not now. Killjoy. His personal feelings for Yoruichi aside, the fact remained that this was the perfect starting position for him. Thanks to its connection with the stealth force, Squad 2 was the division whose duties were most similar to that of Shinobi. He'd be able to hit the ground running and give the experience he'd acquired in his past life practical application. Not only that, but he'd be under the command of the captain that had demonstrated the greatest commitment to his grown, and there was no doubt in his mind that despite her playful nature she wasn't joking about the prospect of personally training him. What more could he ask for? This might have been just the first official offer he'd received today, but at this point he already knew that there was no point in waiting for the others. Squad 2 had everything he wanted, so why drag things out for longer than necessary? It may be an unofficial title, he said after a moment, but it's one that I have no doubt was well earned. And I hope that I'll get the chance to see that legendary speed in action out in the field. Yoruichi grinned. You saying what I think you are? Itachi nodded. Yes, Captain Shihoin. She held up a finger. Hey, what did I tell you before? It's just Yoruichi unless the other captains are around. Itachi couldn't help but give a small smile in return. In that case, Yoruichi, if you'll have me, I'd be honored to join Squad 2 as your 16th seat. Her eyes were ablaze with triumph as she held out her hand. The honor's mine. Welcome to the division, Itachi. Thank you, Yoruichi, he replied as he shook her hand. A playful light came to her gaze. I've got the feeling that this'll be the start of something special. What do you think, Itachi? Once again, there was a slight rush of heat to his face, but Itachi didn't let that hold back his response. I think you're right. To say her uncle looked displeased was a mild understatement. For all his efforts to maintain the urbane demeanor that was expected of both a captain and a member of one of the 5 great noble houses, Regan Draken's agitation and anger at what Visilia had just told him were blatantly obvious. She'd expected him to react poorly to her decision, but she had at least thought he would keep his aristocratic composure. She'd been quite wrong on that account. His fists were clenched, and his violet eyes were ablaze with indignation. The output of his spiritual pressure hadn't changed, but Visilia had to wonder how long that would last. Members of the Draken clan had a reputation for being as wrathful as their dragons when provoked, and while Visilia had always thought her uncle above such impulsive fury, it was clear that her assessment had been mistaken. To think that you'd be the first, Squad 10's captain hissed, his voice absolutely seething with anger and disgust. You were born into the comfort and wealth of the greatest clan the Soul Society has ever seen, and this is how you repay us. Treachery from the daughter of my elder brother. His messenger had taken her to meet him in an empty classroom and had left after ushering her inside, so they had no audience. On the one hand, it was good that there were no outside witnesses to Regan's decidedly uncaptain-like display. However, Visilia could not help but feel more than a little fearful. How far would her uncle go in his fury? It was the first time that she'd ever been concerned for her physical safety while in the presence of close family. Despite her fear, she was determined to stand her ground. I've already given my answer to Captain Shihoin. Upon graduation, I will be the 18th seat of Squad 2. 18th seat, her uncle repeated through grinding teeth, the 18th seat. Of that witch's division, 18th seat of the Shihoin clan's squad. Just how determined are you to insult your family? Visilia was appalled at what she was seeing. Yes, some members of the Draken clan took their rivalry with the Shihoin clan more seriously than was healthy, but she'd always thought that her uncle was above the petty competition between their houses, or at least took it in stride. Had something changed, or had he always been like this and had simply kept it hidden? I'm not doing this to offer insult to our family, she replied. Taking a position in Squad 2 as the start of my career as a Soul Reaper does not mean that I reject our great noble house. I'm simply doing what I feel will allow me to serve the Soul Society to my fullest potential. By taking a lesser rank in a lesser squad, Reagan spat, I kept the slot of our 16th seat open specifically for you. You are a Draken, your path must go through Squad 10. Visilia's gaze hardened. The only one who will dictate my path is myself, Captain Draken. I love my family, but I refuse to be defined my name alone any longer. I will serve the 13 court guard squads as a Soul Reaper in my own right. I will be recognized according to my abilities, not according to my bloodline. I'm proud of my lineage, but I am done with having my future dictated by my family. Her uncle glared at her. You're doing more than just disgracing our family here. I don't think that you fully comprehend the jeopardy that you're putting your future in. I'm taking my future into my own hands, Visilia shot back. If you think threats are going to stop me, then you're mistaken. Reagan gave a theatrical sigh. Even if that threat is to deny you your own dragon egg. Visilia had suspected that would be the price for her defiance long before her uncle had brought it up. It was a heavy blow. All children of the Draken line eagerly awaited the day that they would be deemed worthy of receiving the egg that would eventually hatch into their personal dragon. The gift of the egg had only been denied to members of the family on very rare occasions. Even if it was a consequence that she'd known was possible before making her decision, it was still one that she didn't take lightly. She would not let it deter her, though. If that's the price to pay for the freedom to decide my own destiny, then so be it. Visilia at least had the satisfaction of seeing her uncle's eyes widen in shock. Clearly, he'd been expecting that threat to do the trick. Well, then, it would seem that there truly is no swaying you from your folly. No, there isn't, she said with more than a hint of pride. Reagan took a deep breath before nodding. Very well, I shall inform the family of your decision. Don't expect them to take it well. I'm not, Visilia quipped dryly, just as long as they don't expect to be able to stop me. Our family's powerful, but you know just as well as I do how this works. Once a student has accepted a recruitment offer, only the head captain can overturn it if the captain that made the offer does not rescind it. I may not be as familiar with Captain Shihoin as you are, but she does not strike me as the type of woman to renege on an agreement. As for the head captain, well, even I know his reputation. He won't take kindly to our family interfering blatantly in matters such as recruitment. Her uncle chuckled ruefully. Yes, it would seem that your tutors were too good at their jobs. Fine, let Captain Shihoin and head Captain Yamamoto be the shields for this freedom that you've come to value so highly. You will find it to be but a shade of the glory you could have known had you stayed true to your family. Visilia glared at him. It was true that pomp and traditional ceremonies didn't hold all that much of an appeal for Itachi, but he could still understand their place in the order of things. Graduating from Shino Academy was a momentous occasion, especially when one considered the fact that death had been a distinct possibility during the field missions they'd gone on over the course of their education. They had passed through their trials by fire and otherwise, though, and now Itachi and the rest of his class stood here as one chapter of their lives came to a close. It had been by the slimmest of margins, but he'd beaten out Jiraiya for top marks. Itachi wasn't about to let it go to his head, but he still allowed himself a small amount of satisfaction at having proven his abilities to the academy faculty. Since Jiraiya was in the number 2 slot, he stood at Itachi's right, while Visilia was to Itachi's left thanks to her placing in the number 3 spot in the rankings. Apparently, Itachi's Zanpakuto wasn't the only one that was about to doze off. He saw Jiraiya try and fail to stifle a yawn. Ah, man, could they hurry this along? Quiet, hissed Visilia, the head captain still speaking. Indeed, he was, although it appeared that he was on the home stretch of his commencement address. Itachi was only halfway paying attention. his focus was on one of the officers standing behind Yamamoto. Not all of the captains were attending the ceremony, but a few had apparently decided to put in an appearance, including the one that Itachi knew he wouldn't be here without. Yoruichi. His eyes met hers, and she smiled with pride and satisfaction. The light in her golden eyes radiated excitement, and Itachi could hardly blame her. After all, he was more than itching to take his place in her division and officially start his new career. At long last, the head captain's address drew to a close. As the venerable commander of the 13 Court Guard squad stepped aside, he motioned for the students to come forward. Itachi led the way, and they were greeted with applause from the assembled officers and academy faculty. They'd been given instructions prior to the ceremony, so Itachi knew that once they left the stage, they'd be greeted by representatives from the divisions that they were joining. They would then be led to the barracks of their respective squads, now officially sole reapers of the 13 Court Guard squads. It's been a long road to get to this point, he thought, giving Yoruichi a small smile, and yet, even now I know that my journey has only just begun. I look forward to taking the next steps with you, Yoruichi. Here it is, thought Itachi as he stood at the main entrance to the Squad 2 barracks, my new home. After the graduation ceremony, Itachi and his classmates had been given a brief window to change into their official Soul Reaper robes before being escorted to their assigned divisions. In Itachi and Visilia's case, their escort had been a friendly face, none other than Shisui. His old friend gave him a knowing smile. You've been here before, but I bet it's different seeing it like this. After all, now you officially belong here. Itachi nodded. I suppose it's still sinking in. Visilia smiled. I know what you mean. It feels good, though. It's liberating, being here now. Shisui chuckled. You might change your mind once our captain starts putting you to work. Visilia shook her head. No, this is where I want to be. I'm ready for what comes next. Speaking of the captain, where is she? Asked Itachi as he looked around. Meeting with an old friend of hers, Shisui replied, she's got something special in mind for tonight's welcome party and it's taking her longer than she'd planned to put it all together, otherwise she'd be meeting us here at the gate. Don't worry, she'll give you all a proper greeting as head of the division soon enough. In the meantime, why don't I welcome them on the captain's behalf? Came a new male voice, loud and bellicose and more than a little on the smug side. I have a feeling I know who this is, thought Itachi. At least, I do if what Yoruichi's mentioned about him in the past is anything to go by. His hunch appeared to be supported by the exasperated look on Shisui's face. Oh, for the love of. Sure enough, approaching the gate was a man with a lieutenant's badge tied to his upper right arm. He was tall and bulky, with brown hair that was a bit curly on top while framing his face in long and well-trimmed sideburns. His Soul Reaper robes had a purple collar, and everything about the guy's demeanor screamed, smug rich prick, to Itachi. Visilia's eyes narrowed as she studied the man. I'm beginning to see why Captain Shihoin was not keen to have him attending the recruitment exhibition. Or any of our field missions for that matter. Itachi couldn't argue with her there. Strutting forward, the man brushed right past Shisui and puffed out his chest in what he must have surely thought was an intimidating pose but struck Itachi as more buffoonish than anything else. I am Muranoshin Omaeda, Lieutenant of Squad 2. Welcome to our glorious division. Itachi had to suppress a smirk as he saw Shisui roll his eyes behind the lieutenant. Nice to see that you could take time away from your schedule to give us a warm reception, Omaeda. Muranoshin put his hands on his hips as he looked over his shoulder. That's Lieutenant Omaeda to you, 10th Seat Uchiha. How many times do I have to tell you that before you get it right? Shisui brushed past him. Too many for you to count. Anyway, pay attention. I need to introduce you to our newest officers. This is 16th Seat Itachi Uchiha and 18th Seat Visilia Draken. Muranoshin smiled as he looked at Visilia. It's an honor to have a member of the esteemed Draken clan as a fellow officer. About time our division got some more noble blood in it. A pleasure to meet you, Lady Draken. Charmed, Visilia quipped dryly, and that's 18th Seat Draken, Lieutenant. My position in the aristocracy has no bearing on my rank within Squad 2. She's handling him well, the spirit of his Zanpakuto noted with more than a hint of amusement. Of course, she is. His family's a small fish in the ocean compared to hers. Besides, if she were easily intimidated, she wouldn't be here right now. The lieutenant seemed a bit taken aback by her response, although he recovered quickly enough. Oh, I see. Very well, then. I look forward to working with you, 18th Seat Draken. He then turned to Itachi. Another Uchiha, Itachi, was it? Itachi nodded. Yes, It's an honor to meet you, Lieutenant Omaeda. You more than live up to what I've heard about you. Muranoshin grinned. Finally, an Uchiha that can show some respect. I think you and I will get along just fine. How long until he figures out that you weren't complimenting him? My bet is about 100 years. If we're gambling here, then I'll wager 70. What does the winner get? The right to say, I told you so. Good enough for me. Are you here to show us to our new quarters? Asked Itachi. Actually, that's my job, said Shisui. Hey, Omaeda, isn't it about time for you to give out the final orders to the patrol corps for this evening's rotation? The lieutenant's eyes widened, and Itachi couldn't help but notice the smirk that appeared on Shisui's face. Oh, you're right, I'd better get going. Please don't tell the captain that I almost forgot. Shisui grinned. My lips are sealed. The lieutenant vanished with a flash step while the 10th seat turned back to Itachi and the other new recruits. Sorry about that, you all weren't supposed to meet him until later. Visilia sighed. No offense, Shisui, but our lieutenant almost makes me ashamed of being a noble. His bearing was atrocious. Is he always like that? Asked Itachi. Shisui shrugged. To varying degrees. He's not all that bad once you get used to him. Turns out he's actually a pretty competent administrator when his head isn't shoved up his own ass, and he does a decent job at running the patrol corps. His pride could stand to be taken down a few pegs, but if he were completely unsuited for this job then the captain would have found a way to give him the boot by now. He can be a bit much to deal with sometimes, but he does have his part to play in making sure the division functions smoothly. Visilia looked skeptical. Well, I suppose I'll believe it when I see it. Shisui smiled. Try to play nice. You are going to be colleagues from here on out, after all. If he steps out of bounds, just tell Kazuki or the captain and they'll sort it out. Anyway, come on, time to get you all properly acquainted with your new home. He led the group into the barracks, stopping occasionally to introduce them to officers they passed along the way. Since Itachi had been here a year ago when he'd been drafted along with Jiraiya and Visilia for the Barrow expedition, he already had a good idea as to the layout, but it was still nice to have his old friend giving them a more detailed tour. After showing them to their quarters and giving them a little bit of time to make whatever personal adjustments to them that they felt were necessary, Shisui picked up right where they'd left off. In addition to everything that they had seen on their tour a year ago, the 10th seat expanded upon the facilities that were specific to Squad 2 and the Stealth Force. There was an arsenal building that housed many weapons which would not have looked all that out of place in the hands of shinobi, and Shisui assured them that they would get the chance to lay claim to some of them to augment their fighting abilities once they'd put in some work. Itachi could feel the traces of spirit energy emanating from kunai and shurikens that were hung on the wall, and he was looking forward to getting a chance to practice with them. There were several interrogation chambers and holding cells concentrated in one building, and they were even shown the entrance to the notorious nest of maggots prison since it was on the 2nd Division's grounds. It was a suitably imposing sight, surrounded by a wide moat and wall, and accessible only by a wooden bridge. There was just one entrance, a cold steel door in the side of a rock wall. Itachi felt it was rather fitting. It makes no grandiose statements about itself. It makes its purpose clear in a very blunt manner. A pity that weapons are forbidden. I wouldn't mind the chance to take the measure of some of the scum they've got locked away in there. I'm afraid you'll have to satisfy yourself with the hollows and criminals that we'll be fighting out in the field. I'm sure I'll manage. It was already rather late in the afternoon when the tour had started thanks to the graduation ceremony and the trek through the Seraite to get to the barracks, and the sun had crept lower and lower in the sky as they continued looking around the facilities. Itachi soon realized that this wasn't just Shisui giving them a chance to acclimate to their new environment, he was playing for time. Visilia leaned over to whisper in Itachi's ear. It seemed that she had caught on as well. Do you think he's stalling for the captain so she can get her big welcoming party ready for us? That'd be my guess, Itachi replied. It'd be a good one, Shisui cut in, smirking at the two of them, right on the money, in fact. Visilia blushed. I didn't realize you were listening. Forgive me, I sounded accusatory. Shisui laughed. It's all right, Visilia. Like I said, you're completely right. The captain's got something special planned, and she wanted me to buy her enough time to get it ready for you. Don't worry, you won't have to wait much longer. By the time the tour came to an end, the late afternoon had given way to early evening. The sun had all but vanished, while a crescent moon and the first stars of the night were beginning to take its place. Shisui seemed to take that as his cue, because he suddenly led them towards the main training yard of the barracks. When they got there, Itachi saw that the rest of Squad 2's officers had been assembled, and at the front of the pack was Yoruichi, Soifan, and Kazuki. The captain gave Itachi a wink before addressing the group as a whole. "Hope you all enjoyed the tour," she said with a grin. "Welcome to Squad 2, everyone. I'm Yoruichi Shihoin, your captain and, for tonight at least, your party host. I'm pretty sure you all had your fill of formalities and pageantry at the graduation ceremony earlier, so why don't we just kick off the festivities right here and now?" It was at that moment that Itachi heard something he hadn't had the pleasure of hearing in quite some time coming from behind him and his fellow recruits, the telltale hissing and fizzing of a fireworks fuse being lit. He turned around just in time to catch sight of a shell flying out of one of several dozen assembled tubes at the other end of the training yard, followed by a brilliant orange and yellow pyrotechnic flower bursting into bloom in the night sky. While the gazes of his comrades lingered on the explosion, Itachi had already shifted his focus back to the source. Standing in the middle of all the mortar tubes almost like a priestess in the midst of a ritual was a rather striking woman. Her height was about average, but that was the only thing that was typical about her. She looked to be about in her mid-20s or so, but Itachi knew that appearances could be deceiving in the Soul Society and was reasonably certain that she was older than what first glance might suggest. Her figure was athletic and toned, with a very prominent bosom being held back by a red robe that still exposed more than a fair share of cleavage. Her right arm appeared to have been amputated just above where the elbow would have been, and white bandages covered the rest, but it didn't detract in the least from her attractiveness. The left arm had a strange black tattoo on it. Itachi couldn't begin to guess at the meaning behind it. Her red robe was backless, and while a white skirt fell down to about her knees her midriff was exposed, and Itachi caught more than a few of his fellow male recruits openly ogling her. The fading light of the opening fireworks burst illuminated her long and messy black hair, and her green eyes were ablaze with excitement. Itachi caught sight of a sword with red handle wrapping sheathed and strapped to her back, although given the woman's appearance he wasn't sure if it was a Zanpakuto or not. Her attire certainly didn't fit with that of a typical Soul Reaper, but at the same time Itachi could still sense her considerable spiritual energy. Soul Reaper or not, she's not to be trifled with, he thought. I wonder what her story is. And why do I feel like I should know her? She grinned as she called out to her host. "Hey, Yoruichi, you gonna introduce me or what?" Yoruichi laughed. "I wanted to give you the chance to make your big entrance first." The woman smirked. "Well, I don't know if I'd call that last one big. It's a pretty modest party popper compared to the rest of the artillery I brought out for tonight. You'll get the chance to light off every last one of them before the night's through," Yoruichi replied. "Everyone, I'd like you to meet Kukaku Shiba, an old of mine and the pyrotechnic terror of the Soul Society." "Shiba," thought Itachi. "I thought she seemed familiar. Her spirit energy feels similar to that of Squad 10's third seat." Next to him, he saw Visalia's eyes widen. The Kukaku Shiba. Itachi was a bit puzzled by her reaction. He'd never heard the name before, but Visalia clearly had. "Something I should know." "Well, there's a reason Captain Shihoin called her a pyrotechnic terror," said Visalia. "I heard that she almost burnt down her family's estate with one of her experiments." "I heard that, Miss Draken." Kukaku barked. Although the smile on her face seemed to indicate that she wasn't all that offended, it's not nice to whisper about someone right in front of them. "I thought a daughter of the dragon's blood was supposed to be above that." Visalia's face paled slightly. "I'm sorry. Is she really so fearsome?" "I think we both know the answer to that. I can feel her spirit energy just as well as you can, after all." Kukaku stepped forward, glancing at Itachi and Visalia before looking past them towards Yoruichi. "Interesting bunch of recruits you got this year. You sure they're up for the ringer you're going to put them through?" "I'll find out starting tomorrow," Yoruichi answered with a smile. "Tonight's not the time to worry about that, though. After all, it's a party, and you're the entertainment, Kukaku." Kukaku chuckled. "Fair enough. Time for me to get to work." She whipped out a quartet of shells with surprising grace, depositing each into their respective tubes with showman's flair. Each fuse was lit in short order, and a series of thuds sounded as the shells soared up from their tubes before bursting moments later into a veritable rainbow of dazzling radiance. "There's more than just fireworks on offer tonight," Yoruichi called out. Itachi and the rest of the recruits turned back towards her, only to find that she and her fellow officers had stepped aside to reveal a full spread of food. Fish and eel were being grilled, there were rice balls aplenty, beef pots were steaming, and there was plenty of everything to go around. "Don't hold yourselves back on my account," the captain ordered with a grin. "Dig in." Visalia smiled at Itachi. "Well, who are we to say no to our new captain?" Itachi nodded. "You're right. Besides, I don't think we've had a chance to eat since before the ceremony." Visalia's stomach gave a growl that was audible even over the fireworks, causing her to blush with embarrassment. Yes, best we address that quickly. Itachi let her take the lead. As the recruits went to fill their plates, he saw several Soul Reapers come out of the barracks carrying picnic blankets which they quickly spread out over the training yard. Soon everyone was dished up and dispersed across the training yard, fresh recruits mingling with officers and unseated Soul Reapers alike. For his part, Itachi waited until most of the others had taken their seats. There was someone in particular that he was hoping to dine with this evening. Sure enough, he saw that Yoruichi was sitting with Kazuki and Soifan, but there appeared to be room for one or two more on the red blanket that they'd claimed. Seeing that Visalia had already joined Shisui and Ria, he made his way over to the captain in her inner circle. "Do you mind if I join you?" he asked as he approached. Yoruichi grinned. "Are you kidding? I was about to drag you over here myself. We were hoping to have a chance to chat a bit before you started your new duties," said Kazuki. Soifan gave him a nod and a smile. "You're the highest ranking of our new officers, you've earned the spot we've saved for you." "Thank you," said Itachi as he settled in. They spent a few minutes munching away before Yoruichi nodded at their evening entertainment. "So, what do you think of Kukaku?" Itachi glanced over at the fiery woman as she sent another series of shells racing into the sky. "She seems rather energetic." Kazuki chuckled as fresh blossoms of multicolored fire burst overhead. "That's a bit of an understatement." Soifan rolled her eyes. "Sometimes it's hard to remember that she's actually a noble, what with the way she acts and all." Yoruichi smirked. The aristocratic lifestyle and Kukaku were never going to fit well together. "She's too much of a livewire for it." "Visalia told me that she almost burnt down her family's estate," said Itachi. "Is that true?" Yoruichi laughed. "Oh, yes, and I'm never letting her live that down." "We did try to warn her that her experimental mixture was too volatile," said Kazuki. Yoruichi nodded. "Yeah, but that was never going to stop her from trying it out. She could have at least picked a spot other than the Shiba Estate's courtyard, though." "I take it her family wasn't thrilled about her foray into pyrotechnics," said Itachi dryly. "That's putting it mildly," Soifan quipped. "They tried to get her into the 13 court guard squads as a way of instilling discipline," said Kazuki. "She actually wound up in the same training class as me, Yoruichi, and Tessai." Yoruichi gave a wistful sigh. "Those were some crazy times, weren't they? You know, sometimes I'm amazed that the four of us actually made it through the academy with all the shenanigans we got up to." Itachi raised an eyebrow. "So, she was once a Soul Reaper, then?" Yoruichi shook her head. "Not quite. She actually went into the Kido Corps with Tessai. She has a real knack for spellcasting, especially when it comes to attack spells. I'd say she was actually the strongest in the whole corps apart from Tessai." Itachi couldn't help but note the past tense there. "So, what happened?" "She was reckless," said Soifan, "excessively so." Kazuki chuckled. "That's one way to put it. She was a powerhouse out in the field, but back at the base she got restless quite easily. Formalities and paperwork didn't really sit well with her, and she never lost her taste for fireworks, even though that had been the whole reason why her family had enrolled her in the academy to begin with. Her knowledge of Kido combined with her ever-growing pyrotechnic expertise drove her to undertake riskier and riskier experiments, all for the sake of a bigger and more colorful boom." Yoruichi shrugged. "Long story short, there was only so much that even Tessai could put up once he became the Grand Kido Chief and Corps Commander. When one of her babies misfired rather spectacularly, it damn near took out the barracks in addition to claiming her right arm. The head captain and the Central 46 threatened to come down hard, and the only way to avoid imprisonment was for Tessai to expel her. Fortunately, she didn't take it personally. Hell, they're still friends even now. So she went into the fireworks business full-time, then," said Itachi as he watched her fire off another volley. "Yup," said Yoruichi, "her products are always in high demand. She's the best in her craft in all the Soul Society." Soifan sighed. "She could have been so much more. If she'd actually applied herself to her training, she could have been head of the Kido Corps herself someday, or at least the Vice Kido Chief." Kazuki shook his head. "I don't think that really would have panned out long-term. Kukaku's personality is as fiery as her products. Any rigidly structured environment like the 13 court guard squads or the Kido Corps would be a poor fit for her. It was only a matter of time before she left one way or the other." "What's her place in the Shiba clan?" asked Itachi. "How's she related to Squad 10's third seat?" "Ishin's actually her uncle, believe it or not," said Yoruichi. "He's the current heir to the family, so while the Shiba clan might not necessarily be happy with Kukaku's choices, it's not the end of the world for them. She also has two brothers, an older one named Kyan and a younger one named Ganju. Speaking of Kyan, said Soi Fan, I heard a rumor that the Shiba clan is going to have him enter the academy within a year or so. Kazuki nodded and glanced at Yoruichi. I've heard that as well. Any truth to it? Yoruichi nodded. Kukaku brought it up when I was catching up with her earlier. If he's not with this year's entry class, he'll definitely be with next year's applicants. Itachi raised an eyebrow. If he's Kukaku's older brother and she's already been kicked out of the Kido Corps, why hasn't he entered the academy before now? If he's the eldest of the three siblings, wouldn't his family have enrolled him prior to her? Normally, that would be the case, Yoruichi admitted. However, Kukaku became such a handful that they had to shuffle things around a bit. While they shipped her off to the academy, they gave Kyan special attention with the finest tutors the family could afford. They want to be sure that he'll succeed so spectacularly that he'll become the new face of the Shiba clan's next generation alongside Isshin, so they're taking their time to thoroughly prepare him for what's to come. They don't want another Kukaku, although personally I think she turned out just fine. Soi Fan rolled her eyes. With all due respect, you would say that, Lady Yoruichi. Yoruichi laughed. Well, she is my friend, after all. Kazuki smiled, and a good one, at that. Sure, she's rambunctious, aggressive, and almost as volatile as her fireworks, but she's also fiercely loyal to those that are close to her. She values friendship and those she considers to be her real family more than noble titles, status and wealth. When the chips are down, she'll have your back. Itachi nodded. She sounds like quite a woman. You got that right, Yoruichi replied. Her gaze went towards the sky as Kukaku sent another volley racing into the night. A fresh rainbow of fiery blossoms bloomed above, yet Itachi found it hard to focus on the pyrotechnic artistry. The light from the exploding shells was dancing in Yoruichi's eyes, and when combined with the satisfied smile on her face it made for a sight that was far more entrancing than the fireworks. Are you finally ready to start being honest with yourself? The voice of the spirit of his Zanpakuto jolted him, although Itachi kept his reaction limited to just a few blinks. His eyes were still on Yoruichi, and he knew that his weapon had a point. The way he was looking at her now, how she had never been far from his mind since the night she'd saved his life. Well, it was rather obvious. He was attracted to her. She was so unlike any woman that he'd met during his time in the shinobi world. He'd met his share of beautiful and powerful kunoichi to be sure, but none of them could hold a candle to her. He didn't know the full extent of her abilities, but from the few hints he'd witnessed over the past 6 years Itachi was sure that her true power would be nothing less than a marvel to behold. It wasn't just her strength and her looks that had drawn his gaze, though. She was a capable and respected leader. She was intelligent and vested with great authority, yet at the same time she was quite friendly, even playful. She was a beacon of vitality the likes of which Itachi had never seen before, shining even in the shadows that the division and stealth force that she commanded called home. Had she been born in the shinobi world, Itachi was sure that she would have become a truly fearsome jonin. In fact, it wasn't too hard to think of her as one right now. Squad 2 and the stealth force seemed to be about as close to shinobi as the Soul Society could get. He could easily have seen her as a colleague in his past life, and she was officially one now since he'd finally graduated from the academy. Skill, strength, brains, looks, energy and warmth. She had it all. More than that, she'd used it to help him. Sure, she'd been nudging him towards her division in the process and had seen him as a valuable recruit, but that didn't change the fact that she'd more than once lent a hand to him when he desperately needed it. She hadn't just saved his life. She'd helped him find his footing in a strange and vast afterlife, and had given him the aid he'd needed to find the beginnings of a new path to go down, one that could potentially allow him to do the sort of good that he'd truly wanted to do so back when he was alive. He'd been given a second chance, and he owed it all to her. In light of that, his attraction towards her was perfectly natural. So why had it taken so long for him to acknowledge what had been obvious for quite some time? There was a somber answer to that. It even had a name attached to it. Izumi Uchiha. She was the first girl that he'd felt anything approaching romantic affection towards. And the last, at least while he'd been alive. There was a very good reason for that, too. She had been his first victim the night he wiped out their clan. In light of that, it was hardly a wonder that he'd been so reluctant to see how his feelings for the woman that was now his commanding officer had been slowly evolving over the years. Let it go, whispered the spirit of his Zanpakuto in a surprisingly soft and gentle manner. You've been chained to that night for far too long now. Those are chains that I'm fully deserving of. What I did was beyond any form of redemption, regardless of the motives behind it. And yet you came to the soul society when you passed on, not hell. Why do you suppose that is? I doubt it'd be the first time there was a mistake like that in the afterlife. Please. You just got through 6 years of learning about the soul society. You know how the sorting of souls works just as well as the rest of your classmates do. If you truly were the monster that you believe yourself to be, you would not be here. And I'm sure that a part of you other than me knows it. You're just afraid to recognize it. Why would that be? You fear forgiveness. The chains that bind you to that night are a sentence that has become your cornerstone. It's defined you all these years. If you moved beyond it, you would become someone new. You're afraid because you don't know who the new you might be. You shouldn't be. The past 6 years alone should have given you a glimpse at who you have the potential to become, and I can tell you that that's a man you should not be afraid of. You have earned the right to become him. It's too soon. No, you've tortured yourself for far too long. Your family didn't want this for you. Neither did Izumi. Easy for you to say. You weren't there when I killed them. I am a part of your soul. Your memories are mine, so I very much was there. You simply did not possess the knowledge required to recognize me at the time. With your parents, you delivered the quickest end you could. As for Izumi, you went to even greater lengths to ensure that she did not suffer. She felt no pain. She passed on in peace, and that was a blessing only you could grant her. Part of him knew that the spirit of his Zanpakuto was right, but that still didn't change that what he'd done was still murder. He didn't deserve to be let off the hook that easily. There are others out there that are far more deserving of blame than you. You were given an impossible choice, and I'm not the only one who recognizes that. You already told Jiraiya, after all, and he clearly hasn't shunned you for it. The situation might not have been of my making, but the actions I took to resolve it were mine. Regardless of the choice, I allowed myself to become the instrument of their destruction. To save your village, your country, and the shinobi world from what would have been an utterly devastating conflict. Your clan made its bed with their ambition and resentment. You and Shisui were the only ones to recognize their folly, and you did what had to be done in order to rectify it. If Jiraiya could recognize that after a lifetime of distrusting you, then don't you think that others could as well? Hey, Itachi, you okay? Itachi's eyes widened slightly as he realized that he'd been staring at Yoruichi the whole time he'd been having his mental conversation with the spirit of his Zanpakuto. The captain didn't seem to be uncomfortable about it, rather, she looked genuinely worried about him. Kazuki and Soi Fan were looking at him as well, and Itachi could only imagine what they were thinking. Sorry, he said as he quickly looked down, grabbing a drink as he hastily composed himself. I was preoccupied. Kazuki chuckled. Zanpakuto talking your ear off again. Something like that, Itachi replied before taking a sip. Soi Fan's eyes narrowed. You can't allow yourself to get distracted like that. You're an officer of Squad 2 now, which means that you must be vigilant at all times. Hey, Yoruichi cut in as she put her hand on her bodyguard's shoulder. Ease up on him a bit, all right. It's his first night in his new division after graduation. It's only natural for Itachi to have a lot on his mind. Soi Fan sighed. If that's what you wish, Lady Yoruichi. She turned her attention back to Itachi, and his heart skipped a beat when he saw the surprisingly gentle smile on her face. Anything you want to get off your chest? As a matter of fact, I can think of a few things. Not here, not now. Then when? That was a good question, and it was one that Itachi didn't have an answer for. He shook his head, although his refusal was surprisingly hesitant. It's nothing. The captain's eyes narrowed slightly. She clearly wasn't buying it. Are you sure? I don't mind breaking away from the festivities for a few minutes if you want to talk. Her offer was much more tempting than Itachi had anticipated, but he forced himself to decline. Thank you, but it's all right. After all, this is a party for all of Squad 2, it'd be wrong for me to distract you from it. I don't consider helping my subordinates to be a distraction, Itachi, Yoruichi replied. Itachi couldn't help but give her a small smile. That's very kind of you. Perhaps another time, I might take you up on that. She stared at him for a good long moment, but in the end, she didn't press the issue. All right, then, I keep an open door policy, so if you change your mind, just let me know. Itachi nodded. I will. With that, her gaze and those of Kazuki and Soi Fan returned to the sky as Kukaku sent yet another volley soaring into the night. Itachi's eventually followed, but it lingered for a moment on Yoruichi. If he told her the truth, what would she say? Of all the divisions in the 13 court guard squads, hers was as close in duties and responsibilities to those of shinobi as one could possibly get. As the commander of such a unit, there was the distinct possibility that she might understand what he had done more than any other captain in the Soul Society. Perhaps. One day. The next day. His head throbbing with a hangover that felt bigger than the likeness of Tsunade carved into Hokage rock, Jiraiya groaned as he worked his way back to something resembling consciousness. Rubbing his eyes and his forehead as he sat up, he looked around to survey the damage from the previous evening's festivities. "Oh, man," he murmured, "how hard did we party last night?" He was in the middle of the training yard of Squad 8's barracks, and he wasn't the only one. It seemed like most of the division was there in varying states of sobriety or lack thereof. Cups and sake bottles were strewn everywhere, with a sizable collection surrounding Jiraiya alone. He tried to recall what exactly had gone down, but all he got for his efforts was a fresh headache. Amusingly enough, at the center of the mess and apparently still out cold was none other than Captain Kiraku. Jiraiya vaguely recalled trying to go head-to-head with his new commanding officer the night before, but Squad 8's leader was perhaps the most formidable opponent in a drinking game that Jiraiya had ever encountered. He imagined that the man would certainly have given Tsunade a run for her money if the two of them ever met in the realms of the living. When she does pass on, and if I'm able to find her, I should introduce the two of them, he mused. Then again, I'm not sure if Squad 8 has enough booze for the kind of drinking contest that would likely ensue. He cautiously struggled to his feet and was about to go over to check on the captain when he saw Lisa march on over, hands on her hips and scowling at her passed-out commander. She stood over him for a moment before delivering a swift kick to the man's ribs, causing Jiraiya to wince in sympathy. Apparently, the lieutenant's kick was enough to break through the captain's drunken haze, because he groaned in pain before sitting up to rub the point of impact. "Lisa, was that really necessary?" She folded her arms. "Yes, it was. You don't get to spend the day out cold and leave orientation to me, Captain. Get up." Jiraiya chuckled as he walked over. "Captain, are you sure that you're the one who runs this division? It looks like the lieutenant's the one that wears the pants around here." Kiraku smiled as the division's newest officer approached. "Ah, good morning, Jiraiya. You here to give me a hand?" "It looks like your lieutenant's got that covered," Jiraiya replied, "at least, if by hand, you mean a good foot to the chest." "You're lucky that I didn't administer the same treatment to you, Jiraiya," Lisa scolded him. "There's nothing wrong with cutting loose, but both of you seriously overdid it last night, and I'm not going to clean all this up by myself." Kiraku nodded as he stood up. "All right, I suppose that's fair enough. Lisa, do me a favor and go round up everyone. We made this mess as a division, and we'll clean it up the same way." "Very well, then," she said, "just as long as you pull your weight." Kiraku laughed. "Hey, where's the trust? I'll do my part, Captain's honor." As Lisa headed off to rouse the rest of the division, she was quickly replaced by Nanao entering the training yard. "Good morning, Captain." "Oh, you're up too, Jiraiya. How are you feeling?" Jiraiya grimaced. The little girl's high-pitched voice wasn't exactly what his throbbing head needed at the moment. "I've been better." Nanao giggled. "You were really funny last night. Maybe next time you shouldn't drink so much, though." Jiraiya forced a smile. "I think you're right, Nanao." The rest of the division came out from their quarters a few minutes later, and the next hour or so was spent cleaning up the remnants of the prior evening's festivities. Once they were done, most went off to take care of whatever their assigned duties were for the day, with the exception being Jiraiya. "I don't think the captain ever got around to assigning me specific duties," he mused, "or if he did, I'm having a really hard time remembering them right about now." Fortunately, both the captain and the lieutenant were still in the courtyard. More intriguingly, both of them seemed to be waiting on Jiraiya. With nothing better to do, Jiraiya headed their way. Kiraku smiled as he approached. "How's the hangover?" Jiraiya chuckled. "I could ask you the same thing." The captain rubbed his forehead. "Man, don't remind me. This thing's going to take all day to go away." "I can't say you don't deserve it, Captain," Lisa deadpanned. "Last night was a bit much even by your standards." Kiraku gave her a wink. "As that's so, my mind might be a bit hazy right now, but I do seem to recall you enjoying yourself as well." Much to his surprise, Jiraiya actually saw the lieutenant blush at that, at least a little. "Well, it's important to unwind once in a while. Besides, since we were welcoming new recruits, I felt it was acceptable to let my hair down." Jiraiya smiled as bits and pieces of the prior evening began to form a somewhat cohesive picture in his mind. "You actually had some fun last night, didn't you?" Knocked back a few drinks yourself, I drink in moderation, she replied, last night. Well, I only had 1 or 2 more than my usual. Kiraku grinned. Only 1 or 2 more. Her response was to kick him in the shins. Only 1 or 2 more. Kiraku laughed even as he rubbed the point of impact. If you say so. Now that we've got that settled, what comes next? Asked Jiraiya. I believe I heard the lieutenant mention something about orientation earlier. Kiraku nodded, although the way he was looking at Jiraiya suggested that it was a secondary concern at the moment. That'll come soon enough. In the meantime, now that we're at least on our feet, I'd like a chance to evaluate you, Jiraiya. The sage raised an eyebrow. An evaluation? Weren't the academy finals enough? I saw your scores, and they were definitely impressive, Kiraku replied. However, a list of grades and instructor remarks only go so far. I want a better idea as to what you're currently capable of. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed. What did you have in mind? The captain turned to his lieutenant. Lisa, why don't you go around with him? Lisa raised her eyebrow. Captain, are you sure about this? Kiraku nodded. Of course, a practical demonstration's the best way to gauge a new officer's skills. Very well, then, said the lieutenant before turning to Jiraiya, hangover or not, you'd best prepare yourself. Jiraiya shrugged. Well, we don't always get to choose when we fight, so I guess this'll be some good practice. Any ground rules? Anything goes as long as there's no permanent damage, said Kiraku. Lisa, try not to take him down too quickly. It's not much of an evaluation if you knock him out in a single hit. I'll exercise appropriate restraint, Captain, Lisa replied, taking a few steps back before placing her hand on the hilt of her Zanpakuto. Jiraiya did the same, a spark of excitement racing down his spine as he faced off with the lieutenant. He hadn't counted on a one-on-one match with squad aides a second in command so soon after joining the division. Having to fight her while still nursing a hangover was going to be a pain, but all the same he was very much looking forward to seeing what tricks she had up her sleeve. Even if she wasn't going all out, it would still be an educational experience. Lisa turned to Kiraku. Do you mind officiating, Captain? Her commanding officer shrugged. I suppose it's the least I can do. You ready, Jiraiya? Jiraiya smiled. As ready as I'll ever be. He turned to his lieutenant. Lisa. Yes, she answered. She then gave Jiraiya a nod. This might be anything goes, but I'll do you a favor and refrain from using my shikai. How's that for a handicap? Jiraiya smirked. I guess that's fine, although to be honest I wouldn't mind seeing it. She actually smiled at that. Some other time, perhaps. Kiraku raised his right hand. All right, then, 3, 2, 1. He then brought his hand down in a chopping motion. Begin. The smile on Lisa's face grew ever so slightly. And then she was on Jiraiya before he could so much as blink. She might not have been able to rival the likes of the Flash Goddess, but Lisa was still confident in her speed and had no compunctions about unleashing it on squad aides a newly minted 17th seat. Her flash step took her from her starting position to less than a meter in front of Jiraiya in a mere moment, and her blade was drawn a second later. Her captain might have ordered her to draw out the fight, but if her new subordinate couldn't block this blow then he wasn't worthy of the position that he'd been given. Fortunately, Jiraiya proved himself to be up to the challenge. Rather than meet her head-on, he initiated a flash step of his own and evaded to the right. Lisa was able to close the gap in short order, but the move gave the new officer the space he needed to draw his Zanpakuto and deflect her strike. Not bad. It was a promising start, but she wasn't about to ease up just because he'd managed to block her first attack. Keeping her blade locked with his, she balanced herself on her left leg while raising her right to launch a kick straight at his chin. Much to her surprise, Jiraiya didn't fall back, but instead shifted to holding his sword in just his right hand while raising his left arm to block her kick. He then flashed her a smile, and she knew why. With both his legs still firmly planted on the ground, he had a much more solid position than she did. Of course, she wasn't about to give him the chance to take advantage of it. Smoothly disengaging, she leapt backwards to allow herself an opportunity to regroup. Jiraiya thrust his blade forward, but she parried with fluid grace before going right back on the offensive. A series of rapid-fire thrusts was her counterattack, but Jiraiya stood his ground, blocking and redirecting each one without backing down. He has solid frontal defenses, she mused, but let's see how he fares against a more acrobatic offensive. Rolling to the right, she feinted with a stab towards his abdomen before suddenly leaping into the air. Performing a front flip as she passed over him, she lashed out with her sword in an attempt to cut his shoulder. At the last possible moment, he ducked, and as she came down on her feet, Lisa was well aware of Jiraiya already whirling around to strike back. Her blade was up in a guard position before her feet even hit the ground, just in time to parry a powerful overhand blow. His physical strength was impressive to say the least. In Lisa's trained eyes, it was easily several notches above what was expected from an officer of Jiraiya's rank. What made it even more formidable was that it wasn't the wild strength of a brute, but the controlled force of a trained warrior. It was honed and refined to the point that even though he was fresh out of the academy, he was already engaging her like a seasoned fighter. His skills from his past life are no doubt a considerable factor here, she thought. I'm sure he'll be a real asset for our frontline teams. It was time to shake things up a bit. She was here to do more than test his sword skills, after all. The captain had said that this fight was anything goes, and Lisa was intent on putting their new recruit through his paces before the end of the match. She flash-stepped backwards to gain some space before shifting to a single-handed grip on her sword while raising her free hand and aiming the open palm towards Jiraiya. Hado 31, Shakuho. She expected one of two possible outcomes based on the level of skill he'd already demonstrated. Either he'd dodge it cleanly, or he'd deflect it with his Zanpakuto. Of course, there was always the chance that it might actually hit him, but Lisa wasn't banking on that. If he'd been able to keep up with her up to this point, then a spell like this one was hardly a threat to him. Then she saw Jiraiya smirk as he did something that she'd most certainly not expected. Bakudo 8. Seiki. A small orb of light blue spirit energy appeared over the back of his left hand as he raised it to intercept the crimson blast heading his way. When Lisa's attack hit the orb, it was deflected, and she quickly found her own spell racing right back at her. Clever. She sidestepped to the right, and the blast sailed past her before exploding against the far wall. Lisa then brought up her sword into a guard position. Jiraiya was already charging forward, determined to press the advantage. Deflecting his diagonal slash, Lisa decided to take a defensive posture for the next few exchanges so she could fully evaluate her opponent's Zanjutsu. It was easy to see how he'd aced the Zanjutsu portion of the final exams. His swordsmanship was far above that of a typical student. Indeed, Lisa doubted that even the academy instructors could match him at this point. He was just the right mix of strong and cunning, unleashing an effective assault that was straightforward yet easily adaptable. He was capable of measuring each of his strikes, ensuring that they were powerful while at the same time not draining his reserves too quickly. It wasn't just his swordsmanship that was impressive. Jiraiya was proving himself to be quite capable of mixing up Zanjutsu and Hakuta as the situation called for it. He shifted his blade to a single-handed grip, and as he blocked a horizontal slash he then reached out with his free hand, forcing Lisa to backpedal to avoid being grappled. Her opponent pushed forward, returning to a two-handed grip and unleashing a rain of powerful overhand blows. Lisa was able to parry them, but on the last one Jiraiya suddenly lunged forward, attempting to knee her in the gut. Once again, Lisa pulled back to avoid the hit. He's strong and versatile, she thought as she guarded against a fresh onslaught. At this point, the only reason his rank is that of 17th seat is because he hasn't unlocked his Shikai. The day that he does, he'll start climbing the ranks quite quickly. Personality-wise, he might have had a bit too much in common with her captain for Lisa's liking, but there was no denying that his skills were the real deal. She could definitely do worse for subordinates, and all things considered she was actually looking forward to working with him out in the field. Parrying a diagonal slash from him, she quickly glanced at her captain, who gave her a nod. He'd seen enough. It was time to end this. Making a high kick as she deflected his attack, she then leapt over him, making a slash of her own as she did so. Jiraiya was able to block the attack, but it kept him on the defensive just long enough for Lisa to land on her feet behind him. He whirled around and was able to redirect the thrust she sent his way, but it was a close thing. Now Lisa was picking up her pace, filling the air with streaks of silver as her blade lashed out like a hydra. Much to her surprise, Jiraiya actually smiled as she intensified her assault. He clearly wasn't intending to go down easily, and Lisa was curious to see what he had up his sleeves. He once again shifted to a single-handed grip on his Zanpakuto, but this time he didn't move to strike her with his free hand right away. Fending off the blizzard of strikes she was unleashing against him, he held his free hand open, and Lisa's eyes widened slightly as blue-white spirit energy began to whirl over his palm, rapidly forming a sphere of swirling power. What kind of spell is this? She got her answer a moment later when Jiraiya thrust out with the spinning ball of energy. Rasengan. Rather than aiming at her, Jiraiya slammed his energy ball into the ground between them. Lisa only had a moment to ponder why he would do such a thing before she was provided an answer in the form of a deluge of broken tiles, and the dirt and stones beneath them threatened to engulf her. Even though she'd been taken off guard by her opponent's strange spell, Lisa recovered quickly. Not giving Jiraiya any time to capitalize on the distraction he'd created, she flash-stepped to the left. A second Shunpo brought her directly behind him, and she charged right at him. Jiraiya spun around to block the attack, but this time he was just a split second too slow, and the point of her sword came to rest mere millimeters from his face. She gave Jiraiya a confident smile. Match. Jiraiya smiled back. Looks like it. The two of them sheathed their swords, and Lisa took a moment to survey the damage caused by Jiraiya's last-ditch attack. It had blasted a decent-sized crater in the training yard, and bits of tile, stone and dirt had been flung everywhere. She heard applause off to the side, and she turned towards the source to find her captain grinning. Well, that was quite a show. Jiraiya bowed. I aim to please. Lisa nodded. You certainly accomplished that much, although I doubt the Soul Reapers that will be assigned to patch up the training yard will share our sentiments. Her captain shrugged. They've cleaned up worse messes than this before. Maybe I should buy them all drinks to make up for it later, said Jiraiya. I guess I overdid it a bit at the end there. Kiraku smiled. Perhaps, but I'm glad you did. Seeing that technique of yours was certainly worth the damage you caused. Lisa's eyes narrowed as she regarded her new subordinate. What manner of spell was that? It didn't match any Kido technique that I'm familiar with. A knowing smirk was on her captain's face. Let me guess, a little holdover from your shinobi days. Jiraiya nodded. I've always liked having an ace in the hole or two up my sleeves. It took me a while to figure out how to recreate it with spirit energy as opposed to chakra, but I've got it down now. Lisa took a moment to consider the amount of power the spell had packed. That technique could likely take out lesser hollows in a single shot. Looks like its power is proportional to your own, Kiraku added, so, the stronger you get, the more powerful this, Rasengan, of yours should get as well. That's what I'm hoping, anyway, said Jiraiya. Intriguing, Lisa murmured, regarding the division's 17th seat with renewed interest. Is this a technique that you could teach to others? Jiraiya grinned. Are you volunteering to be my first student, Lieutenant? Can you or not? She snapped. Jiraiya nodded. I suppose I could. The same basic principles apply for the technique in the afterlife as they did when I was alive, although manipulating spirit energy in such a manner is more difficult than chakra. Kiraku raised an eyebrow. Really? Why's that? Spirit energy seems to be more volatile, Jiraiya answered. That seems to be part of the reason why most of the Kido spells we learn have incantations. They help control the energy. Firing off the spells without the incantations doesn't just result in a reduction in power, but also lessens the efficiency of the spells. But the spell you just used in our bout required no incantation, only the name, Lisa pointed out. Saying the name is the easy part, Jiraiya countered. It's getting the spirit energy to form that ball you saw and properly contain it before releasing it on a target that's tricky. The technique never had an incantation when I was using chakra to fuel it. That might be one of the reasons why it took me so long to remaster it once I came here. I was first trying to manipulate spirit energy exactly like I would chakra, and it was only after taking into account the differences between the two and adjusting accordingly that I was finally able to relearn the technique. Even then, it wasn't exactly easy. Any other tricks from your shinobi days that you can still use? Asked Kiraku. My taijutsu skills are still intact, Jiraiya replied. They translate pretty well to Hakuta since both are basically the same thing, hand-to-hand combat. As for actual techniques such as ninjutsu or genjutsu, as of right now I'm afraid the Rasengan is the only tool I've been able to pull out of that particular closet. Still, it's early days, so there's no reason why I wouldn't be able to figure out how to use more of my old techniques with spirit energy instead of chakra if given enough time. He then flashed another grin at Lisa. So, you still want to learn my little spell? Just say the word, Lieutenant. I'm always happy to have a beautiful woman as a student. She actually was tempted, if only for the possible utilizations of the spell rather than the personality of her would-be teacher. Eventually. For now, though, it'd be better for you to focus on acclimating to your current role as the 17th seat of Squad 8. I take it there's more to that than partying hard and sparring with my superior officers, said Jiraiya. So, what's on the list for today? Lisa smiled. First, go gather a suitable group of unseated division members. You're going to help our maintenance personnel clean up the mess you made here. Jiraiya chuckled. All right, fair enough. As he left the training yard, Lisa turned to her captain. He shows more promise than I'd initially given him credit for. He might be a bit too similar to you for my liking, but I have to admit that he'll be a great asset for Squad 8. Kiraku grinned. Glad to see you're coming around. Can I count on you to keep putting him through his paces? We need to make sure to polish this gem that we've acquired, after all. Lisa nodded. Of course, Captain. A week later. Hold here. Soy Fan ordered as Itachi and Visilia came to a stop behind her. Itachi nodded. Although he was able to maintain his composure, he was privately thankful for a chance to catch his breath. Understood. Next to him, Visilia sighed with relief. Yes, ma'am. Yoruichi's bodyguard was a stern taskmaster, but Itachi couldn't deny her effectiveness. Ever since she'd started running him and Visilia through these exercises, he'd noticed a measurable improvement in their endurance and speed, and they'd only been doing them for a week. The day after the welcoming party that had been held for the new recruits of Squad 2, Yoruichi had placed Itachi and Visilia under the direct supervision of Soy Fan, who had proceeded to run them through the same series of drills from morning to dusk. The exercises consisted of a series of flash step courses that went across the Seraite, and both newly minted officers had immediately picked up on the dual nature of the drills. They were meant not only to increase their proficiency in the swift movement techniques that Squad 2 placed such value in, but also to hammer into the layout of the Seraite so that they would be more effective in responding to a potential crisis within its confines. As the 18th and 16th seats took advantage of the respite to regain some of their energy, Itachi caught Soy Fan carefully studying them. The look she gave them was not unlike those he and Visilia had received from their instructors at the academy, save that Soy Fan had much sharper eyes. After a moment, she gave the two of them a nod of approval. You've both done well so far. Lady Yoruichi will be pleased. That was about as high of praise as Itachi had ever heard her give before. Thank you. Visilia bowed. You honor us, Miss Soy Fan. Soy Fan took a few seconds to survey the part of the Seraite the three of them were in before turning back to her subordinates. There's a tea house not too far from here that Lady Yoruichi's taken me to before. We'll stop there for lunch today. Itachi was surprised at her sudden announcement. Normally she just took them back to the Squad 2 barracks for a quick meal before resuming their exercises. Still, he wasn't about to look a gift horse in the mouth. We'll follow your lead, he said. She nodded before leading the two of them to the tea house in question. It was a modestly sized establishment, with a very cozy feel to it as the three of them walked through the front entrance. As it was midday there was already a sizable crowd present, the bulk of which consisted of Soul Reapers enjoying a quick break before returning to their duties. Soy Fan simply nodded at a waitress who immediately led the three of them to a booth in the back corner of the tea house. The three of them were seated, and a few minutes later they were swiftly provided with drinks and menus. This is a nice place, said Visilia as she looked around. I've never been here before. Lady Yoruichi's fond of it, said Soy Fan, and I suppose it's grown on me as well over the years. There was a very small smile on her face, and Itachi realized that their taskmaster was actually letting her hair down a bit, so to speak. If he played things just right, this would be an ideal chance to not only learn more about her, but their captain as well. Gathering intel on the target of your affections. Save the quips. Fine, I'll simply watch in amused silence. If you don't mind me asking, Itachi cautiously began, how did you come to be in Lady Yoruichi's service? She seems quite relaxed around you. Were you two friends before you officially became her bodyguard? Soy Fan shook her head. No, I'm fortunate to have earned her friendship in the time I've served her, but she was not familiar with me when I initially entered her service. Visilia leaned forward, sensing a story to be had. Miss Soy Fan. You're a member of one of the Shihoin clan's vassal houses, right? The Fan clan. Soy Fan nodded. That's right. My family has served the Shihoin clan since before the Andunayan conquest of the Soul Society. The retainers we've provided have typically been for martial or espionage duties. Warriors, bodyguards, assassins, spies, we've performed those roles and many more. In turn, we've been rewarded by the Shihoin clan with an estate in the Seraite as well as our own land holdings within the Shihoin Principality. It's quite common these days for members of my clan to serve in Squad 2 or the stealth force as need and ability dictates. I've heard that members of the Fan clan undergo rigorous training even before they enter the academy, said Visilia. Was it the same for you? Yes, Soy Fan replied. The Fan clan maintains training grounds both within the Seraite and the Shihoin Principality. Before members of our clan can enter the academy, we must prove ourselves to the family instructors. It was the same for my generation of the family as it was for those that came before. You must have performed very well at the academy, given such a background, said Itachi. A slightly more confident smile appeared on Soi Fan's face. I did. My marks in Hakuda and Hoho exceeded those of my peers by a considerable margin. I even outdid my siblings, and they'd been given the same prior training as me. How many siblings do you have? Asked Visalia. Her smile vanished, and while for the most part she maintained her composure, there was a hint of mournfulness in her gaze. I was the youngest of 6. The other 5 were all brothers. And they all perished in the line of duty. Visalia couldn't suppress a gasp. Oh, I'm so sorry. Soi Fan sighed. It was years ago. Our family's accustomed to such losses. Duty and service come first, and we all go into our training knowing that we may be called upon to give our lives at any time for our missions. Itachi nodded. He understood all too well where she was coming from. Whether it risks our lives or our personal honor, the mission comes first. Soi Fan's eyes widened ever so slightly at that. Yes, spoken like a member of my clan, in fact. Your clan's duties aren't all that different from those that I had during my time as a shinobi, Itachi pointed out. I believe that prior experience played no small part in my gravitation towards Squad 2. They were interrupted by the arrival of a waitress who quickly took their meal orders. Once she left, Itachi picked up right where they'd left off. When we first met, he said, you mentioned that you were a member of both Squad 2 and the executive militia. The latter's part of the stealth force. When you graduated from the academy, did you start in Squad 2 or the stealth force? My initial posting was specifically the executive militia of the stealth force, Soi Fan answered. By my senior year in the academy, my itaci had adapted to become my personal zanpakuto, and the small size of its sealed state lent itself very well to the kind of fighting that's expected of the stealth force. When that was combined with my scores in Hakuda and Hoho, the choice was obvious. Was that when you first met Lady Yoruichi? Asked Visalia. Yes and no, Soi Fan replied. It was my first time formally introducing myself to her, but I had seen her before when she'd visited my family prior to my passing the academy entrance exams. A slightly wistful smile then appeared on her face. When I first saw her, I was captivated. Her bearing, her grace, the strength that radiated from her. She was everything I wanted to be and more. The smile then became a slight smirk. When I officially met her upon joining the stealth forces, well, I was a little thrown off, to be honest. Then again, looking back on it all, I suppose I shouldn't have been surprised. After all, when she visited my family it had been in a formal capacity as the heiress of the Shihoin clan, and since we were amongst her most loyal vassals, she naturally went to great lengths to present a suitable image. She's much more relaxed when she doesn't have to deal with the trappings of the aristocracy, something I quickly came to learn during my time in the stealth force and Squad 2. Forgive me if this comes across as rude, said Itachi cautiously, but you two do seem to have somewhat clashing personalities. Did that impact your ability to settle into your new role? Soi Fan shook her head. I thought it might at first, but I quickly discovered that, despite her laid-back nature, she was and still is a very competent commander. The strength that I had sensed in her the day I first saw her was genuine, and to this day. Well, she's a true marvel to witness in combat. Itachi allowed himself a small smile as images of the night he'd first met her flashed through his mind. She certainly is. Soi Fan nodded. I resolved to redouble my efforts, both in my missions and in my training, so I could serve her to the fullest of my capabilities. It took 7 years, but eventually I'd progressed to the point that she promoted me to one of her personal guards. In time, she actually began to personally instruct me, and we became not only commander and subordinate, but teacher and student. Now I'm the head of her personal guard. I wouldn't be half the soul reaper I am today if it weren't for her tutelage. To be taught by the Flash Goddess herself would be a huge honor, said Visalia. I hope I can earn the same opportunity someday. Soi Fan regarded the two of them thoughtfully for a moment. Both of you are actually closer to that than you might think. She looked like she was going to continue, but it was at that moment their food arrived. The three of them busied themselves with their meals, although Itachi's mind wasn't fully on his lunch and tea. His past interactions with Yoruichi played out in his head, in particular the efforts she'd put into helping him catch up to his peers after the incident with the soul fracture. The instruction was from one of her clan's private tutors rather than Yoruichi herself, but still. Looking forward to some private training time with the lovely captain. Yes. He had the satisfaction of actually taking the spirit of his zanpakuto by surprise for once. Well, now, I didn't think you'd actually admit it. That's progress. After a few minutes of eating, Soi Fan spoke again. The two of you have progressed quite well in the week that you've been under my wing. We'll still go through the remainder of today's exercises once we're done here, but after that I'll make my recommendation to Lady Yoruichi. And that would be, asked Visilia. That you're both ready to begin your first official Seraite patrols, Soi Fan replied. You'll be on those for a couple weeks in order to reinforce your knowledge of the layout, but after that you'll likely be deemed ready to start branching out into the Rukan district and the wild. The realms of the living will be next, and while that will in large part depend on the performance you demonstrate in your patrols, if what I've seen over the past week is any indication, I don't think it'll take long at all to get you both out there. Itachi nodded. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Soi Fan actually smirked at that. You might want to save your gratitude. You never know what sort of trouble you can run into on your patrols, after all. Visilia smiled. We'll be ready for it. Soi Fan nodded. Yes, I think you two will be. A week later. Dusk was giving way to night as Jiraiya approached the Squad 4 barracks. He couldn't help but smirk as he thought of what an outside observer might think of the situation. Here he was, 17th seat of Squad 8, going to visit the captain of Squad 4 just as the sun was fading from the horizon. It was all too easy to imagine what sort of conclusions someone could jump to. And Jiraiya would be lying if he said that he wasn't hoping that one or two of those conclusions might someday become something closer to the truth. Approaching the gate, he saw a familiar figure waiting for him. It wasn't the captain, but that was okay. Jiraiya wasn't about to send away Squad 4's cute 7th seat. Azane smiled. Welcome, Jiraiya. Captain Unohana sends her apologies. She felt it would be better if I greeted you in her stead. After all, this is an endeavor that we're trying to keep under wraps, so her standing by the gate of our division's barracks at this hour would draw. Jiraiya chuckled. And you standing here at this hour doesn't draw attention. I'm only the division's 7th seat, Azane pointed out. Who pays attention to a 7th seat? When they're as cute as you, I do. Jiraiya replied with a grin. Azane blushed and looked down in embarrassment. Oh, thank you. Anyway, let's get going. She should be ready for you. She hastily led him through the Squad 4 barracks. The last time Jiraiya had been here it was to visit Itachi during his recovery from the soul fracture years ago, but the place hadn't really changed since then. At this late hour there were only a handful of soul reapers milling about, most of whom only gave Jiraiya a curious glance before continuing on their way. Sorry for any trouble this causes you, said Jiraiya as he followed the officer inside. Azane shook her head. It's quite all right. I'm in full agreement with Captains Unohana and Kiraku regarding this initiative, and I understand the need to keep a low profile. If I keep showing up like this and you keep greeting me, people might start talking, said Jiraiya with a smirk. They might get certain ideas about the two of us. Once again, Azane blushed. Well, it'll just be gossip. That's hardly unusual in an organization as large as the 13 court guard squads. I'm not concerned about it. Jiraiya was skeptical to put it mildly, but he figured that he'd teased her enough for one night. It only took a couple minutes for Azane to lead him into a large open room towards the back of the barracks where Unohana was waiting for him. Jiraiya suspected that the room was normally used as a meeting or lecture hall, but tonight its only occupant was the captain. He certainly wouldn't complain about the atmosphere. The room was only lit by a handful of candles, and his companion for the evening looked all the lovelier in their flickering light. She smiled as Azane led him inside. Welcome, Jiraiya. I'm glad you could make it here at this hour. I hope the time isn't an issue to you. Jiraiya grinned. Who am I to say no to a late-night rendezvous with a woman like you? He had the pleasure of hearing the captain's soft and warm laughter. As charming as ever. I do hope that you remember the reason you're really here, though. Should you find yourself becoming distracted. Her smile remained, but once again there was that unmistakable shadow in her eyes, one that was given an added menace by the dimly lit room. You may find yourself having to apply the lessons you learn here in a practical manner much sooner than you might have imagined. Even when making threats, there was an undeniable elegance about her that Jiraiya found damn near irresistible. I'll try to keep my mind on the lesson. No promises, though. A surprisingly pixie-ish smirk appeared on her face. Well, then, proceed at your own peril. Azane, thank you for brining him here. You may leave now. Azane nodded. Understood, Captain. As the 7th seat shut the door, Unohana nodded at a circular meditation mat that was spread out on the floor in front of her. Please, have a seat. Jiraiya did so, and as he settled in, he saw what looked like a cloth covering a small object laying next to Unohana. He suspected he'd find out what it was soon enough. He doubted the captain would have brought it if it weren't needed for the opening lesson. Sure enough, A moment later Yunohana picked up the object and removed the cloth, revealing a clear crystal about the size of a children's ball. I know it's been 6 years since the academy entrance exams, but surely you remember this. Jiraiya nodded. The crystal from Phase 3. Hard to forget. Yunohana smiled. If you recall it so clearly, then that will make this much easier. As you know, this crystal will create a visual manifestation of your spirit energy. I need to be able to judge just how much your power and energy control have grown over the past 6 years, since both of those are crucial to the healing arts. This crystal will give me a sufficient sample. Pour your energy into it, and do not hold back. She then passed it to Jiraiya. If you require some time to meditate in preparation, please feel free to take it. I'm in no rush. Jiraiya grinned as he focused on the crystal in the palm of his right hand. No need for that. He sent his spirit energy flowing into the stone, and the fruits of his training made themselves known just a few seconds later. The crystal blazed with blue-white flame, the radiance of which soon lit up the entire room, easily surpassing the light of the candles. Yunohana leaned forward slightly, her gaze focused intently on the crystal and not appearing to be bothered in the least by the bright light. Impressive. Maintain this until I say otherwise or you are unable to do so. Jiraiya's brow furrowed in concentration. He hadn't been expecting an endurance test right off the bat, but he wasn't about to back down from the challenge. His focus on the crystal and maintaining the flow of spirit energy was such that he soon lost track of time, and he was only dimly aware of the sweat that was slowly building up on his brow. After what felt like hours but could very well have been just minutes for all he knew, Yunohana gave him the command to stop. As he did so, she passed him a wet washcloth. Somehow, she left the room and returned without him ever noticing her absence, so intent had he been on the exercise. She gave him a warm smile as he set the crystal down and wiped his forehead. Very well done, Jiraiya. How long did I last? He asked. Long enough for me to determine where you currently stand as a Soul Reaper, she answered. I must say, I'm quite pleased with your progress. Your current rank may be that of 17th seat, but I can think of more than few officers in higher positions who would be envious of the power you just demonstrated. Jiraiya smiled. You're too kind. Yunohana chuckled, the smile on her face taking on a slightly ominous feel now that the light from the crystal had died down and only the candles were illuminating the room again. You may wish to retract those words once the night is over. That was only the first test I have in store for you, Jiraiya. The night is young, and it shall not go to waste. His endurance is impressive, mused Yunohana, although I imagine that he'd like me to be thinking that in a different context. Throughout the night, the captain of Squad 4 had run her guest through a series of exercises designed to fine-tune his manipulation of spirit energy. These were just the first steps. It would still be some time before Jiraiya would be ready to begin applying it to actual healing spells. Still, it was a promising start, and the fact that he was able to complete all of them even after pouring so much energy into the crystal at the beginning gave Yunohana high hopes as to his potential. Breathing heavily as the glow of spirit energy once again faded from his hands, Jiraiya took a sip of water before turning to Yunohana again. So, what next? Yunohana smiled. Actually, that's the last of what I had in store for you tonight. Since this was our first session, I wanted to make sure that you had a solid foundation before we proceeded further. I'm pleased to say that you've exceeded my expectations. Jiraiya grinned. Good to know. Yunohana stood up and motioned for him to follow. It'll be dawn in a few hours, but you should be able to make it back to the Squad 8 barracks with a little time to spare for rest. It wouldn't do for you to go about your duties with no sleep whatsoever. Jiraiya yawned. Next time, can we schedule this so that the morning after will be on one of my off days? Yunohana shook her head. I can make no such promises, unfortunately. Remember, we are trying to keep this a secret from the Central 46 for the time being. It's necessary to vary the nights that we have these lessons. If you're seen coming and going at regular intervals, that will only serve to raise suspicion. Jiraiya smirked as she led him towards the entrance to the barracks. Are you sure? Sounds like the real reason might be that it'd be embarrassing for you to be seen with a guy like me at such an hour. Is that closer to the mark? Yunohana giggled. If nothing else, his willingness to joke about such things with her was actually rather refreshing when compared to other Soul Reapers who feared stepping over the line. Well, as a captain I do have my reputation to consider. After all, for me to take on a student so lacking in technique and experience is scandalous in and of itself, wouldn't you say? She had the satisfaction of seeing his eyes widen ever so slightly for a moment before he started laughing. All right, I guess you've got me there. Yunohana nodded. Jokes aside, I do hope that you'll remember the importance of this little endeavor of ours. I'd hate for all the work that we're going to put into this to be undone just because of some careless words or a poorly timed sighting. Don't worry, said Jiraiya, I'll be careful. Can't have the stiff old geezers from the Central 46 ruining the fun, after all. I'll send a hell butterfly with the date and time for our next session, said Unohana. Please give Captain Kiraku my regards, his help in this matter is greatly appreciated. Jiraiya smiled. I'll let him know. Until next time, Captain. Unohana nodded and smiled as she watched him depart. Yes, until next time, Jiraiya. A few weeks later. It was his day off, but that didn't mean Itachi was relaxing. Keeping up with his training was one of his duties as an officer of Squad 2, and the 16th seat didn't intend to slack off now. He had the training yard to himself today, so he was taking full advantage of it, honing the precision of his shunpo by flash stepping across a web of mats that he had set up earlier in homage to the test that the head captain had run him through years ago during his recovery from the soul fracture. His accuracy and speed were leagues beyond what it had been back then, but it wasn't nearly good enough as far as Itachi was concerned. Compared to her, this is sloppy, he thought as he finished up another circuit. I still can't hold a candle to her. Well, she is known as the Flash Goddess for a reason, after all, the spirit of his Zanpakuto gently reminded him. I'm all for you improving your skills in the art that she's gained such renown for mastering, but you need to be realistic. You're not going to catch up to her in a short amount of time, and I doubt she's expecting you to either. This will be a marathon, not a sprint. She was right, but that wouldn't stop Itachi from working up a sweat just the same. Speed was one of the qualities that Squad 2 prized so highly, and if Itachi wanted the captain to see him as more than just a gifted subordinate, he figured that refining his shunpo was as good a place as any to start. Again, he silently told himself, in 3, 2, 1. The wind whipped through his hair as he took off, and the training yard became little more than a blur to his eyes as he traversed the course. That was a problem. The ability to discern key details at high speed was crucial when one was out in the field. He still had a long way to go when it came to training his eyesight to keep up with the speed that he was capable of reaching. Shunpo far surpassed the movement speed that most shinobi were capable of in their realm of the living, although Itachi had to wonder how it could compare to the likes of someone like Shisui in his prime or Minato, Yellow Flash, Namikaze. Perhaps he would find out someday. After all, the Soul Society was a vast place, and just because he had not yet encountered the late Fourth Hokage did not mean that such a meeting would never happen. His understanding of the physical layout of the heart of the afterlife had grown by leaps and bounds over the past few weeks. The patrols he'd been conducting within the Seraite built upon the already solid foundation that he had gained through the training runs with Soifan, and Yoruichi had already indicated that she'd be giving him his first crack at the Rukan district soon enough. It was an opportunity that Itachi had been itching for since before joining Squad 2, and he was quite eager to apply his skills outside the Seraite. He'd managed to get some time in between his official duties and training sessions to check in with Shisui regarding his unofficial sweeps of the Rukan district in search of signs of the Uchiha clan. His old comrade had compiled meticulous charts and notes to keep his search organized, but despite his best efforts and the years he'd already spent on the project, he hadn't found so much as a trace of the clan. It was through no fault of his own. The sheer mammoth scale of the Soul Society meant that a single-man search was up against monumental odds. Even the addition of Itachi to the sweeps, along with Jiraiya once he got the chance to help out, would barely put a scratch in such an obstacle. Itachi was undaunted, though. Yes, the task before them was nothing to sneeze at, but it wasn't impossible. They could beat the odds through cooperation and thorough study of their environment. They'd catch a break sooner or later. Itachi could only hope that it wasn't too late. If your clan's arrogant enough to think it can pull the same stunt here that it attempted to pull back then, they're in for a rude awakening. It doesn't mean they won't try. Shisui can't be the only Uchiha in the Soul Society that's regained the Sharingan over the years. The clan's pride in the power of our eyes helped fuel one downfall, and it can easily plant the seeds for another. Perhaps. Still, they'd have to find each other first. That's no small feat around here, as Shisui can attest. Don't underestimate the lengths an Uchiha will go to in order to achieve their ambitions. Her chuckling echoed in his mind. Oh, trust me, that's the last mistake I'll make. He went through a few more circuits before he decided it was time to take a little break. As he gathered up the mats to put them away, Itachi couldn't help but feel like someone was watching him. Looking around the training yard, he realized that he did indeed have an audience. And a rather unusual one to boot. Sitting at the edge of the training yard was a black cat. It didn't look too out of the ordinary in and of itself, although its golden eyes did appear a bit brighter than normal. The feline seemed to be focusing specifically on Itachi, but for the life of him he couldn't figure out why. Finishing his cleanup, Itachi sat down to meditate, keeping one eye on the cat as he did so. The feline walked over towards him before sitting down right in front of him. Meow. Curious, Itachi leaned forward to study the creature in further detail. He couldn't recall any of his fellow members of Squad 2 owning a cat, but since he'd only been in the division for a short amount of time it was entirely possible the feline did belong to one of his comrades. Interestingly enough, the cat leaned forward a bit as well, mirroring Itachi's posture as well as it was capable of. He was about to return his focus to meditating when the creature suddenly hopped into his lap. Settling in, the cat then looked up at him expectantly. Itachi couldn't help but give a small smile at the situation he found himself in. Looks like cats aren't all that different in the Soul Society from those in the shinobi world. At least the friendlier ones, anyway. Meow, came the feline's reply as it gave his leg a light smack with its tail. Regarding the creature for a moment, Itachi determined that it was female. You're a rather impatient little girl, aren't you? Well, I suppose I shouldn't keep you waiting. He reached down and began to scratch behind the kitty's ears. In short order, he had the feline purring comfortably in his lap. Nice to see that I haven't lost my touch. Oh, this is absolutely precious. Itachi raised an eyebrow. I didn't think you were the type to be smitten by a cute little cat. The spirit of his Zanpakuto laughed. Oh, you foolish young man. I almost don't want to spoil it now. What are you talking about? Focus on the cat, really focus, you'll see what I mean. Itachi couldn't begin to guess what she was playing at, but he decided to humor her. The cat had shifted in his lap so that it was now lying face up, so Itachi switched to rubbing her belly. The purring increased slightly at that, although Itachi found it a bit odd how the kitty seemed to be constantly adjusting her head so that she'd maintain eye contact with him. Still, there was nothing visually abnormal about the creature. At that was when it hit him. He was looking only with his eyes, and not with the rest of his senses. The cat was in his lap, he didn't need to look with his eyes to know where it was. Closing his eyes, he instead focused on trying to detect the feline using only the senses for spirit energy that he had developed during his time in the academy. And that was when his eyes snapped back open in shock. Sure enough, he'd felt just a hint of spirit energy. Very familiar spirit energy. Looking down at the cat, his hand still rubbing her belly on instinct, Itachi's mind struggled to comprehend just what he was actually looking at. It can't be, Yoruichi. The feline winked before it was suddenly engulfed in bright blue-white energy. Itachi was forced to shield his eyes, but even without his sight he was all too aware of the suddenly growing weight of the cat in his lap, as well as rapidly changing texture of what his hand was on, as fur soon became the oh-so-soft and smooth skin of a woman's bare belly. Itachi's face flushed red. Was she really? The light faded a few seconds later, and Itachi felt a slender arm drape itself over his shoulder while a hand gently grasped the back of his neck. Cautiously opening his eyes, he saw that it was indeed none other than Squad 2's captain now sprawled out in his lap. And she was completely naked. He didn't think it was possible, but the already burning heat in his face only further increased. No mirrors were available, but Itachi suspected that if he could see his reflection it would be the deepest humanly possible shade of crimson. Matters weren't helped in the least by playful smile of the woman in his lap. Someone's got magic hands, she purred, want to take those fingers of yours a little further south. I haven't scratched that particular itch in a long time. It was all he could do to keep his gaze focused squarely on Yoruichi's face and not ogle the absolutely stunning figure that was on full display before him. Needless to say, he was very grateful at this particular moment that Jiraiya had gone to Squad 8 rather than Squad 2. If the legendary Sannin could see him now, Itachi knew that he would never hear the end of it. How? Was the only reply that Itachi could muster, and he was amazed that he was capable of saying even that much at the moment. He felt a slight pressure at the back of his neck as Yoruichi pulled him down, while at the same time she leaned in just enough to whisper in his ear, her warm breath on his skin sending fresh chills racing down his spine. I'm a girl that's full of surprises, Itachi. That's putting it mildly. He was at a complete loss for words, something that his nude superior was quick to take note of. What's the matter, Itachi? Cat got your tongue. Say something, do something, anything. He stammered, almost certain that he was going to pass out from just how hot his head felt at the moment. This is. The captain giggled before licking him on the cheek. If I'd known you'd be this cute when flustered, I would have done this weeks ago. I don't understand, he replied, using every ounce of his willpower to focus on her face rather than the rest of her oh-so-generously displayed body, this transformation. How's it even possible? Yoruichi winked. We all have our gifts, Itachi. This one in particular's quite special, and not one I just share out in the open. If you really want to know, then how about we go somewhere private? Itachi nodded, doing all he could to reassert his composure. All right, but first, please, put some clothes on. Ah, what's wrong? She asked, mischievous light gleaming in her eyes. Aren't you enjoying the show? That's not the point, said Itachi, nervously looking around and hoping that no one else was about to enter the training yard. It's just, you're my captain, and I don't think that this is proper. Yoruichi laughed. Now you're starting to sound like Soy Fawn. I thought you'd be a little more relaxed than her. You can't chill out with your captain on your day off. It's not that, Itachi muttered. What was he supposed to say? An incredibly beautiful woman was naked in his lap, and it was one that he'd finally admitted to himself that he was attracted to little more than a month or so ago. Itachi didn't know if she understood his true feelings, but she had to know the affect she was having on him right now. Was this just one of her games, or did she want something more? She then stood up, smiling down at him while not even bothering to cover herself. I'm feeling generous today, so why don't you wait here for a bit? I'll be right back. Before Itachi could reply, she vanished into a blur as she flash-stepped off to what he could only hope were her quarters for some clothes. Looking around the training yard again, Itachi could only sigh in relief that apparently no one else had stumbled upon the two of them during that surprise encounter. Well, that was entertaining. Why in the world did she do that? Because teasing you is the most fun a girl can have in the Soul Society. Very funny. She returned a few minutes later, thankfully in her captain's attire this time. Itachi had mostly been able to regain his composure, although he was still more than a little flustered by what had happened earlier. Yoruichi smiled as she offered him her hand. Better. Itachi nodded as she pulled him to his feet. Yes, I mean, well. Yoruichi giggled and gave him a pat on the shoulder. Still a little hot under the collar. I've been wanting to tease you like that for a while now. Is this something you do with all of your subordinates? He asked. She winked. Only the cute ones. Uncharacteristic embarrassment once again came over him. Yoruichi seemed quite adept at bringing that out in him. I see. Thanks, I think. As for how I'm able to do that, why don't you take a walk with me and I'll tell you all about it, she said. Is that an order? Asked Itachi. Yoruichi smiled. Does it have to be? Can't I just want some time to relax and shoot the breeze with a colleague on a day off? Itachi gave her a small smile in return. In that case, lead on. He followed her out of the barracks, and they began a leisurely stroll down the streets of the Seraite. It was late morning, and apart from a few other soul reapers going about their daily business, it was rather quiet. Occasionally one would glance their way, no doubt wondering what a captain was doing with such a low-ranking officer like himself, but they didn't linger too long. I thought you wanted to discuss your ability in private, said Itachi. This is good enough for me, Yoruichi replied. If anyone starts eavesdropping on us, a flash step or two will be all we need to get out of range. If they start following, well, let's just say that I'll be well within my authority to make them wish that they hadn't. It was hard for Itachi to think of anyone who'd be foolish enough to pursue a captain, let alone one that would be able to keep pace with the Flash Goddess herself. Very well, then. So, about my little ability, she began as they wound their way through the Seraite with no real destination in mind. What do you think of it? It's fascinating, Itachi replied, although, when you come out of your transformation. Why did it have to be without a scrap of clothing? Yoruichi finished for him with a smirk. Well, isn't that obvious? Cats don't wear clothes. Do collars count? He asked dryly. Ooh, you thinking of buying me one? She purred. I didn't know you were into that sort of thing, Itachi. Yet again, Itachi felt a rush of heat come to his face, along with the accompanying loss of composure. I'm not. Yoruichi laughed and gave him a playful punch on the shoulder. Oh, man, you really are too easy to tease. Lighten up a bit, Itachi. I was hoping you'd be a little more fun than Soy Fawn. I'm not used to this sort of fun, he said, looking down bashfully. What's gotten into me? Oh, this is too much fun. You're not helping. I know. Yoruichi smiled. Fair enough. I'll ease up on you a bit, all right. He nodded. Thanks. Anyway, how did you learn such a technique? It's not a Shikai release or anything like that, right? Yoruichi shook her head. Nope. Believe it or not, it's actually a little something that only members of the Shihoin clan are capable of. Itachi raised an eyebrow. Really? Yup, said Yoruichi, and only certain members at that. The talent tends to skip a generation or two. It's a bit fickle that way. I think it's also gender dependent. To my knowledge, only the women of my family have ever manifested this ability. Itachi's brow furrowed in thought. Interesting. Has this ability always been something that your clans had? Not quite, Yoruichi replied. It does go a way back, though. It originated during the reign of the Old Kingdom. Itachi hadn't been expecting that. Really, was it tied to the Andunians? Kind of, said Yoruichi. You remember how my clan was one of those that the 5 Andunian princesses married into during the conquest? As it turned out, the princess that the Shihoin clan got was more than just a daughter of a king, she was a powerful spellcaster. She brought her expertise into our family, along with a considerable archive. My family spent the subsequent millennia building upon it. We might be better known for producing assassins, scouts and spies, but the Shihoin clan actually has a less well-known history of turning out some highly skilled spellcasters. Their powers were often considered closer to outright sorcery than the modern Kido that's become prevalent in the Soul Society. And your shapeshifting ability came from that sorcery? Asked Itachi cautiously. Yoruichi nodded. Yup. In fact, it was from the greatest caster that was ever born into my clan. Her real name's been lost to history, the records of her that remain refer to her only as the Lady of Midnight. That's a rather ominous moniker, said Itachi, his eyes narrowing. Her real name. Was it really lost, or was there something more going on? Yoruichi smirked. That was faster than I expected. You really do have the brains to match those looks of yours. I don't think my looks are relevant to the conversation at hand, Itachi countered, quite eager to get back to main topic, this, Lady of Midnight. There was no mention of her in any of the Academy history lectures. Her scrubbing from the historical record. What led to it? Yoruichi sighed. Long story short, she was incredibly gifted, but she pushed boundaries to their absolute limits. And one day, she pushed too far. There are lines in Kido that aren't meant to be crossed, and for good reasons in this case. Suffice to say that the treatment she's been given by posterity, while extreme, isn't entirely unwarranted. Anyway, before she crossed the point of no return, she discovered how to use spirit energy as a means for transformation. I don't know if a cat was the only form that she figured out how to use, but it's the only one that's stuck around my bloodline. That ability has typically manifested itself in members of my clan who have higher than normal levels of spirit energy and successfully go on to refine our powers. How did you discover that you were one of the members of the clan that could perform it? Asked Itachi. Well, for starters, the Lady of Midnight was at least helpful enough to leave behind a scroll in the family archives with instructions on how to recognize those who might have the potential to achieve the transformation, Yoruichi answered. It also included a series of spirit energy exercises that those who might have the gift could perform to discover if they were truly capable of it or not. Since only certain women in my clan have been able to pull it off, it's become a tradition for every girl in the family to read that scroll after she's deemed sufficiently powerful and skilled enough to potentially pull it off. I'm simply the latest one in my line to pass the test. Itachi nodded. I see. How long are you able to maintain the transformation? Yoruichi smiled. As long as I want. The transformation itself requires a certain expenditure of energy, but staying in that form afterwards is a breeze. How many people know that you're capable of this? He asked. Well, obviously Kazuki, Tessai, and Kukaku for starters, she replied. Soifon knows too, along with a few other Squad 2 officers. Would Shisui be one of them? Asked Itachi. Yup, she answered. Feel free to tell Visilia later too if you want. Itachi raised an eyebrow. You'd trust your 2 newest officers with a secret like that? Yoruichi nodded. Sure, I've had my eye on you too for more than just your abilities, after all. You're both very bright individuals, and you've got good heads on your shoulders. If I'm going to be counting on you 2 out in the field, it's only right that I let you both in on stuff like this. I've got high hopes for you, and by choosing my division you 2 have put your trust in me to command you responsibly. I want to be the kind of captain that returns that sort of trust, especially considering what I'll be asking of you once you start climbing the ranks. I appreciate that, said Itachi. If I tell Visilia, I'll ask her not to spread the word further. If you're going to trust us with information like this, then the least we can do is honor your confidence. I'm sure she'll feel the same way. His captain smiled. Smart, discreet, and a sense of honor. I do know how to pick 'em. Itachi bowed. I think the two of us owe you that much. Going back to your transformation, can you fight in that form? Yoruichi shook her head. Unless my opponents are mice, I'm afraid its combat utility is minimal. It really shines in an information-gathering role. I mean, who takes much notice of a cat wandering around? As long as I suppress my spiritual pressure, I can infiltrate basically anywhere I please. Does it impact your senses at all? Asked Itachi. Yoruichi nodded. Yup, I get a nice boost in night vision, and when you combine that with the black fur, that form is great for nocturnal scouting. My hearing's improved while I'm transformed as well, and of course the whiskers serve the same purpose with me that they do for any cat. All in all, it's a sweet little package. I'll take your word for it, said Itachi. Yoruichi smirked. I think I've spent enough time in that form that certain characteristics have rubbed off on me. Like what? Asked Itachi. For starters, I didn't used to be a huge fan of seafood, said Yoruichi. Now I'm all for it. Also, after a while milk became my favorite drink. I sometimes get the urge to chase after mice, too. Itachi nodded. I see. What about balls of yarn? Yoruichi giggled. Well, if you toss one my way, I might start playing with it if I think no one else is looking. Itachi gave a small chuckle. I'll have to remember that. Yoruichi playfully elbowed him. Hey now, don't go thinking that you can bribe me with a bunch of rolled-up string. I'm a daughter of nobility, after all. And the descendant of royalty and sorceresses to boot, said Itachi. Yours is quite the fascinating lineage. She gave him a rather thoughtful look. Maybe, but I bet yours is just as interesting. What makes you say that? He asked. I don't know much about your clan, said Yoruichi. Both you and Shisui have been rather light on the details over the years. Still, based on what I've seen from the two of you, I'm willing to bet that your bloodline's really something special. That's certainly one way to put it, Itachi replied hesitantly. Her eyes narrowed slightly. You don't exactly sound proud of it. Itachi shook his head. It's complicated. Every family has its paragons and demons, after all. Is that part of why you're still not getting a full night's worth of sleep? She asked pointedly. His eyes widened just a bit. How? I'm not blind, Itachi, said Yoruichi firmly. The meditations you perform during breaks in your training or after your patrols are for more than just to help you catch your breath. They're to help you recoup energy that you should be regaining through sleep. Itachi nodded. He wouldn't insult her with a lie. You have sharp eyes. I'm a captain, remember. She pointed out. If I can't pick up on these things, then I don't deserve my position. And you thought you could still slip it past her. My mistake. Well, no one can accuse you of negligence, said Itachi, with regards to my lack of sleep. I won't let it impact my duties. Yoruichi sighed. I know the Soul Society's nobility has the taboo against prying into the past lives of people who came here from the realms of the living, and I want to respect your privacy, but if this keeps up, I'm going to have to step in. Your meditations might be working for you, but how long can you keep this up? You've been operating like this ever since you came to the Soul Society. And if I had to guess, I'd say it's a practice you picked up and refined while you were still alive. You're not wrong, Itachi conceded. She put her hand on his shoulder, and despite her slender frame her grip was quite firm. So, tell me, how many years has it been since you actually got one full night's worth of sleep? Itachi closed his eyes for a moment. A little over 14, I think. When he opened his eyes again, he saw that hers had widened in shock. What? As you said, I've had time to adapt, he said. My system might not be ideal, but it's served me well enough. Yoruichi emphatically shook her head. It's going to get you killed. Hell, it already has. It wasn't lack of sleep that did me in the first time, he replied. Besides, that was a death that had been more than earned. Yoruichi's eyes narrowed. You know what? That's it. Screw the taboo. I don't know what the hell happened, but you've been torturing yourself over it for far too long. That ends on my watch. I'm your captain, which means your well-being is my responsibility. That's a duty I take just as seriously as my obligation to protect the Soul Society. My past is mine to deal with, he said defensively. Clearly you're doing a poor job of it, Yoruichi shot back. I let it slide while you were at the academy because I thought you had a handle on it, but I definitely misjudged the situation. Given what I've learned about you over the past 6 years, the only reason I can think of for that is that whatever happened was absolutely horrific. Am I wrong? Itachi looked down, feeling the full weight of the guilt and shame that he'd carried over the past 14 years. No. He froze for a moment when her hand moved from his shoulder to his cheek, her firm grip becoming the gentlest caress. Itachi, look at me. He did so, and he was struck by what he found. It reminded him of that night during their expedition to the Andunayan Barrow where she'd called him out the first time for his persistent lack of sleep. The compassion and sympathy glowing in her golden eyes made her gaze utterly entrancing, a spell that, to his grieving soul, felt as powerful as any genjutsu he could have conjured with the Sharingan at the height of his strength. Let me help you, she said softly, her voice sweeter than any music, not just as your captain, but as your friend. You've been holding on to this pain for far too long. It's become a chain that's gradually tightening around you, and it'll eventually strangle you completely. I'm not going to let that happen to you. Your future here is so bright, the shadows of your past don't deserve the chance to choke it off. I want to set you free. Caught under her charms, the walls that he'd spent the past decade and a half building and maintaining finally began to crack. A casual observer wouldn't notice, but he had no doubt that Yoruichi could spot it in his eyes. He could only manage a single word in reply. How? She smiled. Meet me in the barracks, kitchen tonight after the others turn in. We'll start there. What got into me back there? It was a question without an easy answer, although she at least had the solitude to ponder it in her office. Kicking back behind her desk, steam wafting up from a cup of tea in front of her, Yoruichi kept replaying the conversation from earlier in her head. It had started off so casual, just a chance for her to have a little fun and tell her favorite new recruit about her special gift, yet somewhere along the way it had become something entirely different. With the chance to think things over, it had become clear to her that they were going to reach this point sooner or later. She'd been intrigued by Itachi from the moment she'd met him. His talent for combat had been clear enough from the beginning and certainly played a role in her interest, but there was more to it than that. Itachi was quite skilled when it came to putting on a calm and aloof front, but Yoruichi had never failed to notice that it was precisely that, a front. Try as he might, there were some things he couldn't hide from a sufficiently experienced observer. Since intelligence and scouting comprised a significant portion of Squad 2 and the Stealth Force's duties, Yoruichi was quite adept when it came to picking up even minute hints from people's mannerisms. Itachis were more subdued than others, but they were there just the same if someone knew how to look for them. To Yoruichi, they were as clear as daylight. He was a man that was torn by his past, restlessly trying to reconcile it with the afterlife he now found himself in. Whatever had happened, it was quite apparent that he was mercilessly punishing himself over it. The fact that he had wound up here rather than hell should have been all that he needed to realize that he was not beyond redemption, but clearly the wounds carved upon his psyche went too deep for that. Yoruichi might have enjoyed playing around with her subordinates, but she was